It's also transformer and services transformer, but he cannot find job. Even that guy's got the access to build a power station, but he can't find job. He's getting a small tender. If someone's got a tender from the municipality, they call him so that he can come to the job. They pay him 500, 600. It's the crisis that we have. That guy is doing amazing job in Matosana municipality, even in Mafike, but they don't want to hire him. He can't find job, but he's an electrical engineer. His place in Matosana.
Good morning, Kathy, hearers of the station. You see here by Inanda, M25, there is a bus stop there. Monday to Friday before dawn, they burning tires. They blocking the road. The young boys, maybe 6, 7 or 8 boys. So we can't have a van there that is flashing lights, be proactive, or the panda van that is up and down, showing these people they are aware. So you see, hey, they're causing a big mess. Hey, it seems as if we don't have government. Tusi from Inanda, bye.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
All right, we continue the conversation on the talking point. And of course, we're getting straight into our 10 o'clock conversation. Vuyo Zungula, the ATM leader, is in studio. My first time meeting him and actually interviewing you, right? It's strange. I haven't been able to have a conversation with you since you've taken on the reins of this party. So a pleasure to meet you and to be in conversation with you this morning.
Thank you so much. And it feels unreal that in over 5 years we've never spoken before.
I know it is quite strange. It is a bit of an anomaly, but I can tell you that it has not been through intention at all. So, Vuyo, you are, you of course have been part of this movement for the last 5 years, which was founded in 2018, and you're a little bit older now, but in form and in fact, you were a young person when this party started. I think now you're still a young person, but by definition, maybe just over the cusp of being a youth. But in our politics, you're still very much considered a part of the youth and part of the young people. How did that come about?
I think it is the party having faith in young people, because I was 30 when I was given the responsibility of leading ATM, and the party had a lot of older, more mature, more experienced people. But because the party, has got a vision for our country, and it required that vision that they invest in a young person. So that is why I was given the responsibility. And ever since I was elected into Parliament, the party has always shown their support, and we've always worked as a unit. So that is why we've been able to grow as a party. So the success of the party has always been because of that collective wisdom, but trusting the energy and the innovation that comes with being led by a young person.
Who started the ATM?
It was started by the Council of Messianic Churches, South African Council of Messianic Churches, which is a combination of, mostly African indigenous churches. The royal houses also joined in, and the motivation from them was basically to say we as the churches, especially the African indigenous churches, are always campaigned on when it comes to election season, but when it comes to the governance issues, the ruling party does not consult or have any engagement with us as the indigenous churches. So we need to have our own voice in Parliament. So that is how ATM was basically born.
And, you talk about it as a group that has started these churches. But at the end of the day, there has to be leadership. There has to be people that are in charge and in control. So when you, as the ATM, speak about your origins and your roots and founders, who would you say are the individuals that have been central to your being founded and started as an organization?
It's definitely Professor Caesar Nongunga, which is who is the chief apostle of the church, 12 Apostles Church in Christ, because once these churches formed this council, they elected a president of the council. Now, the president of the council has been the one that has been instrumental in terms of building relations with other churches and giving the spiritual direction towards the ATM, and making sure that we as a party are always in tune with what we are supposed to be doing, because majority of times you find that when it comes to political parties, once you have got an NEC, which is the highest structure of the president, there is no senior leadership, or there is no accounting body, that is above them. So that is why they act as if they know it all, and they can't be held accountable, because above them there's no one else. So in our case, we said we wanted to be different. Hence, we've got a council of elders, which includes Amakosi. We've got, church leaders. So that is now the Council of Elders that is guiding the organization, so that should it happen that within the party or NEC there are differences, there are elders abakwazi ukusilungisa, because you should know that in our African culture it is always encouraged that you need to have elders that are able to intervene. For example, sometimes in marriages you find that if there's a breakdown or there's some tension in marriages, it is always encouraged that you engage with the elders, people who are more wiser, who can be able to lead you or talk to you, so that you are able to find you find yourselves as a couple. So that is the motivation for us having a council of elders, so that we are able to get that guidance in the event that there are some differences within us as the top leadership of the party.
Okay, so Vuyo, I'm going to ask you to please, for me, in very, very simple terms, please explain the structure of the party, because you've been founded out of this grouping, which is a religious grouping, right, that decided that, look, we need to have our own political representation. The vehicle through which we're doing that is the ATM. The ATM, you say, is still very much accountable to this grouping that is under a council of elders. So what is the structure of the ATM? So when you talk about, I was elected to be president of the ATM, who elected you? How do you move from the grouping, from a religious perspective, to then talking about representation in a party format, as we would understand it as South Africans, that ultimately also helps to give you your credibility as a leader within the party? So who is in the party? How do these individuals gain membership to the party that has the people that have elected you?
Yeah, so the Council of Messianic Churches appointed a Council of Elders for the party. Now, these Council of Elders include Amakosi, leaders of various different churches, even people who are not even part of churches, community leaders. But the principle behind that is having elderly people with wisdom who are able to guide the party in the event. In fact, we are able to guide the party when it goes astray. So it's not a case whereby when it comes to accounting, whereby each and every move we go and maybe ask for permission to do this or do that. Rather, it's a case whereby we as a party, we look at what is happening in our country, we develop policies in response to the problems. But should it happen maybe that there are some differences in the party, it's only then that you have now the Council of Elders intervening or coming together, trying, because there's something wrong. So the Council of Elders predominantly comes in when there's something wrong. So it is not a Council of Elders that is all about the religious grouping, but it's a Council of Elders that is inclusive. Hence, you find that policy-wise, it is the party through its structures, through its members, that is able to discuss what are the policies that are needed in the country. And we had our policy conference. Our manifesto is based on that policy conference. So, and if you were to look at that policy, those policy documents in our manifesto, it's all inclusive. They are not giving any impression that this is a party that is a representation of a certain group of people, because it is an inclusive process. And I want to emphasize the point that predominantly the Council of Elders would only intervene when the party is going astray. But when the party is doing right, which is what we've been doing for the past 5 years, the Council of Elders is there just watching.
So who is the party? Who are your members? Who are these people that have elected you to be their leader?
The members of the party is basically South Africans. We've got South Africans who belong to different faith groupings. We've got South Africans who are atheists. We've got South Africans who come from all walks of life, because what was very clear from us that we do not want another Christian party in the context that it is going to represent only a certain group of a religious grouping. Rather, we are a party that is accommodative, a representative of everyone. So that is why in the past 5 years you've seen us in Parliament. We've never taken a posture to say the Bible says 1, 2, 3, therefore this is what must happen, or this is what we're going to do. But we've taken a posture to say these are the problems that we have in the country. Based on the outcry of the people and the solutions that are proposed by the people, this is what we think should be the solution. So our members are basically South Africans. The people that are in our structures, they're South Africans from all walks of life, different religions, whether they're atheists or not, whether they believe in royal leadership or not. But as long as a person is a South African and they aspire to live in a transformed South Africa whereby there's equality in terms of the law, there's prosperity, everyone is welcome in the party.
Again, I suppose by virtue of how you were started, you have very strong links to the founding father and the Council of Elders. Does he chair up the Council of Elders?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So he seems to have an eminent presence when it comes to the party. So if you are having to make a decision around how, for example, because you've already done this, how do you respond to the Phala Phala saga? What direction do you go in as a party? What is the process that you follow? And to what extent do you need buy-in? I know you say they only come in when there's trouble, but to what extent do you need buy-in on the posture that you as a party take to issues that concern South Africans?
I'll speak from my role, firstly, as an MP. So I'll make a mention of how we approach Phala Phala. We, as members, the ATM MPs in Parliament, we were exposed to what happened through the affidavit of Arthur Fraser. And then we said, but the correct course of action is 1, 2, 3. We then went to the NEC to say, okay, this is what is happening to the NEC of the party. And the NEC of the party said, okay, no, let's proceed. We went to Parliament. We wrote whatever letters, we initiated whatever processes, and we then informed our spiritual head, which is Professor Nongunga, to say, this is what transpired. This is what we think is a course of action based on our code of conduct, our constitution, and the rule of law. And the spiritual head was like, oh, okay, no, you're on the right path, continue, So that is how we operate, whereby we have the responsibility of, showing leadership in terms of dealing with the problems. However, because we work in a party, in a party whereby there's different structures, we can't just work alone as the members that are in Parliament. We need to inform the NEC, which are members that are not in Parliament. We need to inform the other structures, including the Council of Elders.
What is the mandate that you have been given? On the one hand, again, because of how you were founded, your initial mandate would have been derived from this religious core and group that formed you, and I can understand that it could well have evolved since then, since you're open to any South African that wants to take up membership with the ATM. But what is that mandate that you were initially given through the party? What were you told to do?
The party decided, not me as an individual, but the party said, we want to transform society for a better tomorrow. We want to make sure that South Africans get to live better lives. We need to deal with crime, unemployment. We need to deal with the questions of land. So all of these things that are documented in our manifesto. So our constitution is the one that gives expression to our mandate. And then our manifesto is the one at a national level gives expression now to say, how do we interpret the constitution and the policies from the citizens to respond to the challenges that are faced in the country.
I was saying in the first hour of the show that given the fact that you had 2 seats in Parliament, 2 MPs, of course, many at the time had said, well, due to the fact that you already have this big religious grouping out of which you stem from, it almost would have secured, given you firm footing, to get into Parliament. But it's one thing to get into Parliament, but to be seen and to be noticed is another. You've been able to do that for you. Why do you think that is? When you sit down and you think about what are the issues that we are going to go for, what informs your decision making around that?
Firstly, I think our success in Parliament, we can't claim credit as the 2 members of Parliament of the ATM. It comes from the collective wisdom of the party because, we've got the NEC that discusses all of the programs all of the issues that they're in our country. But when it comes to the approach, we're of the view that as a party, critically, we need to put the interests of the people ahead of our own. And by doing so, we're able now to interpret or analyze any issue and then say, but what is in the best interest of the people? And then we take up those issues. That is why if you were to listen to our debates or anything that is happening in Parliament, we're very clear to say we've got a certain template in which we would use, whereby we say this is what the problem is, this is the consequences as a result of the problem, however, these are the solutions. So we've never debated as a party without using the 3 minutes, without outlining what the solutions are, because we believe South Africans need to hear more about solutions. And we also do not believe in the politics of politicking, whereby we spend our entire time roasting other parties, because we know that politics in our country, sometimes they lack substance. It's all about theatrics. So we try to say, but what is in the best interest of the party? People could be misled to think theatrics in Parliament are what makes politics, whereas in our view, we believe that solutions to the problems should be what makes politics, because it is solutions that will lead to the problems being resolved. But theatrics, we can have theatrics for the past 5 years as a party, but it will change nothing for the people. That is why our approach has always been solution orientated, so that we have got a new culture of politics. That's what we believe, that we need a new culture of politics, whereby let's be about ideas. Let's be about solutions to the problems. The issue of personality politics, we don't agree with that. That is why I will never take a platform and undermine or disrespect even the president of the country, even though I might have differences with him in terms of how the country has gone from bad to worse under his leadership. Even when I was kicked out by the speaker, you remember, on the debate, I spoke there and I said, I firstly complimented her, Mama Umhle, but Mama, you were wrong in doing so, doing 1, 2, 3, because it's very important for us, especially as young politicians, that let's have a new type of politics that are all centered. Number one, let's respect our elders. We may differ. I can state my point, but still with respect. Secondly, we need to be people that are driving the message of solutions instead of driving the message of just politicking.
All right. We'll continue the conversation with Vuyo Zungula. He is the leader of ATM. I think this year, 36, 37. How old are you now?
I think I'm turning 37.
Okay, 37-year-old leader almost of the ATM. It's time for the latest news headlines. We'll continue the conversation with him. Of course, I'll also take your calls on the other side of this.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, the Office of the Chief Justice has announced it will terminate the program in which retired justices are used in support of serving ones. This comes after a media report which stated that the retired Justice Zak Yaqub had been appointed to the Constitutional Court led to concerns. The acting Northwest Premier Nono Maloi says government alone cannot deal with the challenges that the province is facing. Maloi was speaking in Rustenburg ahead of the Deputy President Paul Mashatile's visit to the area. And political analyst Ibrahim Fakir says the DA's letter to the US could be seen as a scapegoat or an excuse for the party's expected poor performance in the upcoming general elections. The party wrote to the US to request it to send observers to monitor the May 29th general election. I'll have details on these and other stories at 11.
Taking a look at your markets this morning, the rand currently trading at 18 rand 72 to the dollar, 23 rand 86 to the pound, and 20 rand 37 to the euro. Markets in Asia closed mainly firmer. The JSE is lower in mid-morning trade. Markets in Europe are flat this hour. Gold is trading at $2,166. Platinum $934 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $85.10 a barrel.
The Talking Point with Kathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
We're in conversation with the African Transformation Movement. Its leader is Vuyo Zungula, and he is our guest for this Friday morning. Vuyo, I want us to talk about the last term. So your first time as a party in Parliament, your first experience leading this party. How would you describe perhaps the experience that you have had? And I also want you to perhaps reflect on part of the direction that the ATM has taken and the parties that you feel you have commonalities with, and that there is where you feel there's alignment, because one certainly did get the sense, throughout the Mkhwebane hearings, throughout the Phala matter, that there was very much a working together between yourselves and the EFF. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, but one did very much get the sense of that. So how would you describe the term and the parties that you feel now you are closer to as the term ends than you were at the beginning?
The expectation that we had when we got to Parliament was that it's going to be a place whereby you have MPs that are just focusing on what is best for the citizens. But when we got there, we found that Parliament is so partisan to an extent whereby if someone from the ruling party says something right, they'll always be heckled by, some members of the opposition and vice versa. Meaning it's not about what is in the best interest of the people. So that is what for us said, you know what, we can't enter into that space of being partisan in terms of our approach. We need to focus on the solutions that we would want members to be anchored on we would want the citizens to be anchored on those solutions. Now, whilst we were starting the question of Phala, we worked together with almost all of the parties. I think it was only the Freedom Front Plus and the Al Jamaa and the Good Party. So on that issue, we work together with almost 9 parties that are represented in Parliament. On the Mkhwebane issue, we had similarities with the UDM, PAC and EFF. On other issues, we find that we had similarities with the ACDP. But what we are as a party, we're a party that is embracing all different parties, because we believe that we need to work together as the parties in service to the people, and we'll never take a posture that is saying, for example, we are going to be anti-certain party. I remember when there was this discussion in Parliament with all of the opposition parties to say, let's find a way to work together. We went to those meetings, but we're very clear to say, South Africa, if there's any working arrangement with opposition parties, it needs to be a pro-South Africa arrangement instead of an anti-so-and-so. So that is why we could never fit in the Moonshot Pact, because the Moonshot Pact is saying, let's gather certain parties, we do not want certain parties. In our view, there's no way, Kathy, in which you could transform our country, lead our country, if you are going to be hostile to some of the parties that are representing some people, because even if a party has got one seat in parliament, that party in parliament is representing a certain constituency. So we need to work together. We had our fifth year anniversary celebration in Gqeberha, May last year. We invited all parties because we believe that we need to find a way to work together with the parties. Obviously, there will be issues whereby we're very close with the PAC because of ideological similarities, policy similarities, but that does not mean that we are anti-other parties.
In fact, it's interesting that you bring up that anniversary celebration that took place in Gqeberha. I think it was in May last year, because part of the conversation that took place at the time was also around the spiritual leader of the ATM. What is the correct description of Professor? Why are you laughing? How do we correctly describe him? Is he the spiritual leader of the ATM? Is he the...
He's the spiritual head of the ATM.
He's the spiritual head. That's the official position that he occupies, and so part of the conversation at that time was around how Professor Nongunga had at a certain time in our history wanted to be a voice that helped unite what was happening between the PAC, the ANC, and the IFP at the time. I think it dates back to around the 1970s. You would know that history better because you've grown up sort of in it. Is that still something that you would want to achieve through the ATM? That there would be a unification of voices, of political voices in this country. I wonder how you would go about it now because of just how polarized this politics has become. But certainly as it centers around these three parties that I've mentioned, is that still part of the vision for him at least?
The DNA of many churches is that they accept all parties, and for them they do not choose one party over another party. So that is why you find that within that DNA, then the message of wanting people to work together, focus on the bigger picture, will always find expression in them because, they are from that school of thought that there's no need for us as parties to fight, especially if you look at the history of political fightings, especially within those organizations. So that is why we have got a posture, not as a party, to say, let's not fight, let's rather fight the problems instead of fighting the individuals. So we are of the view that we need to work together. We need to find common ground. That is why we're even easily invited to different political party rallies and events. And equally, we also invite all of those parties to our events because we believe that at the basic level, as Abantu Abamnyama, let's find a way to work together, speak together. It does not mean that you are going to, close some of these parties, but it means, in our view, we would need to find a way to work together, particularly because we are of the view as a party that we need to change the constitution. We need a new constitution. But you can't do that if you are hostile to the IFP that has got a certain percentage in parliament, similarly to the EFF, PAC, and all of these parties. So that is why our view is, let's differ. If maybe we fundamentally differ on an issue, but where we agree on issues, let's find a way to work together. But let's not be hostile to one another because it does nothing for our citizens.
Are the parties that would historically have been campaigning in the churches that are represented, are they still given a platform to come and campaign today? Is the spiritual leader still praying for them and for things to go well for them in the country?
Yes, everyone. Last December, the Deputy President of the ANC, Mr. Paul Mashatile, was in our church service in East London. So we welcome everyone. So that is why we're of the view that people must be they are allowed to go and campaign in churches. They're allowed, even if a church is supportive of ATM, because we can't close doors for people who want to seek refuge in God. God has got His windows and doors open for everyone, so they can still come even when you can go.
Is there an expectation on the members of the associated affiliated churches to vote for the ATM? Because I just can't remember who our listener is out in the Eastern Cape. He would call at least once a month, and this was the claim he made. He said that his wife goes to one of the churches, right? And he said that they were told that they have to wear the ATM T-shirt. They were told that they have to vote for the ATM if they're members of the church. Is that true?
Members are always encouraged to vote for ATM. Even wherever I go, I always encourage members. Even in my family, let's say my father, uyakwazi usidibanisa as a family and encourages us to vote for the ATM. Even in the churches, the spiritual leaders of the different churches encourage members to vote for ATM, but no one is forced. If people were forced to vote ATM, trust me, would never received only 2 seats in parliament, because we've got churches with millions and millions of members. The reason why we got the number of votes that we have is because people took they've got their own conscious decision to decide whether to vote for ATM or not to vote for ATM. However, they will always be encouraged to vote for the ATM.
How does that encouragement take place? So, Vuyo, if you're on the podium on is church on Sunday or Saturday? Which day of the week?
7 days.
7 days of the week. Okay, so it's Tuesday night. Vuyo is on the podium, and you're encouraging your members to vote for the ATM. How does that happen? Does it happen before, after offering? Is it let us remember that in order to receive the full blessing of the Lord, we must vote for the ATM. How does it happen, Vuyo?
No, but if I'm the one who's speaking, it depends on the church that I go to. They may open a service even without preaching the word, ask me to preach, and obviously I would speak about what does God want. God wants people to live good, happy lives, and obviously I need to encourage people to say they need to vote for God-fearing people, because that is what they've been crying all about. It's troubling that you've got Christians that are going to be praying left, right, and center to say, God, please give us God-fearing leaders so that our lives can change. Here's an opportunity now with the ATM that has God-fearing leaders. The very same Christians are complaining. So we're of the view that people need to be encouraged that what they pray for. There's a story that is almost taught in almost all churches, that there was a woman who prayed for Jesus or a savior to come, and they came in this dirty man, and this woman said, no, Puma, I'm waiting for the savior. And later on, the woman got a revelation that the person that they chased away was basically the savior that she's been praying for. So we can't have Christians that are going to be praying for God-fearing and God-loving leaders. But when an opportunity comes for them to vote for such leaders, they don't.
Is it not spiritual blackmail?
It's not spiritual, it's spiritual enlightenment, because enlightening, you are making sure that people are enlightened to say, this is what they prayed for. And because they've been praying for this, they need to supplement their prayers with action. You can't, as a student, pray that you want to pass eskolweni, but after you are done saying amen, you don't open your books. Equally, you can't pray for a better country. After done praying for a better country, you sit back and you do not want to vote for people, leaders that have got the same spiritual or moral values as you. So that is what we've been trying to enlighten Christians in our country to say, vote for people that share the same values as one, because if you have leaders that are sharing the same values as you as a Christian, rest assured the governance and the manner in which the administration of the country will be done, it will be consistent with your own beliefs as a Christian.
All right, Vuyo, I've got lots of calls lined up for you. I'm going to go straight to the call lines. I'm going to ask, please, our listeners, let's try and keep it short, sweet, to the point. Let me kick it off in Standerton. Richie, good morning.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you, Richie.
Good morning, my leader, Vuyolwe Zumula.
Morning.
Yes, Seven Leader. Thank you, Katie. There's nothing much I want to say, but I have a complaint with the media house concerning the movement, the ATM. It's not given enough space to be aired. Majority of the time, it's given those bigger parties, those three parties that we know, the DA, ANC, EFF, and so forth. But our party, like in smaller parties, majority of them, they are not being aired, being talked about, and there's a lot of narrative that is wrong is being said by the analysis and the politician regarding the ATM. They're pushing the propaganda that is not helping the country the community to vote free and choose their correct party that sticks with them. Currently, in my view and in my understanding, we don't have a political party, but we have only one political party, that is ATM, African Transformation Movement, because it's speaking the right thing, the core thing that our nation in South Africa are yearning for and looking for a party that's going to be
Richie.
Directing the country. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for calling in, Richie, out in Standerton. That's part of the reason why we're having these conversations, Richie. Mzuvele in Pretoria, good morning.
I just want to have two quick questions. I just want to ask Vuyo, in terms of an African contest, can you show me at least one country in Africa where it has prospered in terms of Christian values? Only one country. Number two, I just want his view in terms of state capture. What is their position in state capture? That's it.
Thank you, Mzuvele. Ali Mafikeng. All right, we've lost Ali from Mafikeng. Mawande in the Eastern Cape. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Ms. Katie, and good morning to Mr. Zungola. I have only two quick questions. The first question is that, do ATM have structures in the provinces, that is provincial chairpersons and provincial secretaries? If do they have, why they are quiet in driving issues? You currently had issues that are being driven by him at national level. Then the second question, if after 29 May elections, the ANC can be less than 50, and the multi-party charter being less than 50, and they come to the ATM, both of them, which one would they choose as the ATM, the ANC, or the multi-charter party, and what would be the reason for the one that they are choosing? Thank you.
All right, thanks for that question. Ali in Mafikeng, you're back on the line. Good morning.
Good morning, Sister Casey. Point number one, I'd like to congratulate Mhlekazi Vuyo lapho for the value of respect, Casey. Sometimes I shrink within my skin if I hear people, a child of 5 years, Bona Mandela, Bona Zuma, I'm cool, I'm Tatomokolo, and then we listen to the news, and then it is reported in the news by Sister Casey that, and then it is reported that Zuma Mandela, but not in Tate. Not in Mema Casey.
We're using business language, Ali. We're using business language.
The business language throws out respect. And we teach the young ones who are listening to the radio, to the business language. Anyway, let me pass on that to Sister Kate. Well, I compliment Vuyo for the part of respect. Now, my question to Vuyo is, since they've got a spiritual head, unfortunately, with my spiritual father is in heaven, not on earth. Anyway, my question to him is, probably since they are a religious kind of a stuff, with a religious backing, I believe that Vuyo, in your religious setting and everything, you believe that you're going to change the national anthem to Amadlozi, Sikeleli Africa, and then Amadlozi is my shepherd, I shall not want. The ancestors are my shepherd, I shall not want. They lead me to the greener pastures. So I think with your Africanism, we're going to change the whole concept of westernization in the question of how we approach our spirituality. Not in court, not the God of heaven.
Ali, you know.
We should actually have a focus. Go ahead and go and change the Holy Scriptures and help us to understand that the ancestors are our shepherds, we shall not want.
Ali, I don't even know how you got there. Bye-bye. 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 Zig, you're in Randburg. Good morning.
Hello, Kathy. We've already got an African Christian party in our parliament, eh? and I'm quite complimentary, I must be, towards that ATM party that you're busy interviewing, because they've done much better than I would have expected from their founding father, Jimmy Manye. Nzwanele Jimmy Manye, who was a beneficiary of Gupta millions, and he founded this party. Now he went and left the party, and thus gave it great credibility from my point of view, because you could not have carried on a party under the likes of Jimmy Manye, who was obviously one of the destroyers of South Africa. Thank you very much.
All right, Zig, thanks for calling in. Yeah, an important issue that you're bringing up there, Zig. We're going to take a quick break. I'll give Vuyo an opportunity to respond when we come back.
The Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads, Community Safety and Transport Management will be conducting public hearings on Railway Safety Bill on the 15th of March 2024 at Babulia Community Hall, Naka Mudrimulema District, Okti Community Hall, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District, Wipilo Community Hall, Revilo, Dr. Ruth Sohomosi Mumpati District, and Jericho Multipurpose Hall, Jericho in Buchanala District. All hearings starts at 10 in the morning.
Hashtag SAfm Talking Point.
All right, we continue the conversation on the Talking Point. We're in conversation with Vuyo Zungula. He's the leader of the ATM. Vuyo, you've got lots of questions to get through.
Mr. Manye did not form ATM. He joined ATM in January 2019. That time we'd already launched our manifesto. We've already had structures. And when he left, even in the founding documents, he's not even there. So the fact that he left, you can't leave something that you have formed yourself. Also, we as a party believe that on the question of state capture, there needs to be prosecution of each and every person that has been found in the wanting. We can't be spending as a country so much money, but it does not translate into actual jail terms for the people that are found wanting. We've got structures all over the country. However, I think it goes back to the comment that was made by Urichi that we work so hard as a party. However, sometimes that does not translate into media engagements. But if a person were to follow our social media pages, they'll see the work that we've been doing. On the question of coalitions, we believe that we need to be program driven in the sense that these are the issues that we would want to focus on, and then once there are similarities, only then do we then agree to work together on certain issues. So we need a program of action that is people orientated instead of just clubbing with a political party for the sake of clubbing with a political party. We are spiritual as an organization, not religious, because we believe that the high level of worshipping or having connection with either Madlozi, God, is spirituality. So that is why we are spiritual. We also have faith values instead of Christian values, because Christian values sometimes may appeal to only the Christian population. But when it comes to the values that we subscribe to, they are all encompassing and all accommodative to each and every South African.
So how did you reconcile yourselves then with having Jimmy Manye as being part of your leadership when he was, of course, named in the Zondo Commission. He was really a key figure in terms of the corruption that took place with the Guptas, especially under ANN7.
We of the view that once a person has been criminally charged, a person has been found guilty of something, only then can you take a position on that guilt verdict. But in a case whereby there's a commission of inquiry, says, for example, that he may have been instrumental in doing 1, 2, 3. However, if there is no actual conviction or even a prosecution, we can't now say to people they can't take part in the contributing to making South Africa better because they've been named in a state capture commission. We are of the view, Kathy, that number one, having commissions of inquiries will always be there. But however, if that does not if there was something wrong, surely there should have been prosecution. There should have been court cases going on. There could have been actual conviction. But in the absence of prosecution, then we can't deny a person wants to contribute to our country.
So would the same still hold true then if we apply it to the ANC? And the number of individuals in the ANC named, fingered in the Zondo Commission report, some of their names are still part of the candidate list for the party. So you as the ATM then are not going to stand up and say, well, due to allegations of corruption, these people are not fit to hold office. That's not a position you'll take.
Our position has always been, like we answered now with the question of the state capture, investigate whatever that needs investigation, prosecute, so that the question of corruption is not something that is spoken about in the media. However, there's no actual prosecution, because if it remains like what it is now, whereby people are saying they've been alleged to have been part of corrupt dealings, but where is the prosecution? Where is the NPA? So we're of the view that if the NPA has got something on Mr. Manyi, they must go after Mr. Manyi. If they've got something on any of these ANC people, let them go after those people. Now, but we can't, in the absence...
But the point is that the allegation was not enough for you to say, we don't want you to be part of our leadership because you are tainted by this matter. You don't believe that the allegation itself is enough to say, well, then you should take a step back for leadership positions.
Well, politics in our country, the question of allegations, people make allegations left, right and center. I'll make reference to me. It was alleged that I received money from Mr. Magashule. If people were to go in accordance to those allegations, I myself would not even be where I am now. But if you're to look at the facts, I've never received money from Mr. Magashule. So that is why Tina was saying that people make wild allegations, especially in politics, with the sole view of discrediting one another. However, once we've got an independent NPA, that would take whatever allegations that are there and act on them, so that if a person has been alleged to have done some wrongdoing, let there be an investigation, a criminal prosecution, and like the courts need to pronounce on the matter.
So until then, people must be allowed to be in leadership positions?
Yes, they must be allowed. We can't be bound to that as just swayed by allegations.
So then why did you make such a big noise about Phala Phala? Because if this is the view, then it applies. It applies across the board.
Yes, that is why we said let there be investigation. We never said Mr. Ramaphosa is guilty. We said let there be an independent inquiry. An independent inquiry was done in Parliament and it found that there's a case to answer. Now that there was a case to answer, we are saying that Parliament should have gone in accordance to that advice of that independent inquiry.
Zondo also said that these individuals have a case to answer.
That is why I'm saying the NPA must investigate and charge.
But until then, they can lead.
They must lead, because without a guilt verdict, you can't deny a person his right or they are wanting to contribute to the country.
Okay. I want to take this WhatsApp voice note. We've only got time for one. Apologies for that.
Good morning, Osketi, and good morning to Mr. Zungula's friend, the tracker in the Eastern Cape. Osketi, now how do you separate the church and the politics of it? Because it looks like ATM, they got a lot of funding. Was some of the money being diverted from the church, or what is going on? These funders, what are they looking forward to get from, ATM? What's happening here?
We get our funding from the members, not an individual church. It is members who donate to the party. And what they are looking for is for the ATM to grow and continue fighting for the betterment of our society.
Vuyo Zungula, we're completely out of time. So how many votes are you hoping for this time around? Are you going to grow the party?
You know, growth is something that we are going to have as a party. The work for the past 5 years has spoken for itself, and we trust that South Africans will indeed vote for a party that is solution-orientated.
How many seats are you banking on?
Let's say above 200 seats.
Okay. It's just after 11 o'clock. Time for the latest news.
Independent and impartial. This is SAfm News.
In our top stories, enlistment of retired justices to be scrapped and Israel rejects latest ceasefire proposal. Good morning. The Office of the Chief Justice has announced it will terminate the program in which retired justices are used in support of serving ones. This comes after a media report which stated the retired Justice Zak Yacoob had been appointed to the Constitutional Court led to concerns. The Chief Justice Raymond Zondo clarified that Yacoob would only render a support service. Kenny Mapanga reports.
This said support service entailed reading new applications delivered to the Constitutional Court and preparing memoranda for the serving justices. Following a meeting to review the said program, it was discontinued. The Council for the Advancement of the South African Constitution has since welcomed this decision, adding that the use of retired justices to draft memoranda on pending applications would, in their view, pose the risk that they would be able to influence the views of the serving justices of the court, which would compromise their independence.
The acting Northwest Premier Nono Maloyi says government alone cannot deal with the challenges the province is facing. Maloyi was speaking in Rustenburg ahead of the Deputy President Paul Mashatile's visit to the area for the launch of Phase 3 of the Accelerated Service Delivery Program. According to Maloyi, the private sector such as mining should help government to create job opportunities. The Free State Premier Mxolisi Dukwana says low investment in the mining sector has affected the province's contribution to the country's gross domestic product. The province's contribution to the GDP stood at 4.9% between 2019 and 2022. During the period, the province's economy recovered from 0.1% to 1.5%. Dukwana was speaking in an interview with SABC News.
What we have seen in the mining sector, there's been a lot of disinvestment in the area, and that has affected the province's contribution to the GDP, and that is why the province has embarked on a program to ensure that we diversify our economy and take advantage of what we have, especially in the energy sector.
In election news, political analyst Ibrahim Fakir says the DA's letter to the US could be seen as a scapegoat or an excuse for the party's expected poor performance in the upcoming general elections. The party wrote to the US to request it to send observers to monitor the May 29th general election. The opposition party's move has been widely criticized, with academic observers warning that it's playing with fire by casting doubt on the integrity of the country's elections. Fakir elaborates.
To undermine a process politically, and politically as an actor, say that you don't trust the process is almost as if you are scapegoating and excusing yourself from what might be likely be a poor performance or poorer than expected performance, and say, see, we told you the process is rigged. The thing about the South African system is that it is both easy to make major mistakes, but it's also very easy to rectify them. And the space for actual major electoral fraud is actually quite limited.
And finally, Israel has rejected the latest proposal for a ceasefire in Gaza, saying the demands are unrealistic. Hamas reportedly presented the deal to mediators, which includes the release of Israeli hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners, 100 of whom are serving life sentences. The BBC's Anna Foster has more.
Israeli media reported Hamas's submission to the ceasefire talks as positive developments, but an official statement from the Prime Minister's office said it was still unrealistic. As Benjamin Netanyahu met families of those still being held hostage, he told them Hamas wanted to ignite the ground during Ramadan and said Qatar was applying pressure on Hamas for the first time. Hamas said its vision continued to include a withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza and the ability for Palestinians to return to their homes there.
Recapping the top story, the Office of the Chief Justice has announced it will terminate the program in which retired justices are used in support of serving ones. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Stay tuned to SAfm coming up.
TV licenses have developed a new GIS-linked national address database to ensure that we can communicate with all our valued license holders. We now have a visual of all licensed and unlicensed households nationwide in order to effectively communicate with you. We remind you to take note of our payment reminders and avoid paying penalties due to non-compliance or choosing to ignore your legal obligation to pay your license fees. We can communicate with all our license holders through cost-effective electronic methods, enabling us to collect license fees and continue to support the national broadcaster, the SABC, in accordance with Section 27 of the Broadcasting Act No. 4 of 1999 as amended. TV licenses. Pay yours. Make a difference.
The Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads, Community Safety and Transport Management will be conducting public hearings on Railway Safety Bill on the 15th of March 2024 at Babulia Community Hall, Naka Mudrimulema District, Okti Community Hall, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District, Wipilo Community Hall, Revilo, Dr. Ruth Sohomosi Mumpati District, and Jericho Multipurpose Hall, Jericho in Buchanala District. All hearings starts at 10 in the morning.
Luton Town and Nottingham Forest are caught up in the same predicament. They both want out of the current pitfall. The Hatters want to dish out instructions at Kenilworth Road.
Great boy Morris! A captain's goal from the man with the armband.
But the Tricky Trees have different notions to grab vital points on an away ground.
Has to be a goal from Hodges! Yes! There we go!
This is the Premier League. Luton Town FC versus Nottingham Forest FC on Saturday 16 March at 4 p.m. live on S3. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
The Talking Point with Kathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday. The Friday Wind Down. Kick off your weekend the right way.
Shanti, kufume na bapanti, besiti isani, kuntini hungega mtati, dati hunginte raiti, yena wangi, utago koni magi, tata kakambi, nasinko ebushanti, kufume na bapanti, besiti isani, kuntini hungega mtati, dati Kirati yena wangi utago konimagi
Dancing ngisahleli phansi komthi yadlula yona leyo ntokazi yakundi biyonga amanzi mayesanze emlanjeni yabaka mamnandi yalandela njengotlevo wasakhathini esondela amolo sami khamba nawe hello thixana ndivumele ndithethe nawe insika ekhaya lawanqanga ndiyinkosi lo ndikwenza inkosazana yami bamba isandla sami sokuba ngumama wabantwana bami ndiyazibuza mabusa umhleka ngawe ukhetha mna madodenga izabiza utata wami nawo biza utata wakho ahlale phansi bobabili bambusane
ebuhlanti uvume nabaphansi besithi isani kunzeni ungengamthathi dathi ngintirathi yena ongowami kodwa khona imali utata akandifufani inginte njalo inginte njalo
Samsala nam lavi
Hayandikazeye mnantibone Hai intombazane Intle njengaye Please ntombazane usundi mamele Ndithethinyani sithandwa undi chamile Ndithemsuku sithandwa sam Nantibonisiwe Nanawe baby sesitshatile Please ntombazane usundi kholelwe Ndithethinyani sithandwa ndikuthandile
The Friday Wind Down. Kick off your weekend the right way.
How do you know it is a Friday? Well, when you hear music like that on the talking point, you know, the week is done. The week is done. From here on, we put our feet up and we get ready to welcome the weekend. And what a great way to do it with a group that I believe needs little introduction. I don't know if I'm wrong. They might say, no, we're not called groups, we're called trios. We are a trio. I've got in studio with me today is The Soil. Good morning, The Soil. Welcome. It's such a pleasure to have you in studio. I have loved your music from the very first album. I think when the first album came out, I was just finishing high school. So I was like, oh my gosh.
My goodness.
So it was really amazing to see like these young people singing, and it's a cappella, which it just took it to the next level. The harmonies were amazing. So it's great to not only speak to you, but to also see the journey that you have all been on, and the fact that you're still making music and still making great music for us as South Africans. Ntsika, welcome.
Thank you, Kathy, for having us. Thank you so much. And good morning to your listeners as well. My goodness, I guess groups also works, trio also works, ensemble also works. Like Tina, we are not fussy. To that also, we love the fact that you've called it a journey, and each and every person that we bump into or engage with, they always have a moment when they encountered the soil and how it has impacted their lives. That those testimonies, they are fuel to us. They keep us going, and they are the reason why we cannot wait to always just gush out magical music, because we know that the purpose of it all, it is to heal people. And when we see people tell us that they're getting healed through the music, then we are living in our purpose for sure.
Lupindo, good morning.
Morning, how are you guys?
I'm well, thank you.
I'm good. I'm still like, oh my God, you are doing your matric.
Yeah, no, it wasn't even matric. It was grade 11 in 2004.
Oh my goodness!
I know.
Yeah.
People tend to think I'm much older than I really am. I give off those.
It's the
I've
maturity.
been around vibes, but actually,
it's also the wisdom. Also the.
Oh man.
So, I want to start firstly because one of the things that made that still make the soil so special. But if I'm thinking about myself, what also made it so special at the time is that you took what we as South Africans do so easily, so naturally on a day-to-day basis. But somehow you were able to capture it in a studio and put it in high quality music.
Oh, man.
How did that happen? Because there are a cappella groups everywhere in this country. You don't need to look far to find people that are in a group that can all sing, that sing good harmonies, that have like just these melodic sounds. And yet somehow you able to distinguish yourselves from the rest. How did it happen?
Sure, I guess it happened organically because even in high school when we started this group back in 2004, we were not even aware we were doing a cappella because as you rightly put it, in our culture, music is just bursting out into song is an everyday thing. Unduduzo Makhathini also coined it as umtemelezo. Nabo Makhulu, when they were putting us to sleep, they would just hum anything and just sing anything that had no form, quote unquote. But that was music. So fast forward to us growing up in Meadowlands in Soweto and moving to my parents' place in Proteatland, the art of harmonizing then started kicking in. We did not even want to be forefront. Speaking for myself, I didn't want to be a forefront singer. I always thought of myself as a backing vocalist because I enjoyed blending the harmonies. But man, when we then took it upon ourselves to take it a bit more seriously, we went into studio and we are perfectionists by default. So everything we recorded was of high quality.
So your youngsters who love music, who have grown up listening to music, now let's talk about when you have to have that conversation that says, okay, we are now doing this as a thing. It's not just for vibes anymore. This is going to be our lives. This is us. We're now going to be musicians.
Yeah, I remember that part. Me and Nonziga, we are blood brothers, right? So we went to Vaal University of Technology, and then we had to have that talk with the parents. Oh, that talk, it was crazy, But it was nice because our dad by then, he was a principal, so you can't tell them about education.
He was a school principal.
School principal. So it was very hard, but we had to tell him, no, give us only a year. We'll show you, okay, this is the way to go. But okay, if that doesn't happen, at least have a degree, and then you can come back. And man, it was hard, but it was nice way to go into the music and being serious about it. And God has been good. After that, we've been seeing flames in a good, greener pastures, actually.
At which point did it become a more formal thing? Again, because your brothers, it's just something that you could be doing for fun on the side at home, with your local groups, being asked to perform here and there. It could have been just a side hustle. So at which point did it become formal?
A turning point for us was in Orange Farm when we performed in a poetry session and we were paid $500.
I remember back then poetry was huge.
It was huge.
Why has poetry died, guys?
I don't know. Maybe it has morphed into, I don't know, something else.
There is no morphing.
I
remember a time, especially as young people, when you just hear,
What have been the streets? Got that punchline.
The snaps. Oh my goodness. So we got the snaps as well during that performance, but also something surreal happened. A large number of people in the audience cried. like they were really moved. And we were moved by that. I guess when we got home after having spent the 500 on quotas and using it to get back home, when we all got back home, we were like, something magical happened there. I think we need to really, really hone into this, sharpen it even further. And we went to Makanda Festival. We won accolades there as well. We got into the OV van, SAfm, got interviewed, and we were asked to come in studio, these studios.
Wow.
And Dr. Sipos Tole called live on air on SAfm to offer us a record deal. So we have a very beautiful bond connection with SAfm.
How do I not know this story? My producers are sleeping on the job. Lebo, I've always trusted you, but today you have let me down, Shem. You were the first one who was supposed to tell me this. What an incredible story.
Oh, my.
And thank you for sharing that. We're in conversation with The Soil. They are our Friday wind down guests. We're going to be bringing you more of their music, but also the reflections on of the journey that they have been on. We'll continue with that in a short moment. For now, we'll still bring you some music, in particular from the new album too. So let's go to Nkanyezi.
Dali, uwewe na wetu empilweni yami. Ubo bonke mnandikhetha wena. Inhliziyo yami yayo neli. Buhle bakho, bukhanya njengayimbali. Inhliziyo yami ifuna wena.
Nasemin kanya njengelan mihla namalang uhlezukay kanya njalo wena khanyisa nempilo yam wena kanya njalo wena khanyisa nomoya wam wena mazenethele umuntu wabakwazi ngalo wele mfuthu mwana ucela uthando wena Tikumalogazan Patela Tikumalogazan Tanjal Ganesi Sam ndiyabulela when you see Spanish sound Galesi yam
celebrating our music heritage right here on the Friday Wind Down.
Well, those are the soothing sounds of the soil, our Friday wind down guests for today. We're in conversation with Lupindo Ntsika and, of course, Theo. If you're wondering who Theo is, well, she's the latest addition to the soil. Good morning, Theo.
Good morning.
I know, when I say Theo, some people probably expected a guy to show up, right?
Yes.
Do you get that a lot?
Yes, I actually do. Especially for Uber. They're like, Aibo, are you Theo? I'm like, Aibo, we're expecting a guy. I'm like, no, there's girls.
Exactly.
There's girls.
Yeah, well, Theo, it's a pleasure to meet you too and to have you in studio. Before we continue the conversation with you, Theo, of course, the soil has gone through a transition.
Yes.
And it's not one of those that we can just overlook, glide over. When we were introduced to you, you had Buhle as the female in the group. What has happened? Yeah, the matriarch. Yes, the matriarch.
Yes.
And I mean, Buhle is incredible.
I mean,
her career has also just been phenomenal to watch too.
Yes.
I think she's one of the best vocalists that we have in this country.
Yes.
So what has happened to Buhle?
So, my goodness, the bombshell when she came to us and said, "Gents, I think this is where my journey ends." With what? No, with the group. No, you must be kidding. No, I'm for real. But why? Because I want to focus on my solo career. I want to do other amazing things. I want to spread my wings. I want to do and she has a space where she supports young choristers, queer community as well. She's doing amazing things. But of course, we've always been family. So it was shattering, like heartbreaking, gut-wrenching as well. But you then come to a point where you realize that also holding on and not letting her be is restricting her destiny from unfolding, while you also miss out on seeing how this world journey will unfold as well as it wants to turn a new chapter. And when we then decided that it's okay, we'll continue the legacy as you also continue on your thing, we then realized that actually in 2016 she had also left she took a spiritual sabbatical and we ran a competition which Uthio won back in 2016. So it was very, I guess, organic for us to reach out to Uthio and say, do you want to come in as a permanent member this time? And it's beautiful because Theo and Obuhle share a beautiful relationship. Even in her solo career, Theo was part of her band as well.
Oh,
so
fantastic.
there is that sisterhood, the handing of the baton, and this camaraderie that they share.
So when did the cut officially take place?
It happened just before putting out this new album.
When is that? When is that?
Just now in 2023.
That was last year.
That was last year. So we had to pause the album. We then had to re-look the music and then say, if Uthio is to say yes to us, then all these songs must have her verse and her voice. And we took a pause. We gave the music to Uthio. She found herself in the music. And today we are here, reimagined.
Okay, I didn't realize it was still that recent.
It's so recent.
It really, really is. How have you guys been doing? How are you coping? Are you okay?
No, we're okay. You know, we keep on keeping on. Yeah, man. Now we getting there, you know. And then we're just loving the energy that Uthio also is bringing. You know, she's got this honey voice, Joe. She's an angel. She makes it effortless when she sings, you know. And then she blends with us very well. She's a legend, this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in a moment, Theo, I'm not going to let the guys do the talking for you. The only reason they've been doing the talking is because they had to explain what has happened, right?
Yes.
And so don't worry, they don't get to speak for you. You will speak for yourself.
Okay.
It's 11:30 though. Time for the latest news headlines. We're back with The Soil, and of course you'll hear more from the newest member of the trio, the ensemble, the group. That's Theo after this.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, the search has continued for 12-year-old Umfariseni Nemungani, who was allegedly kidnapped outside the Mvele Zandivo Primary School in Soweto 2 days ago. The Office of the Chief Justice has announced it will terminate the program in which retired justices are used in support of serving ones. This comes after a media report which stated the retired Justice Zakir had been appointed to the Constitutional Court led to concerns. And voting has begun in Russia's presidential election, which is expected to secure incumbent Vladimir Putin another 6 years in power. Ballots will be cast over 3 days after polling stations opened this morning and will close on Sunday. I'll have details on these and other stories at 12.
The Friday Wind Down. Kick off your weekend the right way.
We continue the conversation on the talking point. The soil is our guest for today. Of course, it's a group of 3. You heard about the journey and also the transition from one of the previous group members, Buhle. She's now being replaced by Theo. Theo, I don't think it's easy walking into a group and it's like you're having to fill somebody's shoes.
Yep.
How have you been dealing with it, especially because it's still so fresh?
I think having Untsiga no Pindo by my side and them always reassuring me that this is not me replacing. Untsiga likes to say this is not me replacing someone, but me assuming my position, because I think we all believe that this was written in the stars. It was just a matter of time, and I think me winning the competition in 2016 was paving my way to this moment.
And tell us about your journey as a musician and getting here.
I started singing way back in high school. We actually had a group where we were singing Ingoma Ze the Soil. So they used to call us the oil, the cement in high school,
It really was. I want to know from that person. Okay, walk me through it. How did you get here?
So we used to sing their songs. I was a huge fan. And I continued doing a bit of music in varsity as well. And then while I was doing my second year, just at the beginning of my second year, that's when the soil competition was introduced. And yeah, I've never looked back. And then when Ubuhle came back to the soil, I had to step back, obviously, and continue with my studies. Then she decided that she wants to actually start her solo career, and she basically took me under her wing, and I became her backing vocalist, and now I'm here.
I'm so glad that the reason why this has happened is not because there've been some big fights behind the scenes.
Yes.
Maybe there is, and you guys just aren't telling me.
Not at all.
I'm comfortable with this narrative. I like this narrative, so I'm going to take it and run with it. I'm going to take it and run with it. Do not ruin my Friday. So, for you, Theo, again, you're the only female in this group of 3. And Theo and Lupindo are brothers. So it couldn't get more complicated than that, because they get to see each other, family gatherings, and fight about things and have conversations about things that you just are not part of.
Yeah.
How do you navigate that and make sure that they don't bully you? If they bully you, you must tell us. We'll deal with them quickly.
It's not even hard navigating it, because I didn't have older brothers growing up. They didn't have a younger sister. So when this thing happened, it was just, they take me as their younger sister, I take them as my older brothers, and they are just helping me as far as music is concerned and as far as life is concerned, so we have this sister brotherhood happening, and it's just so beautiful. I'm loving it. Whenever I make mistakes, they sit me down and say, "Hey, Ntwana, here you must fix 1, 2, and 3. Whenever I feel like one of them did something or said something I didn't like, I'm able to sit them down and say, hey, I didn't like this. How can we fix it? So it's just that sister and brotherhood happening.
Oh, that sounds absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So they don't bully you. Doesn't sound like it anyway. Yeah, but that was really moving. How you express it, but also just I was looking at your eyes as you were saying it, and I could tell that you fully mean what you're saying. What's your favorite song to sing together, guys?
Exhibit A. we can talk about it, but we can also show it.
You guys are going to show us?
Yes.
Oh, no, show us. We want to see. we want to listen, because I'm in studio. I get to see. If you're live streaming, if you're joining the live stream, we also get to see. But we want to see, and we want to hear. Want to see something. Want to hear something.
Yeah.
Malaika nakupenda malaika ningekuoa maliwe ningekuoa dada nashindwa na mali sinawe nakupenda malaika nashindwa na mali sinawe nakupenda malaika malaika Kathy, ow, Kathy.
Yo.
No, guys, this is not fair. This is not fair. No. You can't do that to me. And then you still expect me to come back and say something already. Yeah, my gosh, girl.
Oh, yes.
That first line. I mean, the runs on that line. Woo!
Come on.
I was taught well. You were not playing with us.
Nah.
She's here.
Sure.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Okay. All right. Guys, I love music, and I love I think when you get to hear the authenticity in people's voices, and that was absolutely beautiful.
Thank you so
see, I can't contain myself. The minute you see my producer running around, because he can see that we've lost her. She's gone. Not coming back until Monday morning. Not coming back until Monday morning. Okay, so Kaylee, I need time to contain myself. The soil doesn't need time to do anything. What we need them to do is sing a little bit more for us, which is exactly what will happen. I'm going to take some of the WhatsApp voice notes that our listeners are sending through. Of course, you also have the opportunity of calling in. You can dial our studio line 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. 086 000 2032. We're taking your WhatsApp voice notes, text messages on 0614 104 107. If you're flawed like me, it's okay. You don't have to. Don't lift yourself up from the ground just yet. It's okay. Stay there, because the soil is going to give us more of their music. First, let's take some of the WhatsApp voice notes that have come through.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAfm. Leading the conversation.
That's an angel singing right there. Wow, that is beautiful. Woo!
Hey, Oskethi. Hey, guys, the soil. Great guys there that you have, Oskethi. I once saw them when I was VUT 2012 and around there. Their tickets were selling only for 20 rand. Little did I know that a year or so later I'll be paying a quiet amount to watch them performing. But a great musicians, and yeah, they must just keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Yeah, your tickets definitely don't go for 20 rand anymore. Those days are long gone, eh? At the time, you were grateful that they were being bought for 20 rand. Not anymore. Not anymore.
Yeah, well, the soil. What a great, wonderful group of people those guys are. I mean, they're so soulful and spiritually gifted. You can tell that just by the way that they handle themselves, that they are very, very special. I haven't met them as a group, but I have met Nzika once at the Motherland Studios. Yeah, what a great, humble individual this guy is. And unfortunately, as late as it was for me, that's when I started following them greatly, because I just got so drawn to the guy. He's so warm, he's so humble, he's so down, he's just peaceful, man. Yeah, I just wish the guys everything of the best, and may they prosper. May they prosper and continue to heal South Africans through their art. I really do respect them. Big ups.
Oh man,
salute for you.
Beautiful. Lupindo, is he a peaceful guy? Does he like?
No, he is.
I'm not happy with how long. I'm not happy with how long you took to answer that question. No. This answer does not.
No, Mamela, he is. He's very kind. Very, very kind.
No, but peaceful.
Peaceful.
He's peaceful also. Yeah, very kind and peaceful.
The question was, is he peaceful?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Yeah, he tries. He has his days.
You know, I can imagine your parents probably had their hands full with the two of you in the house. Theo,
yes, ma'am.
Isn't Zika peaceful?
He is. He tries.
I'm joking.
Okay. He's very peaceful. He's a strict person, but he does it. You know,
the reason why he's strict is to keep the peace.
Yeah.
So because
I guess.
Okay. I think after this conversation, you guys need a group debrief.
A very strict debrief.
Don't say that.
You need a serious debrief session.
So we have
so that you can talk about what are the issues. You know, just give everybody a fair opportunity to talk about what's in their heart.
To air their emotions.
You know, just so, and for that briefing, the rules must stay at the door. You know, it can be you have 5 minutes, you must finish, get to the point.
No.
You know, they must just have that freedom, because you can see, Gucci, there might be some issues.
Some issues
you know,
underlying.
Exactly. So. I want to. I like this question that's coming up because I think it's very relevant, especially for the brothers.
I can see this is my Connors from Johannesburg. Great to hear from those gentlemen in your studio, the soil. I had them when they were at Makanda Festival. I don't remember which year was that, and they were really coming up to become a group that's going to be recognized. And from that time on, they've never looked back. I can see that. But one question that I wanted to ask them is those two that are brothers, blood brothers, how do they get on together, especially when it comes to serious stuff than like business of singing? Many people that are blood brothers and sisters, they actually get to fight about the issues of singing, and normally the groups break because of that. So how did they manage to get on together from 2004 until now? Thank Kathy. Have a wonderful day.
Pete, do you want to take that before
you go in?
Before you tell me that.
Ntika's obviously touched by the fact that nobody thinks he's peaceful.
No, no. I'm touched by the voice note. Also moved by the humor that we have. I also feel, to the question asked, myself and P, we have different personalities. Yeah. And the reason why we keep going so strong is because we continuously acknowledge those personalities, that we are so different, so much that we are so common in a way that we approach the music, the gift that is shared amongst us, channeling this sacred music together, and also having the same bloodline. But OP is mischievous, and me being the strict person that I am, so we always, always, if not often than not, butt heads around his mischievousness, which I will not say because I'm younger than him, right? But I always have to assume this older brother role to him, but he doesn't even like it at times. It shuts me down. It's defensive at times, but it's part of being genuine. It's part of being honest with ourselves. Mind you, your vibes are not giving progress, Chief. You must reconsider, and then but similarly, he does that to me as well. When I'm in my fields and in my ways, and I'm type A, by the way, when I see something, I lock in on it, and at times I find it hard to hear other inputs, but he calls me out and says, you are a genius. Your compositions are amazing, but maybe you don't need a chorus here. You need a bridge. Hey, I find it hard, but when I then listen, and it's with life and every other aspect of it, but that's the relationship that we share.
Okay, P, what do you have to say for yourself?
The other thing is, being brothers is something nice, man, because we also have two more brothers, you know. But mina nonsika vele sikhule sam because we are 11 months apart. So unsika beka stout, you know, so he would do something and then he points at me. When my mother is asking, who did this? Like, Pindo. So I would take everything, you know, the beatings and stuff. But we made it a plan to go to know, no matter what, so far so, you know, we got this together. We're going to push it. And one thing I like about us, the group, we call a spade in a nice way, you know. If you are flop, we are flop. If you're not doing great, you're not doing great. So whatever you do on the left, you must do on the right. And then we must stay positive and push. And push and push. It's not about attitude. It's about the man of holding yourself.
So the roles have sort of switched. He was mischievous when he was younger. Yes. Now you've taken over the reins.
No, they haven't. They haven't. No, they haven't. I mean, I've been this guy.
You are mischievous. Now you are saying he's mischievous. Can you see? This is the dynamic, huh? This is the brother dynamic.
Yeah, it is.
Theo, how do you manage these two?
Hey, sometimes I just block them. Hey, I shut them out. I mute them, you know, so that they deal with their things, you know. And then when they are fine, we come back. We summarize everything and we move.
That's the best place. That's the best way of dealing with it. You don't want to get drawn into this because there's 4 of us in the studio. No, actually 5, because we've also got our technical team for the streaming. There's 5 of us in studio, but it feels like there's a bubble between the 2 of them, right? Sometimes in the conversation, there's literally a bubble where just the 2 of them existing. We're in conversation with The Soil, and it is the Friday wind down. You're going to hear a bit more of their music, and of course they're going to have to sing for us again before we close off. Naturally, they will have to. They're the ones that set the expectation, so now that we want more, they must deliver for us. Of course, we'll also bring you more of your WhatsApp voice notes.
And we would buy 500 cars, and we would buy 500 more. So sell your car call for the best price, and we won't think about it twice. We buy cars, we buy cars. Da-da-dun-da-da-dun-da-da-dun-da-da-da-da. We buy cars, we buy cars. Da-da-dun-da-da-dun-da-da-dun-da-da-da.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Motsepe Foundation Championship side Milford FC wants Stellenbosch FC to suffer the same heartbreak as Amakosi. Yet Stellies are confident that their Stallions have reached a cul-de-sac. This is the Nedbank Cup Last 16. Experience the unmatched passion of Ebola La Samzansi. Milford FC clashes with Stellenbosch FC this Friday, 15 March, live at 6:30 p.m. on SABC Plus and SABC 3 at 7 p.m. Also available on SABC radio stations and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Whether we are at the workplace, within communities, at school, or with our friends and family, we all need to demonstrate the kind of responsibility that we would like to see in our country's future. SAfm commemorates Human Rights Month. Hashtag SAfm Talking Point.
Alamanzi siwaselayo siwanikwe kuwe lokukutya sikutya sikuphiwe kuwe nalamanzi siwaselayo siwanikwe nguwe lokukutya sikutya sikuphiwe nguwe. Amen, 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 amen,
I can understand why the people in Orange Farm cried that day.
Oh, yeah?
I can. Oh, my God.
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely beautiful.
Thank you
that was
so
incredibly moving. Thank you so much for sharing your music, for sharing yourselves with us. Oh, my word. What an honor. What an absolute honor. Okay, so we've got 5 minutes left before we have to wrap things up. Tell us about the latest album that you guys have released. Who's going to do that? Theo? Oh, who's doing it? Okay.
Unzika will do it.
Spokesperson.
The spokesperson.
The album Reimagined is truly an amazing body of work. It is as sincere as what you've just experienced now. It's a huddle up and let's pray type of album. It's a it's an environment, a spiritual one at that. And I feel the 7-year hiatus that we took is the reason why it is so rich, the album. It is so conversational. It also touches on heightened ways of loving people that mean a lot to you, that transcendent love. And if you happen to have a partner and you've experienced rocky times when trust was broken, there's a song that also speaks to that. It's so relatable. There's a song that we featured Dr. Nduduzo Makatini on, titled Ketamna. You know, it speaks about our callings and knowing very well that when you're called to this space of healing, your gift also has burdens on top of it by just virtue of you existing. And if you were to do a redo with God, and he were to ask if you still want this gift, yes, you would say, yes, please, Ketamna, yet again, having known all of that. So it's a true, amazing album. I call it the Grammy awaiting album because it is truly that amazing. I feel like it's the best work by far that we've ever channeled.
And I guess that's why he's the spokesperson. That's why there's not even a debate.
Okay. Hi today.
Big brother vibes coming. Big brother. All right. Let's talk about the work that you're going to be doing in the next couple of months, maybe weeks, months.
Yeah.
You as a group, what can people expect? And also, where can people follow you, your social media pages? Now, all three of you are going to have to do it in the 2.5 minutes that remain. So you must see how you're going to split that time amongst yourself. Okay. Let me kick it off with Theo. Who wants to go first? Theo.
I'll go first. So we are currently on a tour. It started in Cape Town. We're doing Cape Town last week, right? And on the 26th of April, we are heading to State Theatre in Pretoria. The tickets are available at Web Tickets. After that, it's Gqeberha on the 31st of May, and then other dates they can find on our social media platforms. Yeah.
Yeah, and the social media.
And you also and your my social media is Theo Machoba across all of them.
Okay. And remind you, this is a national tour, so we're coming to you, Durban, name it, Nelspruit, name it. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're coming for you. This is Lupindo Nganga. My socials, it's Pindo the Soil. Yeah.
Wonderful.
And the group socials are at the Soil Music. At the Soil Music. That's where you book us for weddings, for baby showers. Yes. And when we get the next booking, you give me your share because you're not pushing the group.
Just the group leader, to be the one prefect. The group prefect. So what is it? The Soil?
At the Soil Music. One word.
At the Soil Music.
At the Soil Music.
So after all is said and done, forget Theo, forget Lupindo. At the Soil Music. Okay. All right. We're going to. Okay, who's this now? What's going on? Okay, let's play this voice now.
Wow. Thank you guys for playing that song, that prayer song. It's gonna help Mushasheko because she doesn't pray when before she eats. She just eats. And
we are here to
Neo as well. So today they are saved.
Yes.
At prayer. Yeah. It's also covering them.
Yes.
I like you guys. I like you all. The Soil, as well as you, Moshashecho and Lebu.
Okay, I don't know how I'm catching strays, but okay, no, it's fine. I will take it.
Yeah, we are happy to help.
Gents and lady, it's been such a pleasure having you in studio. Thank you so much for your time. They are the Soil. It is the Talking Point, the Friday Wind Down edition. We've come to the end of our show. Talking Point back with you again Monday morning between 9 and midday. Up next is the update at noon.
#SAfm Talking Point.
o'clock on Friday, the 15th of March 2024. A very warm welcome to Updated Noon here on SAfm, leading the conversation. I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
The Blair Gowrie system is recovering well. We expect it to, within the 24 hours, to normalize to top water levels.
Joburg Water says it's making significant progress in restoring water supply to the affected areas, and we continue to reflect on the failed SAA Takatso deal. Coming up in sport,
South Africa dropped down to 4th in the medals table at the Africa Games, and the mighty mega Milford FC returned to the Nedbank Cup.
Oh, you so enjoyed that. John Hirica, more details later in the show. And of course, we love to hear from you. Tell us your thoughts. You can write to us via X or Facebook at SABC News_radio or using the hashtag Updated Noon. You can also write to us on SMS on 41391. It is charged at R1.50 per SMS. Or send us a voice note. 0826923909 is the number to dial. Well, these and more stories coming up on this Friday edition of Updated Noon. First, though, the latest news with Ann Musa.
SABC News, independent and impartial.
Thanks, Sakina. In our top stories, search for kidnapped 12-year-old continues and voting underway in Russia's presidential election. Good afternoon. The search has continued for 12-year-old Mfariseni Nemungani, who was allegedly kidnapped outside the Mvele Zandibu primary school in Soweto 2 days ago. His parents became frantic when the driver, who was expected to fetch him from school on Wednesday afternoon, informed them that he could not be found. A missing persons case has since been opened at the Maroka police station. Recently released Gauteng police statistics for the period October to December last year show that 77 people were kidnapped for ransom during that period, 7 of them for human trafficking purposes. The missing child's father, Solomon, says they fear the worst.
Very bad. Last night I didn't even sleep, because I don't know what happened to my child, whether I'll find it alive or not, It's a trauma to me. As a father, I'm trying to be strong, Whether I'll find it alive or find it dead or I will find it, that is my fear. So just pray that we must find it alive.
Gauteng police spokesperson Brenda Muradili says they've allocated resources to the search for the boy. The Office of the Chief Justice has announced it will terminate the program in which retired justices are used in support of serving ones. This comes after a media report which stated the retired Justice Zak Yaqub had been appointed to the Constitutional Court led to concerns. The Chief Justice, Raymond Zondo, clarified that Yaqub would only render a support service. Kenny Mapanga reports.
This said support service entailed reading new applications delivered to the Constitutional Court and preparing memoranda for the serving justices. Following a meeting to review the said program, it was discontinued. The Council for the Advancement of the South African Constitution has since welcomed this decision, adding that the use of retired justices to draft memoranda on pending applications would, in their view, pose the risk that they would be able to influence the views of the serving justices of the court, which would compromise their independence.
The Plattenberg Regional Court in the Western Cape has sentenced a parolee to life imprisonment for another rape of a minor. The National Prosecuting Authority's provincial spokesperson, Eric Ntabazalila, says Randall Boyson was convicted in 2019 after he confessed to raping an 11-year-old child who was on his way home from school. He says the court has heard that the accused was previously convicted on another count of rape and was on parole for that incident when he committed the current offence. Angry residents of Virginia and the Free State are demanding urgent action from Machabeng municipality. They've been without water for over 3 weeks. Some blame the ongoing municipal workers' strike for the situation. Residents say service delivery has been severely affected. Schools have been forced to release children early. Voting has begun in Russia's presidential election, which is expected to secure incumbent Vladimir Putin another 6 years in power. Ballots will be cast over 3 days after polling stations opened this morning and will close on Sunday. It was at a grand military awards ceremony last December that Putin told the Russian public he would stand for the presidency for a 5th time. The BBC's Steve Rosenberg has more.
It's a bleak and barren political landscape which all but guarantees Vladimir Putin another term of office, even though there are 4 candidates on the ballot. The other 3 cannot really compete with Vladimir Putin, and it's a situation he has engineered over his more than 2 decades in charge. All of his real effective popular candidates are either in exile, in jail, or are dead.
Recapping the top story, the search has continued for 12-year-old Mfariseni Nemungani, who was allegedly kidnapped outside the Mvele Zandibu Primary School in Soweto 2 days ago. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Well, very good afternoon, everybody. Thanks so much, Anne. And we'll have your headlines at the bottom of the hour. It is 7 minutes after 12. It is the Ides of March today. And it is, of course, Friday. So Martin Creamer will be in later on with another update from the coalface. Now, the Johannesburg High Court is expected to hear an urgent application by convicted murderer and rapist Thabo Bester and Nandipa Makutumana to interdict the broadcast of the documentary Tracking Thabo Bester by Showmax. This is set to be a 4-part docuseries, and it's expected to premiere today. Now, the pair, through their lawyers, have each approached the High Court to stop the airing of the documentary, as they believe that it threatens their rights. Entertainment giant MultiChoice, which owns Showmax, is opposing that application. So we've got our journalists watching that story, and we will bring you any further updates. We'll also speak to Khatatso Tlakudi, who is the former Director General in the Department of Public Enterprises, who says that the allegations of an irregular selection process and the undervaluation of SAA assets to unfairly enrich selected oligarchs should be spotlighted. Tlakudi blew the whistle. You will remember about this deal. He was fired in June after an inquiry was held in terms of the Public Service Commission over his allegations of corruption on the part of Minister Pravin Gordhan. So we'll speak to him about the latest developments and the fact that this deal between SAA and Takatso is now off. And then Joburg Water will give an update on the systems that were affected and incidents that occurred at the Aikenoff pump station. Several areas in Johannesburg have, of course, been without water for over 2 weeks. We've been tracking these stories about water supply and water shortages, so we'll just check in there, and, of course, some court stories as well.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAfm.
Now, former Department of Public Enterprises Director General Khatatso Tlakudi says that Public Enterprises Minister Pravin Gordhan should be held accountable for the failed SAA Takatso deal. Now, Minister Gordhan announced the termination of the Takatso Consortium's 51% takeover of South African Airways. Now, Takatso said in its response to the announcement that the magnitude and materiality of the proposed changes had made it clear that the transaction would possibly need to be resubmitted to the Competition Tribunal. We speak now to the former Department of Public Enterprises Director General Khatatso Tlakudi, who was opposed to the deal during his time at the department. Mr. Tlakudi, good to have you. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Good afternoon, Sagin, and thank you very much for having me on your show.
Let's start by going back, Mr. Tlakudi. First off, your opposition to this Takatso SAA deal. Talk to us about where that stemmed from and where, in your view, this whole process of finding an equity partner for SAA derailed?
Well, it's coming out of 2020, Sakina, obviously the business had been in business rescue. We had a new board that came in. And in 2020, we had received expressions of interest, which we went through with RMB after the National Treasury had indicated that they will not be putting any funds into SAA beyond restructuring. So we had, in January 2021, 5 entities, 2 that came out of the RMB process and 3 that came out of the direct approach to the department. And we handed over that process to the board when the new board had been brought in at the end of 2020. So on the 14th of January, we handed over to that board. Instead of that process being allowed to run its course, and I believe that if that process had been allowed to, would have been able to bring in a credible strategic equity partner into SA. The Minister of Public Enterprises opted to go and set up this marriage between Harith, Ceramics, and Global Aviation to set up Takatso. And that's where things started to unravel. And of course, such a process could not be defended. As a chief accounting officer, ultimately, I'm the one that have to sign off on these things. I felt uncomfortable about it, about that particular, and I expressed that discomfort. And of course, as it transpired during 2021, I got left out of the process. But as a chief accounting officer, they had to come back to me at the end of November. Once they have finished the negotiations, they had a share sale and purchase agreement. When they put it in front of me, I said, there's absolutely no way. This process may have run up to now with the stack out. So there's no way I'm signing this document. I did not, my first concern was obviously the value of SAA. The second question was obviously how this business was going to be paid, because there was no explicit detailing of how the money will flow into SA, the 3 billion rands that had been set out. There was an expectation that government will put 900 million rands into an escrow account controlled by Takatso for any other risks that may have not been foreseen during the restructuring of the business. And in March of 2022, I had a meeting with Takatso and the minister, and I was saying, tell me, how do you quantify this 900 million rands? Where does it come from? How can they just give you cash like that? So literally things snowballed from there and obviously got worse from there, and we know the rest of the history.
We know it, but it took some time to unfold to the point where we are now. So essentially, if we look back at the RMB process and what happened there, you're saying that Takatso was not in the picture at all at that point.
Exactly. Takatso was not in the picture with the process of RMB. The only expression of interest that Harith, not Takatso, Harith had put in was for Mango airline. So that was it. So they were never, and coming out of that process, they were not shortlisted by RMB to say, department, take this process further. And remember, RMB had opted to pull out, so they did not conclude the work. And in actual fact, they didn't even ask to be paid. And I think that those are some of the details that unfortunately are not being communicated to the South African public. And it was the right thing at that particular moment to say the board, in terms of the companies that are now in place, take over the process. So I reiterate that was not in the 5 entities that were handed over to the board of SA.
So in terms of the RMB process that was then taken over by the board, was any due diligence done on those that had expressed interest?
We had discussions with them, obviously, to determine how they intend to fund this particular transaction. The one entity that was quite explicit with regard to having the funds was a consortium of Lufthansa Consulting with AA, which is based in Luxembourg. They said we have £6 billion of funds from which we can be able to fund these transactions. The others had brought along with them, as part of the consortium, financial funding of entities that would go into the market and raise the funds. They didn't have the money at that particular time.
You mentioned Mango, and interesting what had happened to Mango as well, because Mango was the airline that took to the skies after the airways were open post-COVID. But then Mango was grounded. One of the things I explicitly remember around that time was Mango crying for the money, the business rescue practitioner wanting the money that was meant to go to Mango from SAA. I don't know if you remember that.
Well, they never took to the skies. Yeah, but what happened was that it was put into business rescue, and the National Treasury provided 2.7 billion rands, and about 600 million rands of that was towards Mango to restructure itself and obviously to then find a new equity partner going forward.
But they were flying at the time. They were operational at the time. That was post-COVID, were they not?
I don't. Sorry, my memory is not secret, but I don't remember them taken to the air. But what I do recall is that they had staff on their books that obviously had to be sustained to maintain the license while they were looking for a business rescue partner. There was an intention by the business rescue practitioner to get the airline up and going. My apologies.
I will look into that as well, because I suspect, I seem to remember that Mango was flying post-COVID, but then that was brought to an abrupt halt. And then there was money, the 600 million that you mentioned, that I remember even the Cabin Crew Association and the unions were crying about, asking why that money is not being released to Mango. So it almost seemed as though Mango was deliberately, being put down. And at the time, my suspicion was because you couldn't have two low-cost carriers in the same stable after the Takatso announcement. So there was already Lyft, and then you had Mango along with SAA. So one of them had to die.
Well, I do recall the organized labor raising that concern with us. And of course, there was a very clear conflict with Lyft being in the other stable. The process that was supposed to have run was obviously for Mango to be independent, and obviously took the business rescue to find its own partner. It's really unfortunate that process did not go as intended. As you know, there was obviously a huge court case that brew around that.
So now the Mango issue has also come back to the fore, the business rescue practitioner having done his work there. And I raise that because this is all about accountability. And it's not just about saying, the deal is off the table. There were a lot of consequences as a result of the decisions that were made at that time. People lost their jobs.
Exactly.
So we can't just walk away and say, oh, it didn't happen, so it's fine, let's move.
And that's what I have called for, and also in the letter that I wrote to the Speaker, to say the public enterprises portfolio commission must complete its work. And in my presentation to them in June last year, I said we need a proper an ad hoc committee to investigate with the power to subpoena and cross-examine witnesses, so that we can get to the facts, so that in the future the state does not repeat these sort of mistakes. And these are mistakes that are born, unfortunately, of one man's ego.
So I'm just looking. I was trying to see a Mango. The date that comes up is July 2021, and I think the deal was announced in May. The Takatso SAA. When was that announced? Wasn't it in May of 2021?
It was. I think it was around June 2021 when they announced as a preferred SCP.
Yeah. So those timeframes are very interesting, and obviously these are things that we, as the South African public, and especially those who were directly affected, the workers at these airlines, need answers to. We spoke to the Portfolio Committee chairperson on the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises, Mr. Kaya Makatla, yesterday, and he indicated that the investigations into allegations made by yourself will continue. So what further communication have you had from Parliament, and also what do you want to see the authorities deal with in this matter?
Well, I had communication yesterday, obviously, with the Speaker trying to locate the letter that I wrote to her. This morning, I believe they eventually managed to locate it. But I have not had anything substantively beyond that. What is needed is that Parliament needs to do a proper investigation and find out exactly how this process was handled, whether this process, the way it was handled, was legal, and whether there were any irregularities. And of course, I've put forward allegations to say that there were irregularities in how this whole this whole transaction was handled, and these were deliberate irregularities in that even with advice being given to the minister, he still opted to go the way he did.
So as we end the conversation for now, could you kindly just repeat for us what you believe went wrong?
Well, the process was literally hijacked to benefit a particular business people that were chosen by the minister as strategic active partners for SAA. Number two, the value of SAA was deliberately brought down, informed by evaluation done by the buyer instead of the seller. Thirdly, there was no proper due diligence to ensure that this preferred SEP can be able to consummate this particular transaction. Obviously, what compounds matters in all this is all the other cover-ups and shenanigans and character assassinations, including obviously what was the attack that was directed at me to say I was corrupt when I came forward, and that obviously I lost my job in the process. So all these actions need to be properly investigated. And obviously people must be held to account, and if it is done properly, Minister Gordhan will be found wanting. Some of my colleagues in the department, for instance, the acting DG Mudisani signed the share sale and purchase agreement, which was flawed, despite me before I went on sick leave having written to the minister and detailing the flaws in there. She signed it. So she must account for that. We have the head of legal services, Mr. Melanchil Makobe, who has gone out and lied to the South African public, including to yourself, talking about a technical committee that evaluated transactions. Those people must be held to account. That's what needs to happen, so that we don't have this. We don't have this state capture thing raising its head over and over again in this country.
And just finally, is this not retribution on your part? Are you not trying to retaliate for being fired from the Department of Public Enterprises? Is this not personal between you and the minister?
What do I stand to gain from all this? As it is, I think I've lost enough from all this. What that I'm asking for, and the AG has asked for this, is that we need to have a proper process in place that will ensure state assets are handled properly, even in incidents where these assets have to be sold off. And by the way, you have jogged my memory something that you said. Indeed, Mango did operate.
Yes,
and
I seem to remember that. I seem to remember that. It's a Dakato deal that has now been called off.
East African guest nation Tanzania and 2021 runners-up want to convert their silver medal to gold. But the Angolan outfit says they won't go down in their own region. This is the COSAFA Beach Soccer Championship 2023. Experience the sand contest between Tanzania and Angola at the South Beach Arena in Durban this Sunday, 17 March 2024 at 10:30 a.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
Please let us know your thoughts. You can write to us or you can send us a voice note. It's 25 minutes after 12. Now, it still remains unclear what exactly is behind the recent underwater cable outage. Now, telecommunications experts say that it may even take up to a few weeks to locate and repair cable break if that is in fact the cause. Now, this as millions of South Africans have been battling with internet issues since yesterday when multiple outages on undersea cables caused serious downtime. The affected cables include West Africa, parts of parts of Europe and the Middle East. And Vodacom has also confirmed that the undersea cable failures were affecting our country's network providers, including Vodacom, with customers experiencing intermittent connectivity issues. So for more on this, we join on the line by the founder and CEO of Worldwide Works, Arthur Goldstack. Arthur, good to speak to you again. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Good afternoon, Sakina. Good to speak to you and your listeners.
So, Arthur, please break this down to us, like in layman's terms, as simply as possible. What is going on?
So most of South Africa's internet access and therefore our internet traffic is coming and going, in other words, what we download and what we upload, via undersea cable.
Uh-oh. That break got us there. So we are just hoping that Arthur will connect again there. But yeah, these are the sort of problems. And I can't say this one specifically is down to what we've been experiencing since yesterday. But yeah, we have been experiencing problems. And at first I thought it was just me, but turned out later when I saw it trending that there was a bigger problem. Arthur, so sorry about that, but we have you back. You were still explaining to us what's going on.
I think even this connection is affected by the outage because all the mobile networks are affected because their traffic and their internet access goes via the undersea cables. Even if we're talking to each other here in South Africa via local connections, a lot of that traffic is still routed via these undersea cables. And when the cables go down, if a service provider's communication and their traffic and any let's say a bank or even a gaming company's traffic goes via that cable, then suddenly you don't have any access. What happens then is the traffic gets rerouted to another cable, but that can take a few hours. And when there's multiple cables out, then it becomes a problem if the owner of the site or the service doesn't have a contract to reroute their traffic over another cable.
So to that point, what are the options for what we are experiencing now? Are there cables that they can reroute to?
Yes. So what happens, for example, the SEACOM cable that runs up the east coast of Africa has an arrangement where their traffic automatically gets rerouted onto the Equiano cable, which is the massive new cable owned by Google. And that's the one everyone's now relying on the west coast of Africa, because 3 of the major west coast cables seem to have been cut, but the Equiano cable is still running. The weird thing is that many of the Google services are in fact affected by this outage because they are clearly running their content on multiple routes and through multiple data centers. So if those data centers are using the other cables, then it's going to be rerouted to Google's own cable, but they themselves seem to be severely affected by the outage. So what that tells us is that there's a knock-on effect. When cables go down, traffic gets rerouted, it creates congestion, and even those services on unaffected cables are likely to be congested as well.
So Arthur, how did these cables get cut?
That's the big question that everyone's asking at the moment. And there's 2 scenarios that have happened in the past that would explain this. When 3 cables like that get cut at the same time, it's usually because they run along the same path on the ocean floor. Because when the cables get laid down, ships essentially first survey the ocean floor and then lay down the cables. And they typically will find, you could call it the path of least resistance, the easiest route for the cables to run on the sea floor. And therefore, in many areas, multiple cables will run in very close to each other. So if something happens on the seafloor, like for example, the seafloor isn't flat. It sometimes looks like mountain ranges. And you might have a massive rockfall, for example, on the seafloor in those underwater mountains that then cuts the cables. That happened in the past off the west coast of Africa. And then you also get earthquakes on the seabed that we're not aware of because it's so far from land, but can have a severe impact and can, in fact, destroy the cables in those areas. But until they can send a ship to the area where the cable break seems to have happened to do a survey of what's going on the seafloor, they don't even know what's caused it, and they don't know what will be required to fix it. So it could take weeks.
And so that takes care and puts pay to some conspiracy theories that this could possibly be down to some geopolitical tensions. And at this stage, we're saying not likely.
It's very unlikely. And it's very unlikely that any, let's say, undercover activity would have the kind of resources it would take to physically break those cables so deep under the ocean.
Well, Arthur Goldstuck, thank you so much for explaining that to us. Founder and CEO of Worldwide Works, Arthur Goldstuck, speaking to us, and that explains why you are experiencing these intermittent cuts in your activity, and also why you're struggling perhaps to connect in certain instances. Let us know your thoughts, but right now, Ann Musa is standing by with your headlines.
Thanks, Sakina. Good afternoon. In the headlines, the alleged confession of one of the accused in the Senzo Mehiwa murder trial has revealed that he was called to assist in the contract killing that singer Kelly Khumalo is accused to have ordered. Khumalo was Mehiwa's girlfriend before he was shot and killed at her mother's house in October 2014 in Vosloorus, east of Johannesburg. The search has continued for 12-year-old Mfariseni Nemungani, who was allegedly kidnapped outside the Mvele Zandibu Primary School in Soweto 2 days ago. And the Free State government says various road construction project managers' lack of urgency, a bad attitude and greed have prompted it to let the roads agency Sanral take over some projects. I'll have details on these and other stories at 1.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, it is a Friday, and we welcome Isak Widendal, investment strategist at Old Mutual Wealth. Good afternoon, Isak.
All right, good afternoon. So at the moment, the Rand is trading at 18.69 against the US dollar. JSE All-Share Index at 73,866 points, so still kind of moving sideways. So interestingly, this week, the gold price hit all-time high in US dollar terms. Today it's trading at $2,168. And that is obviously good news for South Africa, since we are a gold producer and a gold exporter, but no longer the biggest in the world. The title that we had for a long time, now we're number 8 in the world. And in fact, we're no longer even the biggest producer in Africa. We are now producing more gold than South Africa these days. And the reason is mainly because we've been mining gold for more than 100 years, and most of the easily accessible ore has already been mined out. So what remains is very deep, expensive, and difficult to get out. Though obviously it doesn't help that we have issues with infrastructure, load shedding, and so on. So Stats SA data came out this week, the mining production data, and it showed that if you look over the last 20 years, gold production in South Africa has fallen by more than 3/4. So yes, so we are still an important gold producer, but it doesn't play as big a role in our economy, not nearly as big a role in our economy as it did, let's say, 20, 30, 40 years ago.
Well, thank you so much, Isak. Isak Widendal is investment strategist at Old Mutual Wealth. Have yourself a fabulous weekend.
SAfm Sport with John Gericka.
Hello, John.
How's it?
Good.
I got a lot to talk about today, so let's go.
Go for it.
Egypt topped the tables at the Africa Games. South Africa dropped to 4th in the medals table after yesterday's action. 78 medals in total, 22 gold, 23 silver, 33 bronze. Only a couple of 3 medals won yesterday. Silver in the men's beach volleyball, silver in the men and women's team time trial on the cycling. Eritrea won gold in the men's, and Ghana won gold for the women's time trial. So big news there. Nedbank Cup action tonight. Milford FC take on Stellenbosch at 7 o'clock. Why are Stellenbosch nervous? Because Milford are the side that beat Kaizer Chiefs with just 10 men, showing their unparalleled skill and unwavering commitment in South Africa.
Did you just write that whole thing?
No, that was ChatGPT.
For me?
No, that was Chat. But yeah. We've got 1 million listeners, but that was written specifically for one person.
Of course you wrote it for me. Milford FC of all teams.
ChatGPT.
With friends like you.
Springbok Lockie Ebenestabeth became only the second player to win back-to-back SA Rugby's Player of the Year awards. It was recognised for a stellar season at the SA Rugby Awards last night.
To win that back-to-back is just makes it more special, but I always say that we play in the team sport, and our big goal was obviously the Rugby World Cup last year, and we achieved that. And I think there's so many quality players in that side. Anyone could have probably gotten this award, but for me to get it, that really special.
Springbok wing Kanan Moody also did the double. He walked away with the Young Player of the Year award. Libby Janssen van Rensburg cleaned up in the women's category. She was named Springbok Women and Provincial Player of the Year for 2023. Super Rugby results this morning. The Hurricanes beat the Crusaders. The Canes remain unbeaten with 4 wins in 4 games, while the once mighty Crusaders have lost 4 in a row. And the Reds thumped the Rebels 53 points to 26. The Reds move up to second. There's a 1 o'clock start for the Force against Moana Pacifica. Lungi Ngidi won't play in the IPL. He has sustained an injury from that playoffs of the SA20 last month. He's undergoing rehab at his franchise, the Titans. He's expected to return to play in the second half of the ongoing CSA T20 Challenge in April. That CSA T20 today is the Tuskers against the Northwest at 1 o'clock, then the Lions against the Titans at 6, and the Rocks against the Dolphins also at 6. Cricket on the go. Bangladesh against Sri Lanka in the second ODI. Bangladesh lead the 3-match series 1-0, and there's a T20 tonight at 6 as Afghanistan take on Ireland. Tennis news. Carlos Alcaraz stung on the side of his forehead when a swarm of bees descended on Indian Wells quarterfinal against Alexander Zverev. The match delayed for an hour and 40 minutes before the defending champion Alcaraz won 6-3, 6-1. Alcaraz will play Australian Open Yannick Sinner, who is now unbeaten in 19 matches in Saturday's semis.
I started to struggle a little bit more, but still, there was no way to panic. I was set and break up, even if he breaks me, we are even. So, the mindset I think was really good also today, and let's see what's coming in the next round.
World number 1 Iga Swiatek went through to the last 4 at Indian Wells as Caroline Wozniacki retired injured from their quarterfinal. Swiatek came from 4-1 down to take the first set 6-4 before Denmark's Wozniacki required a medical timeout. Former world number 1 played on but managed just one more game, which she lost before having to pull out.
Huge respect for her, and I'm sad that it had to, finish that way. But I hope she's going to be, recovering, and she's going to be ready for Miami.
American Coco Gauff will beat Maria Sakira in the semi-final after a 6-4, 6-3 win over China's Huan Yu. In golf, the Players' Championship is the big golfing this weekend. Jean de Chaffel, Rory McIlroy and Wyndham Clark all tied on 7 under par for first place. Clark explains just how difficult it is to play TPC Sawgrass.
For me, this golf course has always kind of given me some fits, but I think it's a course that as long as you just learn. I think you get more and more comfortable hitting, let's say, the second shot into 16, or more comfortable hitting the tee shot on 18, or even the shot on 17. And so after playing it now, I think 4 or 5 times, I feel just more comfortable out there. And when I got to those holes that normally gave me a lot of fits, I stepped up and hit good shots.
Christian Besaidenout is 4 off the pace. He's the best placed South African in 22nd. Eric van Rooyen 6 off the pace. He's tied 56th. And finally, this is an amazing story. Russian figure skater Kamila Valieva has been banned for a couple of years. She took illegal drugs, obviously. But the Court of Arbitration for Sport has revealed that she was given 56 medications, nutritional and dietary supplements by the Russian organization over a 2-year period from January 2020 to December of 2021. At the time, she was just 13 to 15 years old. None of those substances were on the banned list. She was given a 4-year doping ban for something else in January. But apparently, WADA's Director General Oliver Ngili said, "It's clear the taste of this case is very unpleasant when you see there was a choice made to sacrifice an athlete rather than indicating who actually helped her dope." But yeah, 56 different medications, nutritional and dietary supplements.
Yeah. And that seems to be a thing these days, eh? It's big
kids,
business.
Little 13 to 15-year-old.
Yeah, but if you've seen some of these kids, and especially some of the rugby boys and how they bulk up so quickly, have you seen that?
I was watching first team rugby and it's like, I'm glad I didn't play today.
Yeah, like
sponsors,
these kids, like, whoa.
So that's fine.
So all these supplements, the kids are bulking up like crazy.
Spending time in the gym is not right.
Yeah.
Let kids be kids. That's your sport. I'll be back tomorrow. I know we're explaining the sport of poker tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I enjoyed watching those poker tournaments.
Those poker tournaments. Oh, and we're doing the first time ever on South African National Radio. We will have a live chess match. I'm playing the winner of the school's chess match tournament.
Can you play chess?
I can't play at all. Well, I know, but I know that I'm going to be beaten, like, horrendously.
John, please. So, do you at least know?
I know how it works, but I'm not very good at it. So I'm going to play the best.
Why are you wasting this child's time?
No, I want to see what it's like. I want to see just how good that. We might have to do 2 games. It'll be that short, but it'll be the first time ever that we're doing a live broadcast of a chess match on National
Call the
Radio.
Guinness Book of Records. This might be.
It's going to be the shortest
chess game in history. Please, at least it will be good for that.
Don't say that we don't do exciting stuff on a sports show. Eh?
Hugely exciting.
Thrilling.
I'm sure this kid is practicing his moves.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Introducing a collection of Audi Black and Urban Special Edition models crafted for the bold and curated for the progressive. From the sporty Audi S3 and elegant A4 to the distinctive Q2 and Q3, each vehicle has been created to be an extension of your identity. Style, design, comfort, and technology is yours to own with a guaranteed future value and a competitive monthly installment through Audi Financial Services. Visit audi.co.za to discover more.
FC Cole will put their best foot forward to grab maximum points on home soil to run away from the danger zone. Meanwhile, RB Leipzig enjoys every moment in the top half and want to keep climbing to the top. This is the Bundesliga, football as it's meant to be. Experience the German style of the game. FC Köln versus RB Leipzig on Friday, 15 March at 9:30 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. #We love it here. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
And I was just telling the crew that if anybody knows that kid who's meant to play against John, please tell them not to worry. Tell them it's okay. You can just take it easy. You could just show up. Chances are you're going to win, because I don't think John can play chess. But that's just me. Maybe someone knows something. Maybe he's, not telling the truth. Maybe it's a hidden talent. I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to tune in just to see how long it actually takes. All right, let's listen to some of your voice notes now. And we'll also try and read a few of your messages. But here are the voice notes.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAfm.
Good afternoon, Sister Sakina, Fred the Trucker here in Northern Cape. Sister Sakina, these kidnappings are getting out of hand. And as a country, are we waiting for a mass kidnapping like in Nigeria? Then we can act. Because it looks like everybody's busy with the elections, with in and out of court of criminals who are acting like celebrities. What is going on? No attention is being given to the children being kidnapped.
Sakina, you are correct. Mengo was flying after, the ban on flights was lifted because of COVID. And suddenly we hear that it went under business rescue. I'm actually surprised to hear the Kotatsos saying that he doesn't remember. I flew with Mengo twice during that time. So how could it have not been profitable when it actually was operational? I got the impression that it was sabotaged, because how could it be successful than SAA when SAA is supposed to be the premier one, Debu here. Thanks, bye.
Good day, Sakina. Pizzo here in Harswater. Sakina, I was listening to the DG, the DG, I think it's last week in Newsroom Africa, when he was interviewed by Thabo Mdluli. And I've been listening to him now. The guy is very consistent. He's talking the very same thing that he talked last week when I was watching. So we need the people like this one. I can mention the late Abida Dokokran, who was killed. We need people like this, Sakina. People do wrong things, then they call them allegations. Mr. Paravin Gordhan, he mustn't come and play holy here. He must account to what he did. Thank you very much, Sakina.
Good day, Sakina. It's Brian Mabai from Protea Glen. If the South African Airways failure was done deliberate, which means ESCOM the failure was done the same, deliberate. People know what they're doing just to run their corrupt. We know there's only one culprit, that's Pravin Gordhan. Thank you.
Good day, Sakina. This is Matebola. Hi, SK. I'm still so shocked to see Tula Caesar Melane as a spokesperson of Takatso. Hi, Sakina. It's like you even now, Sakina, you will be going to be a spokesperson of MK sooner, because we don't trust the journalists these days. You're always looking for the job, maybe. Good day, Sakina. Happy Friday. This is Matebola.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen. Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
Hey, thanks, Zaki, and everybody else sending those voice notes. And yeah, well, people have freedom of association. They can work where they like. And sometimes people do go out for greener pastures or for whatever other reason. Maybe they want to grow. Maybe they just want to go into, a different profession altogether. So all of those things. But yeah, I don't know. I see you send a message saying tomorrow you won't be surprised if I'm the spokesperson for Peggy Cele. Now you've taken me from Peggy Cele to being the spokesperson of MK. Okay, I don't know. Thank you. But yeah, and none of that in the offing yet. John will win the chess game, says Nziri. Nziri, tune in. I will also tune in. At this point, my money is on the kid. Black Pride Vugani Ngobo says, Sakina, I hope that Parliament will hold Pravin Gordhan accountable for what he did with that Takatso deal. And this is what it's going to come down to, of course. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove, and whether it can actually be proven that the allegations that are leveled by the former DG are in fact, as things unfolded at the Department of Public Enterprises with regard to the Takatso SAA deal. So we'll keep our eyes on this one. We'll keep watching it.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
The Senzo Mayua main trial has resumed in the High Court in Pretoria today. Now, yesterday, the judge ruled that the trial within a trial and the confessions that were allegedly made by accused 1, Moses Bia, and accused number 2, Bongani Ntanzi, in the trial within a trial were made freely and voluntarily. State Prosecutor George Baloyi says that he would now like to call to the main trial some of the witnesses that he had called to the trial within a trial. And for more on this, we joined on the line by our reporter Pearl Magubane. Pearl, good afternoon. So who was the first witness to take the stand this morning with the resumption of the main trial in the Senzo Meyiwa case?
Good afternoon, Sakina, and to the listeners. Well, the state has recalled Colonel Solomon Rapadu, who was the one responsible for taking down the alleged confession by Bongani Ntanzi. This happened on the 19th of June 2020, shortly after his arrest at Moroka police station. So to save time, because he's been on the stand before during the trial, within the trial, he's been asked not to go through what he has already gone through, but just to concentrate on the contents of the statement only.
And Advocate George Baloy obviously indicated that those witnesses who were part of the trial within a trial would be called. But is there anything new that has come up? Also knowing what now is contained within those statements that are now admissible, what did we glean from that, Pearl?
Yes, the one thing the statements reveal thus far is that the role which the accused played in the so-called carrying out this contract killing, the statement alleges that they were called, and this contract was called by Kelly Kumalo. We do know that part was mentioned during the trial, within the trial, but not in detail. Now we know that they were allegedly paid 100,000 rand, which was split amongst them, while Bongani Ntanzi got 45,000 rand from the contract. Moses Sibiya, who's accused number one, got 30,000 rand. The statements also reveal that the Enyanga, who was also called last year during the main trial, that they allegedly went to for some ritual prior to this hit being carried out, was also paid 5,000 rand. So that's just the details that are new, that were blocked out during the main trial as to what role that certain people played. For example, for accused number 5 was said to be the driver, while the others were the ones scouting the area. And also now the statement revealed that 2 people that went in were Bongani Ntanzi and accused number 3, Ngube, and Ngube was the one that shot the gun, fired the gun that murdered Meyiwa.
Has the defense indicated how these statements that have now been admitted will impact how they will trial this case going forward?
You know, Sakina, funny enough is that during when they had an opportunity to question Colonel Rapadu about the contents, most of them did not. In fact, only one defense attorney got up and asked him questions pertaining to the well-being of Ntanzi and not necessarily the contents of the statement, whereas the other defense opted not to cross-examine. Now, we have another police officer currently on the stand who read out also a statement by Moses Sibiya, and we're yet to see if they're going to challenge this also, or are they going to choose not to cross-examine.
Pearl, thanks so much for the update. SABC reporter Pearl Magubane watching the Senzo Meyiwa murder trial for us.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAfm.
Now let's bring you a quick update on the Joburg water situation. The Joburg Mayor, Kabelo Kwamanda, says that the city is hoping to restore water supply to most parts of the metro by this weekend. And this comes after the water supply systems were severely affected over large parts of Joburg by a lightning strike, which caused a power outage to the Aikenhof power substation. And residents and businesses have been expressing frustration in some parts that have been more affected, where water has been out for up to 2 weeks. Mayor Kwamanda says that natural disasters are something they cannot control.
The following areas have started recovering water. Although the poor pressure in these areas include the areas of Blagori, parts of Darrenwood, Robindale, and some parts of Ferndale. These are the last areas that remain to be fully restored with supply in the city. Throughout today and over the weekend, it is projected that more areas will recover as our reservoirs and towers build more capacity and stabilize. The technical teams will continue closely monitoring the systems, and we will keep residents informed of the developments and any changes that would occur. Once more, let me express our sincere apologies to residents for the disruption and frustration that outages have caused. As explained previously, we unfortunately have zero control over natural events such as the lightning strike that affected the Ekenhof power station. We have noted and appreciated the concerns raised by residents on the communication and response efforts to restore supply and implement temporary supply measures in the future. These have been committed to and attended to and acted upon with urgency.
And that was the Johannesburg Mayor, Kabelo Kwamanda.
We're delving deeper into the world of mining and engineering. From the Coalface with Martin Creamer.
Well, it's that time again on a Friday when Updated Noon presents another update from the Coalface with Martin Creamer, publishing editor of Engineering News and Mining Weekly. Good afternoon, Martin.
Good afternoon, Sakina.
Martin, one of South Africa's time-honoured gold mines is now going to be listed on a stock exchange in the United States.
Yeah, this is Blyford Gold. It is on the West Rand. It closed in 2013, reopened in 2022, employs 1,500 people, but they need capital. And they're going to raise about $6 billion on a stock exchange in New York, which is called NASDAQ. And this is coming about by combining with the United States group called Rigel, and the whole infrastructure of the mine is likely to be improved. The community is going to benefit, and also the economy of the West Rand is going to do well as a result of this. So it's good news to get this foreign money coming into South Africa at a time when we need to employ a lot of people and we need to grow the economy. And gold, of course, is being sought after. The gold price is doing very well. So the particular American partners are keen on getting this listed, and it'll list under the name of Aurus Resources. It'll still be run by South Africans, still be led by South Africans. So, the CEO there, Richard Floyd, will continue, and the executive chairperson, Alan Smith, will continue. And of course, Alan Smith, we know, has got a wide experience in gold. He was with Anglo Gold Ashanti, and he has been with Blyford Gold for some time now. So the outlook is very good.
Martin, a Toyota-linked company is on a mission to bring more hydrogen-based power to South Africa.
Yeah, we associate Toyota with mobility, and we associate, hydrogen really with providing the electricity to move cars. And how we discovered that this is going to take place is because BMW, which was using Toyota fuel cells, was getting its fuel pumped at a pump station by a company that now wants to spread that. And instead of just using the hydrogen for cars, it's looking to areas where there is no electricity grid in South Africa as a starting point. Because what this company, Element Energy, wants to do is to set up what would be the equivalent to big diesel generators. But of course, not diesel generators, because these are very clean and green and also silent. And it's already done that at a lodge in Northwest. And it's talking to a lot of the agricultural areas and a lot of the mining companies so that we get stationary hydrogen now spread. And we know that the World Platinum Investment Council said that stationary hydrogen fuel cells and electrolyzers are probably going to leap by about 120% this year, because people are discovering that this is the way to go, and people see Africa as particularly well tuned to getting green hydrogen, but from stationary fuel cell development.
And we're almost out of time, but I quickly want to ask about South Africa's mining industry that must be given a new ticket to ride in order to enable it to perform better, Martin.
Yes, we need performance now from the South African mining industry. We've got a situation where it's shrinking, where it needs to actually get a boost. It has been a huge benefit for the South African economy, but with the commodities down now, you see some of the mines really struggling, and we haven't had enough exploration for new mines. And this has got to change in a way that you give it a new ticket to ride, and that means that you cut all the red tape out that you can cut out, And there's a lot of red tape, and that will give an investment boost, which is needed now in the South African mining economy.
Well, Martin, thank you so much. Martin Creamer will be back with another edition of At the Coalface, same time next Friday. It's 1 o'clock. Enjoy your weekend, everybody. Thanks to the production team and to everyone who participated and listened in. We'll do it again next week. But right now, it's 1 o'clock, and Musa standing by with your news.
Independent and impartial. This is SAfm News.
Thanks, Sakina. In our top stories, details emerge on alleged confession by accused in Senzo Mehiwa murder trial, and Gauteng records a sharp rise in kidnappings. Good afternoon. The alleged confession made by one of the accused in the Senzo Mehiwa murder trial has revealed he was called to assist in the contract killing that singer Kelly Khumalo is accused to have ordered. Khumalo was Mehiwa's girlfriend before he was shot and killed at her mother's house in October 2014 in Vosloorus, east of Johannesburg. Lieutenant Colonel Solomon Raphadu took down Bongani Ntanzi's alleged confession at the Moroka police station in Soweto on the 19th of June 2020. He read Ntanzi's alleged confession in the High Court in Pretoria.
I then left for Vosloorus Men's Hostel. I then met with Muzi Sibia, Sifiso Zung, who initially gave the inside information. Later, Karos Butelezi and Mapisa joined the gathering at the hostel. I was briefed that the person to be eliminated or killed was Senzo Mehiwa, and the matter is initiated by Kelly Khumalo, who was going to make a payment for the whole job.
The Internal Revenue Service, the IRS Forensic Investigations say not reporting kidnappings to authorities and paying ransoms encourages the current syndicates. This as Gauteng records a sharp rise in kidnappings. The search has continued for 12-year-old Mfariseni Nemungani, who was allegedly kidnapped outside the Mvele Zandibu Primary School in Soweto 2 days ago. Crime statistics that the Provincial Police Commissioner, Tomi Mtombe, recently released show that 77 people were kidnapped for ransom, 7 of them for human trafficking purposes between October and December 2023. The IRS Forensic Investigations CEO Chad Thomas says the increase is worrying.
The copycats is what's concerning us, because we're now seeing people kidnapped in informal settlements, in low-income environments where they're being ransomed off to their parents for maybe 500 Rand, 1,000 Rand, 2,000 Rand. So it's now across all sectors of society. It's no longer kidnap and ransom of the rich and the famous. So it is of concern. And of course, it's a growing phenomenon.
The Westville Ratepayers Association says it's not convinced the situation in eThekwini, KwaZulu-Natal will return to normal anytime soon. This despite the local municipality's announcement that normalization would start today following its workers' more than 2 weeks unprotected strike. The action of the workers who are affiliated to the South African Municipal Workers Union has crippled the city, affecting the supply of water and electricity as well as waste management. The association's chairperson, Assad Gaf.
We've been trying to, solve this issue. Obviously, we then had to step in. 3 weeks of waste not being collected is a crisis. So we managed to speak to the city and get involved. And they gave us permission to organize vehicles and remove the waste. So obviously under the protection of security services and Metro. So we started to collect the waste around Westville, and I can tell you the smell and the maggots, it's absolutely disgusting.
The Free State government says various road construction project managers' lack of urgency, a bad attitude and greed have prompted it to let the roads agency Sunroll take over some projects. The Premier Mxolisi Dukwana says this includes a project to fix various roads across the province. He outlines some of the aspects he raised during his recent State of the Province address.
bringing Central here and allowing National to help has actually been a great thing for us, as they've already started. Some other things have actually crept in where people would not demonstrate urgency and some officials would actually not do what is expected of them. In some cases, projects were allowed to lapse when they're supposed to be adjudicated, and in some cases, some interests have come into play where greed has also become a problem, and where you also have some service providers who have given us roads that are of low standard.
And finally, a latest UN report on human rights in Ukraine says Russian forces are continuing to commit violations on a wide scale. The report will be submitted to UN member states in Geneva next week. It details the indiscriminate shelling and bombing of Ukrainian civilians and the illegal transfer of children from a care home in Ukraine to an orphanage in Russia. The BBC's Imogen Folks reports.
The report's evidence from Ukrainian prisoners of war and Russian soldiers who deserted is harrowing. Torture was widespread and systematic. The report concludes prisoners were beaten, had their bones broken. One told the investigators his pain was so great he begged to be killed. Russian deserters said their superior officers told them to work harshly with no pity. The UN investigators visited Ukraine over a dozen times, interviewing hundreds of people.
Recapping the top story, the alleged confession made by one of the accused in the Senzo Mehiwa murder trial has revealed he was called to assist in the contract killing that singer Kelly Khumalo is accused to have ordered. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide.
East African guest nation Tanzania and 2021 runners-up want to convert their silver medal to gold. But the Angolan outfit says they won't go down in their own region. This is the COSAFA Beach Soccer Championship 2023. Experience the sand contest between Tanzania and Angola at the South Beach Arena in Durban this Sunday, 17 March 2024 at 10:30 a.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
The Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads, Community Safety and Transport Management will be conducting public hearings on Railway Safety Bill on the 15th of March 2024 at Mabulia Community Hall, Naka Mudrimulema District, Okti Community Hall, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District, Wipilo Community Hall, Revilo, Dr. Ruth Sohomosi Mumpati District, and Jericho Multipurpose Hall, Jericho in Buchanala District. All hearings starts at 10 in the morning.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Trouble, little angel, inconsistent flying blind most of the time, drama queen, reading and untangling, feathers in her wings, captured by her dreams, desperately she sings.
It is the incomparable Shaka Khan, and according to her, the song is about reminding people that we are all angels in spite of our flaws and whatnot, and that there's always hope. Angel is how we begin the show today. I thought we'd take you on a more bluesy, sultry kind of vibe today. It is the undisputed Shaka Khan coming through. Happy Friday. How are you? We've come to the end of the week. Always exciting, always incredible to know that we are done. We are done for this shift, and we get to ready ourselves for the weekend that lays ahead. I hope you had a great start to your Friday. Listen, I'm not going to lie. I have the most incredible start to my Fridays. It starts off with an invigorating cycle class. One of the most in-demand cycle classes at my gym. Fights and wars are waged outside of that particular class, but it definitely sets the tone for the rest of the days and gets the endorphins going. And I hope that you've had a similar start, even if it's not by gym, but you were just able to step out of bed on the right footing this morning. It is a Friday, so you know how we do on a Friday around here on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga. We like to take things nice and easy, just a little bit, and unwind from the week that was. So we are going to be touching base with the folks at Bed King. Today is World Sleep Day, and we're going to be looking at technologies that are transforming the sleep sector and hopefully impacting on your life as well. Sleep is a very vital component to healthy living, and we've engaged a few conversations with our good doctor around sleep here today, and we thought we'd catch up with also some people whose business is sleep. Stages, pages, screens, and more is coming up today, and we're catching up with much celebrated thespian and director of the Hailapeng Festival, Napo Mashiane, is going to be joining us. She is one of the doyens of theatre in South Africa. On the other side of two, so super excited because I feel as if we are having a legendary afternoon. We've been trying to get into their calendar for the past 2 years, but they are so busy, it's near impossible. It's so impossible. I was debating with one of our producers, Kathy's producer today, who said, I see you've got Mafikizolo today. I said, no ways, it's a Friday. We don't have Mafikizolo today. Mafikizolo are going to be with us today, and we're going to be reflecting back on 20 years in the industry with this incredible duo who've done such amazing things, not just in South Africa, but on the continent as a whole. And of course, for full access, we are joined by none other than South African acting veteran. We grew up watching her on our screens. She's a businesswoman. She is a diabetes advocate. Sophie Ndaba is going to be coming through for full access. 086 000 2032 is the number you can call us on, or 061 410 4107 is our WhatsApp line. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Fly better to your next holiday. Book your flights with Emirates to a holiday in Dubai, London, Istanbul, or Paris. Look forward to delicious regionally inspired cuisine, enjoy free-flowing premium drinks, and relax to your favorite movies on the way. Because it's not just about the destination, it's how you get there. This year, fly Emirates. Fly better.
ABC Motsepe League outfit, the General FC, want to be titled as giant killers by silencing TS Galaxy in the last 16. Meanwhile, the Rockets want to emphasize that they are the 2019 Nedbank Cup champions, and it's not by mistake. Experience the unmatched passion of Ikolela Simzansi. The General FC takes on TS Galaxy FC on Sunday, 17 March at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC 1 and SABC radio stations. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Get ready
ready to make it rain lots of cash this March with the Powerball jackpot guaranteed at 84 million rand this Friday. That's right. Play Powerball today for a guaranteed 84 million rand and you could bag the big millions. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120*7529# for USSD. Pada, Pusha, play. Players must be 18 years old to play responsibly. D2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
We are joined today by Operations Manager at the Bed King, Carla Everse Mayberg, and we are talking around World Sleep Day. And of course, all the interesting technological innovations and advancements that have transformed the sleep sector and how those impact us as consumers and the beds and the choices that we make with beds and pillows and all these kinds of interesting things. How are you doing, Carla? You good?
I'm good. Hi, Bridget. I'm very well, thank you.
Fantastic. So glad that you can join us on a World Sleep Day. And of course, the theme for this year is sleep equity for global health. A very interesting theme indeed. And we know how essential sleep is, to our health in general. Let's unpack what that theme sort of speaks to for everybody who operates in this sector, like you guys.
So World Sleep Day is an annual event that takes place globally every March, and this year's theme is all about sleep equity, which I thought was quite an interesting one. It just speaks to how I realized certain people, like if you live far from work, that impacts your sleep quality. So what they were talking about there is just how can we make sleep equitable amongst all people, because so many things impact our sleep. And it's a wonderful day to pause and reflect on our sleep quality. Are we getting enough sleep? How's our mattress doing? All these things. It just gives us a chance to think about sleep, which we often take for granted.
And as we say, that sleep is an essential component to health, but there are measurable differences in sleep health that persist across populations across the world. And there are additional burdens as well that are sort of reinforcing sleep inequalities, yeah?
Correct. Yeah, so like I said, many people in South Africa live quite far from where they work, so they have to wake up so much earlier in the mornings because of their commutes, and that impacts their sleep because they sleep less. And then I also think what's possibly impacting all of us, no matter where we live, is technology. You know, we are always on social media. Everything's trying to grab our attention. So it just makes that so much more, It's just so much more tempting to stay up on our phones late at night and sacrifice our sleep.
And when we talk about sort of these burdens, I remember glancing a study that had come out on X. I just can't remember on which platform it was. A study that came out that said South Africans were in the top 10 nations that woke up the earliest in the world. And I think our average waking up time was somewhere between 6 a.m. and 6:15. And the discourse obviously on X at the time spoke to exactly that it's not a number, for instance, that should be celebrated because it speaks to the burdens of being a participating member of the economy, and so many South Africans who have to wake up early, sleep late, and wake up early, sacrificing sleep health in order to get to their places of employment, in order to get to school, and it speaks to a whole host of other social issues that we face.
100%. I remember that study, and that's what was brought to mind when I saw the theme for this year.
Yeah. And let's talk also about, a lot of us don't engage with sleep from an academic level or from a research level. But let's talk about the sleep sector and the technologies that have been deployed in recent years within your sector.
Yes, so bed mattress shopping is typically a grudge purchase. I mean, we speak to lots of customers every day, and they say it's very confusing and it's something that they almost dread doing. So about 5 years ago, we discovered this technology which uses pressure mapping to pick up your pressure points. And then each one of us, we have unique pressure points based on our sleep position and how our weight is distributed across our body.
Yeah.
So we have this technology that picks up your pressure points, and then based on your pressure points can actually recommend you a mattress that's right for you, what's the right comfort and right support for you. So it's very individualized, and it completely cuts out the confusion of mattress shopping. So previously, you would have to probably lay on all 40 beds in the store, just leave feeling you've forgotten what the first one felt like. And that's the way this technology, we've brought it in. It's completely changed the way customers experience mattress shopping, and it's fun. They can see their pressure points, interact with it, and it becomes an experience rather than something, I have to do this because my bed at home needs replacing.
And can I just say, on a personal note, I've actually have experienced your pressure mapping. I went in looking for a pillow. You know, I went in looking for new pillows because I'd started feeling pain in my shoulder, particularly my left-hand shoulder, continuous pain. And it was recommended at one of your stores that perhaps I try this new technology when choosing pillows, and no regrets.
Yeah. That's great to hear. I didn't know that. So we offer a pillow fit service as part of we call it the Comfort Solutions Lab. That's the pressure mapping technology. So we do offer a pillow fit because a pillow is very important. It supports 25% of your spine. And again, the right pillow for you is the one that's going to relieve your pressure the most. So we use that technology also for fitting people with the right pillows. I'm glad to hear that you've experienced it yourself and that the pillow is working for you.
I really have. And a lot of us don't consider it, right? Whether it's bed, as you say, it's a daunting task to go shopping for a bed. And a lot of us don't even know what we should be looking out for. So perhaps before we even touch on the importance of pillows, let's also touch on when it comes to bed shopping, what questions should we be asking ourselves, or what should we be taking note of in our current situation when we're sleeping, so that we are able to articulate those conditions to a salesperson, whether it's your store or at another store, to help us find the right pairing of bed to our needs.
So the first step is, what is currently the problem with your mattress at the moment? So are you feeling like you're not having enough comfort or enough support? Because then you can kind of pick up what went wrong with your existing mattress and how long have you had it for. Is it been 3 years? Has it been 8 or 20? And then what sort of issues are you currently facing with your body? Do you have shoulder pain? Like you mentioned, you're experiencing quite a bit of pain in your neck and shoulders. So that would be something you'd want to tell the consultant, I'm experiencing pain in these areas or discomfort. Or what is currently bothering you about your current sleep? Is your partner waking up during the night when they move? Or, so just to reflect on what's your current situation like, what currently is your pain point, and then articulating that to the consultant so that they can advise, okay, you need. And most other bed stores, they will recommend based on what they think you need. So with us, we would then take it to the lab, and the lab would then point out, okay, we'll actually confirm if you are experiencing any discomfort in the areas that you are saying you experience discomfort, and then based on that, recommend you the right mattress. And then other things to take into consideration is what support is in the mattress. That's often overlooked by many other bed retail stores. That's quite an important point. Everyone's just focused on comfort, soft, medium, firm, but what is the support like? Because that's supporting your spine.
Yeah.
And then obviously there's other factors, which is more obviously the soft stuff, like what size mattress do you want, what works for your lifestyle. And then looking at the guarantee and warranty, that's often, the guarantee is usually a good indication of the mattress quality, how long, the supplier then cover you for any faults. And lastly, I would say read up on the product reviews. That's also a good indicator
And also other things to consider, I guess, when one is, on the objective to sort of get a good, healthy rest, is other factors that might be at play with you medically. For instance, people who suffer from sinuses, and we see what the weather has been doing lately with the heat wave, which obviously alters sleep patterns. And like bedding and mattress technologies have now advanced to consider those things.
Correct. So, like this past week has been incredibly hot in Gauteng, and what would help with that, there are mattresses with gel technology in them. So the foams contain gel, and that keeps the surface cool. And then, for example, at Bed King, we have mattress protectors that have cooling properties in them, and because they're sitting right beneath your fitted sheet, you feel the cooling properties more, because heat really messes up with your sleep. If it's hot, chances are you're not going to sleep very well.
And let's also touch on pillow technology. Those kinds of things are things that we don't think about. A lot of people, would go for feather-down pillows, but they might not work for everybody. And we tend to forget about the importance of neck support whilst you rest.
So pillow technology, it has really transformed since the days of feather pillows. Nowadays, you get pillows with pocket springs in them. So just like a mattress would have pocket springs, these pillows, so we also stock them at Bed King. So these pillows have many pocket springs in them, and it just provides more support to your neck area. And then there's also pillows, again, with cooling gel pads on them, and it's contoured to your neck and your spine. Again, provides amazing relief in the hot summer months. So those two, and we also offer pillows with airflow. There's pillows that have holes in them that allow the pillows to breathe and just become more hygienic. So pillows have come a long way from the traditional feather pillows.
And would you agree that it shouldn't be an afterthought? The same consideration given to your choice of bed should be given to pillows? Because oftentimes it's an afterthought, right? But they do play a significant role in spinal alignment and all those pressures we were talking about.
Yes, correct, 100%. Your pillow supports, like I said, 25% of your spine. So you could have the right mattress, but if you're sleeping on the wrong pillow, it's going to impact your sleep, and you're going to start feeling it in your neck and your shoulders. So it's good that you have the right pillow and mattress together, just for the full package. But then also from a budget point of view, perhaps you can't afford to invest in a mattress right now. Consider investing in a good pillow. At least you are making a forward step in investing in your sleep, and it's just a quick way to improve your sleep quality.
Yeah. Carla, we appreciate the time today. That was Carla Everts-Maybach, who is the operations manager at Bed King, and joining us for World Sleep Day today. It is 1:30, and Musa is standing by with the headline news.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Bridget. In the headlines, Parliament wants to have a say in how its budget is allocated. The Secretary to Parliament, Xolile George, says with 800 million rand projected to be cut in the next 3 years, they are finding it impossible to meet their constitutional obligations. The alleged confession made by one of the accused in the Senzo Mehiwa murder trial has revealed he was called to assist in the contract killing that singer Kelly Khumalo is accused to have ordered. Khumalo was Mehiwa's girlfriend before he was shot and killed at a mother's house in October 2014 in Vosloorus, east of Johannesburg. And the Internal Revenue Service forensic investigations say not reporting kidnappings to authorities and paying ransoms encourages the current syndicates. This as Gauteng records a sharp rise in kidnappings. I'll have details on these and other stories at 2.
Stages, pages, screens, and more on The Full Circle.
It is the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, on this fine Friday afternoon. The weather giving us a little bit of a reprieve today from the heat wave, and hopefully it's like that countrywide as well. It's not raining, it's just cool, and it's a little bit cloudy, with sprinklings of sunshine coming through. So perfect weather, perfect transitional weather, considering the fact that we are supposed to be in autumn, right? We are supposed to be entering autumn, and we've been experiencing such excruciating heat. It's time for us now to be in conversation with a highly acclaimed thespian. She is a creator of all kinds of interesting plays that tackle discourse. She is behind My Vagina Was Not Buried With Him. She's behind Kwezi Say My Name. She is behind My Bum Is Genetic, Deal With It. You can obviously tell from the titles that she's brought to the theatre that she is a producer and director and practitioner that enjoys pushing the discourse and pushing the conversation. And now she's at the helm of Perkoff's in Bloemfontein. And we're going to be talking about the future of the theatre and that particular space, as well as Hailapeng, which is the annual concert production hosted at Perkoff's. How are you doing, Napo Mashiane?
I am doing so amazing, and thank you for that introduction. When you started naming the shows, I was like, yo, you.
When you hear the titles being sort of rattled back at you, you know, does it cause you a moment to think and reflect? And what comes to mind as you reflect on all the years that you've dedicated to theatre?
I think, definitely I'm like, wow, I come a long way. I've done so much. But more than anything, you know, every time when those projects or, you know, plays or shows or events were happening, I never got a moment to applaud myself and just to sit in it. You know, we're always chasing something. They say creatives, we are scared of the pause or the full stop. You know, we're always chasing the next show, the next groundbreaking, you know, project and stuff like that. So when I hear it, I'm like, wow, okay, wow.
You know, when you talk about creatives are always chasing something, Napo, I'm thinking my producers challenged my thinking just this past week, and they said the problem with most creatives is that we have a scarcity mentality. And so we are forever working and forever taking opportunity, and even when presented with a moment to pause, we don't.
Yes, because I think there's a level of, I think for me personally, when I am not doing anything, when it's just that silence, you know, that very eerie, uncomfortable silence, I actually get depressed with it. Like, because I feel like many of us, we are creatives because we are meant to share and give and constantly, especially with live performances. And you know it yourself, we're always on stage behind the podium with the microphone, the light is on us. But people don't understand that some of us is a calling. You do it because there's words that you need to share, there's something you need to present, there's a soul that you want to connect with, you want to affirm somebody, you want to provoke thought, you want to bring about debate or, you know, robust engagement. And when you're at home and sitting in the silence, it's like, yo, what happened? Am I still alive?
No, you're very much alive. Let me pose this to you. Is silence not where the ideas are born? Is silence not where the seed is left to germinate and become something as incredibly wonderful as My Vagina Was Not Buried With Him?
For me, silence scares me. It's very uncomfortable for me. So when there's too much silence, I get edgy and I get a lot of anxiety. And hence, for me, I need to be in the space of noise. I need to be around activities. I need to be able to listen to the news. I need to know what's happening in the current affairs. I need to see and pay attention through my sixth sense what's happening around my community, my society. I need to be able to walk into a room of sisterhood and listen to the challenges, you know, and how I can amplify them. I need to go to communities where there's silence and bring about sound and voice and really a loudspeaker for things that are hidden or are secret. So for me, silence honestly gives me a huge anxiety.
Okay. I mean, I'll take that because everyone creates in different ways and different forms.
Yes. So I need noise, and then I write in silence. So.
Okay. No, I'll take that. And when you sit, and I know we're here to talk about Hailapeng, but I'm taking the opportunity for those who aren't familiar with Napo Mashiane, who wonder, you know, who is this woman of reverence? When you sit with these, because you've really pushed discourse and your plays tend to err on the side of discomfort. You tackle the things that people don't want to face in the mirror. Well, when you sit with these kind of works, Kwezi Say My Name, the Fat Black Woman Sing, for you as a creator and for you as a woman navigating these themes and these topics, what is often what is often the internal dialogue for you, the internal driver to hold the mirror to society and say, well, perhaps let's not look away from the mirror. Let's look at the mirror until it's uncomfortable, until your eyes start to water, and until you have some kind of reckoning with self.
You know, Bridget, I think at some point, and again, speaking from experience as a writer or as a storyteller, I constantly say, even when I teach African theatre history or creative writing, I always pose the question like, what's your nightmare? What is one thing that you want to dream yourself out of? So me, I'm constantly aspiring to dream myself out of the nightmares of how women, and in particular black women, are being, their daily lives and how they are being treated, whether by society or by culture or by tradition. So my nightmare is questions that I have when I am interrogating or when we are faced with the realities that, GBV in South Africa is at its highest, or sexual assault or discrimination of women or prejudice of women, or the silences of women, like we spoke about silence. For me, that's my nightmare that I'm trying to dream myself out of. So even if my voice is not echoed or heard, let my words speak volume. And not just for me, for women in my community, for my sister friends like yourself, for my colleagues, for my grandmothers, from young girls who are not even born during this lifetime. So if I can dream myself out of that nightmare, and then reflect it and put it as a mirror to society. It's for society to decide what to do with that nightmare. But I would have shown them who we really are and what we are part of for change to happen.
Let's pause it there for a second as we take a quick break, and then we'll come back on the other side of this. And I want to hear all about the High Lapeng annual concert production, which is being hosted out in Bloemfontein. It is the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, on SAfm.
Those who love the beautiful game can never have enough of the incredible moments, like the fascinating last-minute goals, the unbelievable saves, the top-of-the-range reviews of critical match scenarios by the legendary Mr. Ref, the mummies of the week, and highly knowledgeable analysts. Catch Soccer Zone on Mondays at 8 p.m, live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC 1 at 10 p.m. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Get ready to make it rain lots of cash this March with the Powerball jackpot guaranteed at 84 million rand this Friday. That's right. Play Powerball today for a guaranteed 84 million rand and you could bag the big millions. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120 *7529 hash for USSD. Panda, Pusha, play. Players must be 18 years old to play responsibly. D2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
The Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads, Community Safety and Transport Management will be conducting public hearings on Railway Safety Bill on the 15th of March 2024 at Mabule Community Hall, Naka Mudri Mulema District, Okti Community Hall, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District, Wipilo Community Hall, Revilo, Dr. Ruth Sohomosi Mumpati District, and Jericho Multipurpose Hall, Jericho in Buchanala District. All hearings starts at 10 in the morning.
There are new and exciting moves for the SABC2 Familia from the 4th of March. The life-changing game show Deal or No Deal with Katlego Maboy officially moved to SABC2 weekdays at 6:30 p.m. It's where you belong.
You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
It's just gone 22 at 2 o'clock on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, on SAfm, and we are in conversation with theatre practitioner, producer and director, and of course now head of Paykoffs in Bloom. Napo Mashiane is joining me as first half of our conversation. We were catching up with the theatre practitioner. Let's talk around Hai Lapeng. Let me tell you this firstly, let's laugh. How many Sotho producers does it take to explain Hai Lapeng to Bridget? It took 3. It took 3. And the question was just simple, is what does it directly translate to? And all kinds of interesting explanations around home, ikaya giti, and the likes. But let's talk about this festival. So it's an annual concert production at Paykoffs. Tell me more.
Yes, so it's a production concert, and the reason why I call it production concert is because it's a melting pot of different genres. So and I think it connects to Hai Lapeng, a sense of home or home away from home. 7-color meal. If you think of 7-color meal, so on stage you've got music, you've got drama, you've got dance, you've got comedy, you've got performance art, you've got visual art, you've got exhibitions. So it's literally a 5-hour of an experience of being at home and being served on a palette of all these different colors that are amazing and that are very outstanding and that make a meal so fulfilling. Artistically, of course.
Oh, absolutely. And there's something quite reminiscent around it, right? Even just what the concert is called, Hai Lapeng. It tugs at the strings of something familiar.
Yes, it does. And for me personally, when I got the position of being the artistic director at Performing Arts Center of the Free State, which is one of the big 5 theatres in Southern Hemisphere, let alone in South Africa, it was just like being a Mosotho girl and growing up Kwa, even if I was born in Soweto, constantly coming home to my mom every holidays or going to my grandmother's kitchen, go Soweto, the smell, the taste. So coming and being given this position, for me it was like, I want a sense of home artistically, and I want to express with other fellow creators what home means to us. What is that nostalgic feeling that you get when you go home? What's the taste and smell? But we're transcending that into artistic form. So what song are you going to, are you going to be thinking of Mele Tambuli's music in the air? Are you going to think of that Borahu Masikela or Tsepotul? What does home mean to you? But also in terms of dance, is it traditional Sotho dance? Is it gumboots? Because of migration, whatever home means to you, through poetry, through anything, this is what we are serving our audiences here and hoping that they'll be filled and fulfilled, but also they would be able to also find parts of in terms of our offering.
Yeah, and everything that you say, Napo, also brings me back to, at your appointment, you said that the dream is to rewrite history and you want to reimagine the future within the context of the space and the community in which it resides.
No, definitely. I think, and I keep saying to a lot of my colleagues here that, when you look at the landscape of theatre in the Free State, it has quite been forgotten. I always say that, we considered almost like the underdogs, and yet a lot of talent comes out of here. We migrate to big cities. We make, names for ourselves in those big cities, including the world. And I think that by coming back, it's really to reignite a sense of talent, artistic talent in the Free State, but also to show that your talent can be what I call airborne, gig economy. You can make a career out of your art form, and then you bring those references in front of the young people or young artists here to say, oh, remember, Napo Mashiane, oh, remember Mahano Mamabolo, remember David Gao, remember Sana Mukwena, remember Tony Hogoke. They are all Free State born creators. You can also get there, but you have to start here and understanding yourself and knowing that if you can make it at home, it's easy to make it anywhere in the world. Vis-a-vis what the norm is normally, that you have to make it big outside and come back home, and then you are honored.
And I'm so glad that you also highlight some of these names for us, because you're right, we do forget that, sometimes small cities and small towns birth the biggest of names and people who really shape entire industries. And Bloom in recent years, I think, has undertaken to remind us of the contribution that it's had, particularly in the theatre space.
No, definitely. And I think also, Bridget, with Basotho Nation celebrating 200 years of bicentennial education, it was formed 200 years ago. We hold all of us, especially from the Free State and, of course, across the border in Lesotho, all of us who are prominent and sit in decision-making position to say, how do we creatively, artistically, but in terms of sustainability, how do we, contribute back into the communities that made us? And like you said, to remind that even if you come from small towns, your circumstances, your background doesn't define how big you can go, but also it's the very same small corner, small church hall, community hall where you used to do your sketches, your skits, and you sing, you dance, or even, an open field where you would be doing your singing and all that. They transfer to big stages, but you have to start there because that's where your audience is, that's where the buying power is. And I think for people like myself, it's very important for us to, really, really root ourselves back home so that there could be more of us.
Absolutely. As we say goodbye, just a reminder of the date for the festival, and in terms of tickets, where do we go?
Thank you so much. So the festival concert is happening on the 30th of March. It's a Saturday during Easter long weekend, so there's enough time. And tickets are at Web Tickets. For any information, everyone can follow Perkoffs on all social media handles, or they can also follow me, Napo Mashiane, on all social media handles.
Fantastic. Napo Mashiane, always a pleasure. She is the artistic director at Perkoffs out in Bloemfontein. So if you're going to be around during that long weekend on the 30th of March, Saturday, you have a full day ahead of you with everything that she's got to offer alongside her team and the countless creatives that have put together all kinds of productions for your enjoyment. Tickets are available on Web Ticket. That is where we wrap this conversation now. Fast approaching 10 to 2 o'clock. We have got, Kids Corner Radio Workshop coming up now that's going to run us till the top of the hour. And then, of course, Ann Moose is coming through with your 2 o'clock bulletin.
Friend, yes? I nearly fainted when I read somewhere that the GEPF's minimum funding level is at 72%.
Really?
Only to realize that it was in 1996 when the GEPF was founded.
Okay.
I just saw my pension going.
You like drama, hey friend? Sure.
We've come a long way. GEPF's minimum funding level is at 110.1%. This means that the GEPF has R1.10 for every R1 it owes its retiring members. GEPF members are more than covered when they retire with the GEPF. Tomorrow shouldn't be a worry when today is done right. GEPF, your investment, your future.
East African guest nation Tanzania and 2021 runners-up want to convert their silver medal to gold. But the Angolan outfit says they won't go down in their own region. This is the COSAFA Beach Soccer Championship 2023. Experience the sand contest between Tanzania and Angola at the South Beach Arena in Durban this Sunday, 17 March 2024 at 10:30 a.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Top Sport with Michael Abramson.
SABC sports journalist Charles Baloy. As you say, the prognosis for South African athletics maybe doesn't look that great this year. So how do we put things right?
The Olympic cycle is gone. Let's go and get 1 or 2 medals, probably Akane senior, and then when we come back from the Olympics, we call a national athletics Indawa. And then digest this thing, start working on the succession plan, motivating these athletes, pushing the likes of UAGT or Benjamin Richardson. They are still young. They can represent us in the next Olympics. Try and get out of the dead wood.
Top Sport on SAfm.
And welcome to Nali Bali. Being honest means telling the truth and not lying. By being honest, others are more likely to believe what you say, which allows you to build a strong reputation in your community. In addition, if you're honest, you do not risk betraying or losing someone else's trust. It is important that as children we learn the importance of honesty and how honesty can build trustworthiness and positive relationships with others. But before we listen to today's story called Clever Crow and the Shopkeeper, written by Natasha Simon, let's all get up and dance. Once upon a time, there was a clever crow that always perched on a tall tree outside the town's little grocery shop. He enjoyed sitting there because the children sometimes shared the snacks they bought with him. He also liked to look at the shiny coins that customers exchanged with the shopkeeper. Clever Crow had watched the exchange so many times that he had learned to count. One of the children who visited the shop often was a young boy named Joe.
Joe, can you please go to the shop for me? We need some groceries.
Joe's mother said. Off Joe went. But when he got home, he did not have enough change. Joe's mother marched back to the shop to get the correct change.
You gave Joe the wrong change.
Joe's mother told the shopkeeper, but the shopkeeper replied,
I gave Joe the correct change. Joe bought your groceries, but he also bought sweets.
Joe was shocked.
What? No, Mom, no, please don't beat me, no, Mom, I promise I did not buy sweets, Mom, I promise, no.
Joe said, but Joe's mother was furious.
How could you use the money to buy sweets and then lie about it?
She scolded Joe. And no matter what Joe said, his mother believed the shopkeeper. Clever Crow had watched it all. He saw how Joe got into trouble for something he didn't do. Joe had not bought sweets, and the shopkeeper had given Joe fewer coins than he should have. Clever Crow had seen the shopkeeper do this to children before. Clever Crow decided this behavior had to stop. He flew down from the tree. He sat in front of the shop door and called at the shopkeeper.
Tell Joe's mother the truth and give the money back.
The shopkeeper just laughed and came out of the shop to chase Clever Crow away. But Clever Crow didn't give up.
No, if you don't tell the truth, you won't have any peace.
Clever Crow said and flew back into the tree. The shopkeeper ignored him and went back into the shop. Clever Crow called all his friends and told them about what happened. Now a whole flock of crows sat in the tree in front of the shop and cawed loudly the whole day.
Give back the money! Caw-caw! Give back the money, you thief!
The shopkeeper was very annoyed because of the cawing of the crows because it stopped his customers from coming to the shop. So the shopkeeper got a crafty cat to chase the crows away. Crafty Cat climbed up the tree and was about to chase the crows away when Clever Crow said politely,
Crafty Cat, please, wait. Let's not fight. You don't know what's going on. The shopkeeper steals money from the children. We want to make him give it back. Please, I beg you, will you help us?
Crafty Cat was very upset with the shopkeeper when he learned how he had stolen money from the children. Crafty Cat agreed that this behavior had to stop. He ran down and meowed at the shopkeeper.
Tell Joe's mother the truth and give back the money.
But the shopkeeper got very angry and chased Crafty Cat out of the shop. Crafty Cat didn't give up.
Well then, mister, if you don't tell the truth, you will not have any peace.
Crafty Cat said, but the shopkeeper ignored him and went back into his shop. Crafty Cat called all his cat friends and told them what happened. Now all the cats sat on the shop roof and wailed loudly the whole night.
Give back the money, you thief! You're a thief! Give back the money!
The cats wailed all night and the crows cawed all day. The shopkeeper got no sleep and no customers. So he got a daring dog to chase the cats and crows away. But when Daring Dog ran and barked at the cats and crows, they told her what had happened. Daring Dog went to the shopkeeper and woofed.
Tell Joe's mother the truth and give the money back.
the shopkeeper got very angry and chased Daring Dog away. Daring Dog didn't give up.
If you don't tell the truth, you won't have any peace.
Daring Dog barked, but the shopkeeper ignored her and went back into his shop. Daring Dog called all her dog friends and told them what had happened. All the dogs sacked around the shop and barked.
Give back the money.
All day and all night, the animals cawed, wailed, and barked. The shopkeeper could not rest or work, so he hired a farmer to chase the animals away. But before the farmer could chase the animals away, they told him what the shopkeeper had done. The farmer was very angry and went to see the shopkeeper.
How dare you steal from children?
He asked the shopkeeper. The farmer chased the shopkeeper out of the shop, out of the town, and far away. The farmer told everyone what had happened and gave back the money the shopkeeper had stolen from the children. The crows, cats, dogs, children, and all the customers were very pleased. But the town still needed a shopkeeper to run the shop. What could they do?
I'm too busy farming to be a shopkeeper, but I know someone who can count and is honest. Clever Crow, would you please run the shop?
Said the farmer. And so Clever Crow became the new shopkeeper, and the town lived happily and honestly ever after. And so we come to the end of another Nali Bali story time. Today's story was called Clever Crow and the Shopkeeper, written by Natasha Simon. Did you know that reading and telling stories to children at home can help them do better at school? If you want free stories to read to your children or for your children to enjoy on their own, visit Nali Bali website www.nalibali.org or Mobi site www.nalibali.mobi. You'll find stories in 11 South African languages as well as tips for reading and sharing stories with your children to grow their potential. Also look out for the bilingual Nali Bali Reading for Enjoyment supplements with great children's stories and activities available in newspapers. Nali Bali, it starts with a story.
Whether we are at the workplace, within communities, at school, or with our friends and family, we all need to demonstrate the kind of responsibility that we would like to see in our country's future. SAfm commemorates Human Rights Month. The SAfm University Debate Challenge is back. Join us for the 1 hour debate on This Week Today with Oliver Dixon from 6 to 7 p.m. on Friday, 15 March 2024 at the SABC Tebeja Studios in Eastern Cape. Rhodes University will take on Nelson Mandela University in what promises to be a nail-biting debate. The SAfm University Debate Challenge is an independent and non-partisan progressive initiative seeking to develop confident communicators, critical thinkers, and empowered global citizens. If you want to attend the debate, you can email info@safm.co.za. SAfm, leading the conversation. Beyond the Headline with Aldrin Sampier on SAfm.
So how do you deduce from that letter that what they are essentially asking for, or what it would essentially lead to, is interference?
There are two issues that are related to this. One is election mediators and election observers. The two have got to be separated. Okay. And in fact, what is actually being asked for here as election under the cloak of election observation, it's not election observation. It's basically interference with the work of the IEC and saying that we do not believe in the credibility of the commission. Now, to cast an aspersion on the capacity of the commission to run the elections, even before the commission starts running the election, it's making people feel uncomfortable about the electoral process.
Terry Tsilani is Executive Chairman of the Institute for Election Management Services in Africa and also former Commissioner at the IEC.
Beyond the Headline on SAfm, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m. Independent and impartial. This is SAfm News.
In our top stories, Takatso SAA whistleblower demands accountability and details emerge on alleged confession by accused in Mehiwa murder trial. Good afternoon. We start with news just in. The High Court in Johannesburg has dismissed an urgent application by convicted murderer and rapist Thabo Bester and Dr. Nandipha Magudumana to interdict the broadcasting of the documentary Tracking Thabo Bester by Showmax. The 4-part docuseries is expected to premiere today. The pair, through their lawyers, each approached the High Court to stop the airing of the documentary as they believe it threatens their rights. However, the judge dismissed this. Former Director General of the Department of Public Enterprises, Kgathatso Tlhakudi, says mistakes that led to the irregularities in the now collapsed Takatso SAA deal are born of one man's ego, referring to the Minister of Public Enterprises, Pravin Gordhan. Gordhan on Wednesday announced the sale of a 51% stake in SAA to the Takatso Consortium has been cancelled. This follows 3 years of Gordhan's reported fight to keep details of the equity partner deal with Takatso confidential. Tlhakudi says people must be held accountable.
The process was literally hijacked to benefit particular business people that were chosen by the minister as strategic active partners for SAA. Number two, the value of SAA was deliberately brought down, informed by evaluation done by the buyer instead of the seller. All the other cover-ups and shenanigans and character assassinations need to be properly investigated. And people must be held to account. And if it is done properly, Minister Gordhan will be found wanting. Some of my colleagues in the department, the acting DG Mudisani, signed the share sale and purchase agreement, which was flawed.
Parliament wants to have a say in how its budget is allocated. The Secretary to Parliament, Xolile George, says with 800 million rand projected to be cut in the next 3 years, they are finding it impossible to meet their constitutional obligations. George says, as an arm of the state, Parliament should consider playing a direct role in shaping its own budget.
So what we are essentially interpreting, Chairperson, is that perhaps Parliament may want to consider whether it should not establish a budget committee. That would essentially be a multi-party budget committee, so that when the executive have to interface either at the level of the president as the head of government and legislature, the EA being heads of that arm, whether there should not be an intervening conversation prior to the figures being tabled to cabinet and being approved.
The alleged confession made by one of the accused in the Senzo Mehiwa murder trial has revealed he was called to assist in the contract killing that singer Kili Khumalo is accused to have ordered. Khumalo was Mehiwa's girlfriend before he was shot and killed at a mother's house in October 2014 in Vosloorus, east of Johannesburg. Lieutenant Colonel Solomon Raphadu took down Bongani Ntanzi's alleged confession at the Moroka police station in Soweto on the 19th of June 2020. He read Ntanzi's alleged confession in the High Court in Pretoria.
I then left for Vosloorus men's hostel. I then met with Muzi Sibia, Sifiso's room, who initially gave the inside information. Later, Karos Butelezi and Mapisa joined the gathering at the hostel. I was briefed that the person to be eliminated or killed was Senzo Mehiwa, and the matter is initiated by Kili Khumalo, who was going to make a payment for the whole job.
The Internal Revenue Service, the IRS, forensic investigations say not reporting kidnappings to authorities and paying ransoms encourages the current syndicates. This as Gauteng records a sharp rise in kidnappings. The crime statistics that the Provincial Police Commissioner Tomi Mtombeni recently released shows that 77 people were kidnapped for ransom, 7 of them for human trafficking purposes between October and December 2023. The IRS Forensic Investigation CEO Chad Thomas says the increase is worrying.
The copycats is what's concerning us, because we're now seeing people kidnapped in informal settlements, in low-income environments where they're being ransomed off to their parents for maybe 500 rand, 1,000 rand, 2,000 rand. So it's now across all sectors of society. It's no longer kidnap and ransom of the rich and the famous. So it is of concern, and of course it's a growing phenomenon.
And finally, 4 people have been arrested in Cape Town for alleged ATM scamming targeting a German tourist. The city's officers say street camera operators identified these suspects who were trying to make the tourist swipe his bank card. The suspects told the tourists to pay to walk on the streets of the city. The member of the Mayoral Committee for Safety, JP Smith, says the officers cornered these suspects who were trying to flee in a hired car.
Law enforcement continued to chase, eventually apprehending all 4 suspects, 3 males and 1 female. Inside the vehicle, they found fake number plates, several card readers and scamming devices, security clothing and a fake security ID along with several ATM cards. Our counterparts in the private banking sector and ATM crimes unit based in Johannesburg were immediately alerted, where together we will now render further assistance to the investigating officer of the South African Police and the National Prosecuting Authority to ensure that those arrested face the full extent of the law.
Recapping the top story, the High Court in Johannesburg has dismissed an urgent application by convicted murderer and rapist Thabo Bester and Dr. Nandipha Magudumana to interdict the broadcasting of the documentary Tracking Thabo Bester by Showmax. The 4-part docu-series is expected to premiere today. For SAfm News, I'm Anne Musa.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide. SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfm, leading the conversation. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. You are listening to The Full Circle.
It is Mafigizolo coming through with a brand new one right there, and super exciting that they've carved out some time today to catch up with us. They're always on the go, They've been on our to have list for quite a while now, and actually even today they are in Cape Town. And Theo Hosingwe managed to rise up from the night that was in order for him to fulfill this engagement. I'm told yesterday was Nhlanhla's birthday, and she's still feeling a little bit worse for wear after yesterday's celebrations. How are you doing this afternoon, Theo?
I'm all good. I'm fresh. I'm all good.
Listen, I'm going to shade the sister a little bit because yesterday was her birthday. A belated birthday to her, and I know that you guys are in Cape Town and we're having birthday celebrations last night. Let's reflect a little bit on the relationship that the two of you have. It's been more than 10 years now of this partnership. And no doubt it's morphed into something incredible. And as you reflect on it, what comes to mind and heart for you?
It's been actually 2 decades of, Mafigizolo in the music industry. It's been an awesome journey. It had a lot of highs and, a few of lows, along the journey. But, we've enjoyed, being in the industry for this long. And it's all because of, I would say grace in a way that, a lot of groups don't get this far, but also the relationship that we have as partners, because we're very passionate about what we do. We know where we want to go, what we actually want to achieve in life, and there's still more that, Mafigizolo still would like to accomplish, even if it's been 2 decades in the music industry. But our relationship has started a long time ago because we actually are from the same neighborhood, in the same street.
Oh!
And, so it's been that long, and actually she started celebrating yesterday, but actually today is her main birthday today. But, the celebration started yesterday, even though it was in a work environment, because we're still in Cape Town. We were working in Cape Town, but we're still in Cape Town. So today she's really like breaking a leg today because that's a actual birthday today.
Lovely. Oh, so it's today is the actual birthday. Okay.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. We'll give her the day of grace. And I know she's listening. So I know she's going to hit me back on this and say, Kota Bridget. And, when people work together so closely, and people, firstly, let me ask Theo, did you guys, growing up in the same neighborhood, basically in the same street, did you all know each other before you formulated Mafigizolo?
No, we didn't know each other. Actually, we moved into her neighborhood. My family actually moved into the new neighborhood, and it was like, Nkanta was already there. So we just moved in, and we didn't know each other. She used to pass by my house. We didn't know each other. So until we saw each other at the Kagiso Community Hall, where we normally used to, do talent set shows and stuff. Yeah, that's where we met. But like we used to see each other, but officially we spoke at the talent set show. That's where now we started speaking about music because we had the same interest, and love for music, and that's how the conversation then, started, and the rest is history.
With 20 years of a relationship, you guys have seen each other through everything, from marriages to divorces,
a lot of things,
and a lot of things. And how does that impact the two of you as you evolve and as you change? How does that also impact how you'll create as a duo, and how you'll show up for each other as a duo?
In a way, when you get to know a person for a very long time, sometimes for example, if you go to a show and maybe we didn't talk about like what we're going to wear and stuff, automatically we end up wearing the same stuff. like coordinating with Kale, and everything. It's like it comes naturally because we've known each other for so long that I think this particular show will need this type of outfit and so on. Yes, maybe Kanta didn't tell me what to wear, but I already have something in mind. It's because we've been together for such a long time that we know and understand each other so well, So it's more like a brother-sister relationship. We've gone through a lot together, losing a member, as well. And, personally going through our own personal stuff, So we've seen it all, but we stayed strong together. We did our solos, we came back together. We accomplished a lot of things together as well.
Yeah. And 20 years of, of this partnership as a duo. We've seen so many really iconic groups in South Africa come and go. And for you guys, you'll have held on and, you've been steadfast in your commitment to each other. What has made y'all stay committed not only to the music, but also to the marriage of the two of you?
I think music-wise, it's because of the passion that we have for Mafikizolo. We love Mafikizolo because I guess it's because how we started. Mafikizolo, we started from basically humble beginnings. We had a lot of challenges with failed, unsuccessful, let me just say, not failed, unsuccessful, projects that we tried out that didn't work until, after 3 years or 4 years on our third or fourth album, when now we started, making noise, like some of our songs started making noise, like Lotto, which was Lotto, and people people understood the song, or the song was more popular than the brand, so we had to work on the brand and getting a song that people will associate with the brand, and then Yondamba now came, and then that was a turning point in our life, in our career. And like I said, our relationship is more, brother and sister relationship, and exactly that, because brother and sister relationship, that's got good moments, and there are moments that are not good moments, where we have our own differences, but because we are family, we're able to sort them out. But we are like brother and sister, like in a way, like any brother and sister will go through certain things together and still remain family.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And how do you move through that conflict? I've heard and been privileged to seeing some duos and trios when they find themselves in a moment of conflict, or maybe in a moment where one member wants to exit the group, and the rest are obviously questioning what this means.
Yeah.
And there'll be intervention from all kinds of people in the music industry to be like, don't do it. And I guess I've got a two-part question, Luguti. One, have you ever encountered that moment between you guys where you go, has there ever been that moment where one of y'all, if not both of y'all, go, maybe we should step away for a second, or that moment has never come?
No, it has happened. Remember, we had our solos. We had our solos, but our relationship is different from other brands. I don't know, but it's quite different in a way that, when she started doing her first solo, then I did my second solo. With the second solo, I did my second solo. But it was a way of communicating. I think communication is very important. Yes, there's time whereby, even in any relationship, you would need a break. Like, I would like to pursue something else. I know we've been doing this, but can I just have a break and explore, because it's very important to allow people to grow,
Yeah.
And see, go see if it works out, go see what you want to do. And if the time allows you to come back, then you will come back. So I think that's what we explored, I think, we were doing so well at Mafikizolo, but we also wanted to see something else or do something different about within the music industry, That's why she pursued her solo. I also pursued my solo. And then there came a time where, we decided to do a reunited album and reunite and do another album because, we didn't want to forget that we had loyal fans who were still saying, we love you guys doing your solos, but we miss Mafigizolo. Can you give us another album and stuff, So, because we're passionate about the brand and we came back together and we got into the studio. Another turning point was our reunited album, which had one of our biggest songs, Corner, So I think if we didn't take that break, we wouldn't have the corners, So sometimes you just need to take a break so that you can grow. When you come back, you are more even wiser and stronger, and the relationship becomes even more stronger, based on that you gave each other time. And when you came back now, you more matured and what your inputs, and our different inputs from our solos and coming back together to this brand, we created something very big, which is the Corner album for the reunited album. Yeah.
Lovely. I mean, I just think when we reflect on your guys' career, there's so many moments that we've lived in our respective lives, and you've been the soundtrack of our lives. Let's take a quick break, and then I want to come back and reminisce maybe about moments where fans have shared, how you've been there for their moments of celebration and for some of their most memorable summers. We are in conversation with Theo Khosinkwe, who's one half of Mafigizolo. Let's take a quick break, and we'll come right back.
And we will buy 500 cars, and we will buy 500 more, just to be the one who buys your car. We'll come to you and offer more. We buy cars, we buy cars. We buy cars, we buy cars.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Get ready to make it rain lots of cash this March with the Powerball jackpot guaranteed at 84 million rand this Friday. That's right. Play Powerball today for a guaranteed 84 million rand and you could bag the big millions. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120*7529# for USSD. Pada, Pusha, play. Players must be 18 years old and play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
After a convincing 7-3 victory against Bristol City, Brighton ladies now have a massive assignment to burgle maximum points from Man City ladies. The Seagulls can't wait to escape from their unpleasant bottom half position, but second place Citizens want to dethrone Chelsea ladies from the summit. This is the FA Women's Super League. Brighton and Hove Albion ladies versus Manchester City ladies on Sunday 17 March at 2:30 p.m. live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
We are in conversation with Theo Khosinkwe. Essentially, we are in conversation with Mafigizolo, but today is Nhlanhla Nene's birthday, and she had a raucous party after a performance last night, and so taking it nice and easy in Cape Town today. And so we will pardon her and we'll make her commit, alongside Theo, to finding a gap. And I think Fridays, if we're being honest, are not going to work for Mafigizolo. You guys will just have to pop in on a random Wednesday or a random Tuesday in order to be in conversation with us, because Fridays, I think your schedule just simply does not allow. Let's talk about Theo, because, as you mentioned these songs, as you mentioned Lotto, as you mentioned Dihamba Nawe, which at one point was the wedding song, as you mentioned Corner, you've been a part of so many celebration moments for so many, not just South Africans, but Africans at large. And I'm sure you've come across a fan or two that has shared with you what that has meant for them.
We've come across not only young older people, but even young adults or even young ones as well. And remember, this song is not only the song that gets celebrated in weddings, like we perform at the festivals, and it was, a crossover song. Let me say, use that word. It was a crossover song where, you'll be just, waiting at the airport, and then, my different races of people will come and say, like, hey, bro, I like this Damba now, and different types of races, culture, and young and old, this Damba now song, and also Kona, which is a song that, it's still big and was big around that time. And in Lanjini as well, and people every time at the parties, they wouldn't want to, leave the party without playing Olete Gai Mawan, Mrs. Koshelani, and all those songs, and we are very, very grateful because we did so many weddings, and people, we celebrated with them, we blessed their weddings by performing these songs, and they made people to fall in love. Some of the songs, they remind them of, a boarding school or varsity, or when they first fell in love, so it's a great thing. And for me personally, as a songwriter, I am very grateful that, God has blessed me with this gift that, it touches me differently. Yes, it's not the usual, we have blessed them with our gifts and talents, and people are enjoying our song. But personally, for me, the gift that God has given me as a songwriter and the songs that I've written, I'm always humbled, and I guess as you are also humbled by the grace of God, and that it still kept us, we were just performing last night in Cape Town, and people, we're dancing as if like they are in a music festival, like they're doing, you can't do Ndamba now without doing that train dance.
Yes.
Everybody has to join the line, that it's still same dance routine, and, it's so humbling, the love that we have from, our fans, and it's very, very humbling. And, like I always put God first and say, like, it is by the grace of God that we are still relevant even today,
Absolutely.
And I guess it's because our background, we come from, we were raised very well with good morals and principles, and I think when you are a humble person, and we always humble ourselves, and I think that's why God is always lifting us up, because of how humble we are and how we treat ourselves and how we treat our friends and everything, So that's the staying power from Mafekizola, just continue to be humble and continue to give people, good music.
Absolutely. Theo, I appreciate the time with you today. Let's mark a calendar date when you guys are free on a Tuesday. I'll bring the cake. Yeah. You bring the birthday girl.
Yes. But before we close, I just want to say to our fans, that we're doing the Khalafadi Jazz Festival in Kuruman on the 23rd. So we're asking them to come in numbers, because the promoters are saying tickets are selling very fast, and we don't want them to miss the Mafekizola performance. Mafekizola is performing there, Encore will be there, Brasiko Hostik, Jones, very excited. They must get the tickets now as I'm talking to them. We'll see them at Khalafadi Jazz Festival in Kuruman on the 23rd, so they must go out in numbers to get tickets.
Lovely stuff. Anne Musa standing by with the headline news.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Bridget. In the headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa has reappointed Lesija Kganyago as governor of the South African Reserve Bank for another 5 years with effect from the 9th of November this year. The High Court in Johannesburg has dismissed an urgent application by convicted murderer and rapist Thabo Bester and Dr. Nandipa Magudumana to interdict the broadcasting of the documentary Tracking Thabo Bester by Showmax. And former former Director General of the Department of Public Enterprises, Kgatatso Tlakudi, says mistakes that led to the irregularities in the now collapsed Takatso SAA deal are born of one man's ego, referring to the Minister of Public Enterprises, Pravin Gordhan. I'll have details on these and other stories at 3.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
It is the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, on this fine Friday afternoon. And we're taking things nice and easy today, as we like to do on a Friday. Not much heavy lifting. Oh, man, I missed the question on WhatsApp. My apologies. Someone had asked, where does the name Mafigizolo come from? But listen, we're going to have them back. I think the mistake has been on our part in trying to get them to come on a Friday and completely understanding that they are very, very busy. So we'll have them, the both of them, on a random day, like a Tuesday and a Wednesday, and we'll have a proper conversation, and I'll find out where the name Mafigizolo comes from. Smatsatsa has just walked into studio as she settles in for our conversation today. I'm hanging out with none other than actress, a businesswoman. She is a diabetes advocate, and she's even got radio host now added to the slashies. I want to find out about that one, actually. She was one of the first people to welcome me onto the set of Generations many, many moons ago. She found me sitting in a corner looking all shy and intimidated by this incredible production and these icons of screen that I've seen. And she just walked up to me and she's like, "Hello, darling. Good morning. Welcome."
Thank you so much, darling. I'm happy to be here. It's so exciting. Radio is amazing. You just feel like you're at home.
And that's the thing, Sophie. It's a very exciting medium. Actually, let me move you to that awkward corner over here. Much better.
Much better.
Yes, for eyeline,
viewership,
everything. We are streaming, by the way. You know this. We stream on our social media platforms, so feel free to log in. And of course, we've got actress Sophie Ndaba. She needs no introduction. Even the voice needs absolutely no introduction whatsoever. Let's take a quick break, and then we'll come right back.
Top Sport with Michael Abramson.
The Executive Director of CASAFA, Sue Detholm, tell us about some of the other events that CASAFA will be staging in the near future.
Yeah, we've got a very busy calendar this year. So after beach, we've got the CASAFA Cup, which is the senior men's. We'll then go on to under 20 women, which is a comeback for that one. We haven't done that for 3 years now. So that comes back. Then followed by the Women's Champions League, which has been another very exciting tournament at club level, the women's club level, where we've seen Melody Sundowns, do the zone proud.
Top Sport on SAfm. You are listening to The Full Circle.
She says off air, it's nice to talk, eh? You were born to talk, though.
Yeah.
You've always been a talker.
I've always been a talker, and my kids are always like, "Do you ever stop, Kira?" I don't think so. Then when I'm quiet, it's like, "Are you sick, Kira?" No, I'm just thinking.
I'm just taking a moment.
Yeah, kind about life.
When did the radio thing happen?
2 years ago.
Don't think about it too long.
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Are you loving it?
Yes, I am. I mean, it's online radio, which is a good rehearsal for me because I wanted to see, is it for me? Is it not for me? And it's for me.
It bits, ne? The radio bug bites.
I mean, I'm like, where have you been all my life? Here I am trying to be book queen for so many years. Could I just have been Sophie for all these years?
What is it about radio for you? Or what is it about you in radio that clicks for you?
The fact that you can reach so many people and speak about so many things that you kind of create. It's very different to performance, the performing arts, because somebody else has written a script for you.
Yeah.
With radio as a guide, and you rock with it.
Right?
Yeah.
And I think also if you're an authentic person, because it's hard to be fake on this medium. It's hard to present a persona on a medium that calls for you to just be authentic every day. Otherwise, it's going to be a very hard time.
Okay. And I mean, with radio, you can relax yourself. You can be human. You can make other people relaxed. And you can allow them to speak their minds and speak their hearts and share what they wouldn't ordinarily share because of the warmth you give them automatically.
Yeah.
Like the warmth you're giving me, honey. I feel like I'm at home.
Well, listen, you are at home. And like I said, many, many moons ago when I stepped on the small screen as an actor for the first time.
Yeah.
And I happened to step on the biggest platform. And you were one, it was yourself and Connie.
Yeah.
The first two people to welcome me onto the set of Generations with such open arms and with such a keen interest. And for me, I always remember that because it's like, firstly, biggest platform, biggest TV station, channel, biggest characters on this particular platform, and you're just really were just so human and so humble about it that I was there going, oh my goodness, did a whole Sophie Ndaba.
But also, I think when somebody like you comes onto a show like Generations or any other, and you come with your energy, people pick it up. It's all about your energy. Are you confident? You can't want to be in this industry and come in and you're shy, you're sitting at a corner. You need to level up and say, I'm here, guys. So what's happening? And they'll say, okay, so what are you here to do? And you're like, I'm here to do everything.
I love
Thank God I'm here.
And you've always been doing everything, because even reflecting back at that time, you were busy, man.
Yeah.
Like you were acting and grueling schedule, 6 to 6, 6 days a week.
Yeah.
You were always
Planning
on your
events.
phone, planning events, planning weddings.
Yeah.
I think you were doing construction at the time as well.
Renovations. Yeah. Home renovations. Yes, this is something I'm back to doing now. So I'm very excited. So it's a lot. And I think I get bored very easily. And when I don't have my laptop next to me, a phone is not really a necessity, but I need it. But literally my laptop, that's where my creativity stands, being able to investigate things, search them and search what they mean and look at what my competition out there is and how it's thriving. And just learning from other people, because you never stop learning. And, so I just always found myself stimulated just doing many things, and it's been exciting doing many things.
Is that something like inbred in you, or does that come from a particular mindset or a particular? I mean, we were talking with Napo Mashiane just now, the theatre practitioner. I said a lot of creatives have a scarcity mindset. And so we're always busy because every opportunity for us, we tie it back to the sacrifices that have been made for us to be here. So we never skip it.
Well, for me, remember growing up in an orphanage, growing up in foster homes, I didn't want to go back to that moment where I'm helpless or I'm depending on other people. So, as a female, you're like, I don't want to depend on a man. I don't want to depend on friends. I don't want to depend on family. So I'm going to know that this industry that I'm in, I'm a character that could be killed off any time. So I need to level up and have a plan B. So the whole point and the whole secret in it was always plan B. Do I have a plan B? Is this a plan B? Do I have a plan B? So I had a plan B, and that was my plan B. Just to do something else, but something that I really love. Because also you don't want to just do, right?
Yeah.
You want to do something that you really, really like.
Yeah. Longevity. You've been in the space and you've evolved in so many ways. You've introduced us to so many layers of Sophie. I don't want to say new layers of Sophie, especially in the last 10 years or so.
Yeah.
Because people knew you as just the actress. But now you're like, hey, there's so many other facets which have always been there, by the way. It's
just didn't know.
We just didn't know, or they didn't know.
Yes.
But what do you attribute to longevity, and not just in the creative spaces, but longevity as a businesswoman and sustainability as a businesswoman too?
Well, you can't stand idle. And I think when you stand idle, you lose yourself. And when you lose yourself, it takes a lot to bring you back up. So you have to think about staying relevant and what do you need to do to stay relevant. And it's almost like a strategy. So I say to people, you like working on projects for other people. Have you ever tried to work on a Project Sophie? So Project Sophie means this is where Project Sophie is at right now. What can we do to level Project Sophie up and take it to the next level? When they say do a presentation, you're like, the last time I gave them a presentation, it looked like this. I need to level up. Maybe this time they'll give me work. So Project Sophie, because she is the work. She is the presentation, right? So you need to constantly level Sophie up before you can level the project Sophie's working on. Because if you don't believe Sophie, there's no way you're going to believe her projects.
Yep, that makes sense. Mic check right there. 0862002032 or 0614104107. We are in conversation with Sophie Ndaba this afternoon for full access. If you want to share your thoughts, your reflections, perhaps a moment or two that she's impacted your life, you're more than welcome to do so. Let's take a quick break and then we'll come right back.
Whether we are at the workplace, within communities, at school, or with our friends and family, we all need to demonstrate the kind of responsibility that we would like to see in our country's future. SAfm commemorates Human Rights Month. The SAfm University Debate Challenge is back. Join us for the 1-hour debate on This Week Today with Oliver Dixon from 6 to 7 p.m. on Friday, 15 March 2024 at the SABC Tebeja Studios in Eastern Cape. Rhodes University will take on Nelson Mandela University in what promises to be a nail-biting debate. The SAfm University Debate Challenge is an independent and non-partisan progressive initiative seeking to develop confident communicators, critical thinkers, and empowered global citizens. If you want to attend the debate, you can email info@safm.co.za. SAfm, leading the conversation. You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
Up there. We are in conversation with the actress and businesswoman Sophie Ndaba is joining me in studio, as well as diabetes advocate. I saw Aldrin from the corner of my eye. I don't know if he's going to pop in for 2 seconds or not. Oh, okay, he's not going to pop in. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Aldrin Simpia. We are in conversation with Sophie. If you want to be part of our conversation, you are more than welcome to do so. You can send us a voice note on 061-410-4107 or 086-000-2032. You've been very open and about your faith, about your journey with diabetes. You've been reflecting back. There was a post I was looking for, but I think you probably archived it. You also were reflecting back on your mental state and the toll that took on you physically at some point. And you've shared these experiences on a very superficial platform. Where it's all about the bags and the trips and the soft life.
The fabulosity.
The importance for you to use your social media in ways that are truly, authentically real and that will impact people in real ways.
I mean, I'm just using social media really for what it was intended for: communication, selling your product. Like when people see themselves as the product, and that's a great thing. But they're also selling other people's products instead of selling their own products. So I'm here to sell product Sophie, which is her image, of course, which is what most people are doing. But also, once people have bought into who you are, then you say, okay, this is also what I stand for. Do you believe it? Because you believe me, right? So here I am saying, you can manage diabetes. Here I am saying, you can heal, your mental wellness can be back to normality. I'm from there. I know this, and I've got proof. I can do it, and that's why I've started these amazing organizations like She's a Wonder Africa, and I've started Sophie on Wellness, which is where I really want to teach people how to live well mentally, physically, and otherwise. And that's really, I believe, my new purpose. I still do the businesses, the weddings, and the home renovations, as I've always done my private clients, but this is like what my true calling, where I say, this is now for when they say, let's read her obituary. I don't want you telling me about the weddings. I want you to be telling me about how I saved lives through educating people about what it means to say I'm living a healthy lifestyle.
I want to also read one of your posts. You say, depression can be beaten through exposing yourself to healthy, love-filled environments. environments.
Yeah.
In my state of illness during COVID, I was told to my face by my partner, no one will ever love you, Sophie. You are ugly. Even your own children don't want you or love you.
Yeah.
I will continue cheating on you with 6 more to really deal with you.
Yeah.
I speak confidently because I want women to find courage to face the painful words that were and are spoken to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
That one of the most authentic, realist, rawest shares I've seen on social media in a long time.
Yeah. And it wasn't really a show-off thing. I'm in a comfortable space. I'm in a safe space. I'm in a happy space.
Yeah.
And I just felt this is the right time to talk about certain things that have happened in my life. And I feel like I was not ready for it. I was not ready to hear somebody saying that to me. I never thought it was even possible that somebody could tell me to my face, you're ugly. And being ugly is a normal thing. I mean, when we grow up, we tease each other,
yes.
you know, and it sounds kind of normal because it's a joke. But when you're an adult and you've reached a certain, page in your life, you don't expect anybody, doesn't matter who, to say anything negative to you, to tell you that bring you down. And your partner is supposed to be there to support you, to be your partner, to be what partnership is about, saying this is the road we're going this way together, and we're fighting together and we're succeeding together. That's what partnership is about, really. Whether it's friendship, whether it's a relationship, whether it's a family, if you agree that we're going to have a partnership and we're going this way. So somebody just pulling you down, pulling down your business, pulling down your self-esteem, because I think that's what kills a lot of women. That's what makes a lot of young girls today commit suicide, because the man that used to call her sexy is now suddenly saying, can't you see how fat you are?
Yeah.
You thought these injections you're doing are making you look great. You're actually becoming deformed. And you're thinking, but why, as my partner, you're not being nice enough to say, baby, let's fix this.
Yes.
Come, let me take you. People don't see. Before people see, let me take you. So it's that thing, people are becoming more and more comfortable, but I think also we deal with a lot of narcissists out there, but we also are not educated growing up to know how to identify what is a narcissist, because you don't see them coming either.
Yeah, absolutely. And I bring that up because I think, when we speak on Sophie on wellness, right? At least for how I understand it, it's being on the other side of your journey, or it's being in testimony while being in progress.
Yes.
And in process.
Yes.
And however long that takes.
Yes. I mean, Sophie on Wellness, I just created it. I don't know. I just woke up one day and I thought, Sophie on Wellness. And I thought, and diabetes. And I thought, if I put diabetes, people will not think that as normal as they think they are, they need wellness. So I took out the diabetes bit and I thought, let me focus on wellness, because it's an overall thing for everybody. Mental wellness, physical wellness, what you put into your body. So when you look at Sophie on Wellness on my Instagram page, you actually see that I'm beginning to teach people how to eat well, because I believe that when you take care of your body, you are healthy, and it also helps with your mental health, and you're ready to fight a good fight because you're a healthy person. When you're a weakling, how are you going to fight a good fight? I mean, I was diabetic, remember? Almost on my deathbed, looking like a skeleton, and there I was, unhealthy, eating 2 teaspoons of whatever, not really eating, and I almost died because I was not living a healthy life. So everything works together for the good of your wellness.
Yeah. And the post I was looking for, that I think it's probably archived, I think you posted it about a month ago or so. Or
really? And was it Diabetes Month, maybe in November?
Could have been.
Yes.
And you were reflecting back on that to say, and I'm paraphrasing now from loose memory.
Yes.
And you were saying that, you did not realize when looking at you in the mirror.
Oh, it's still there. I think it should still be there. You just didn't see the caption that says, I did not look at myself in the mirror. It's in November. So if somebody wants to look at it, it's in November. And I said that when I looked in the mirror, I saw a size 36.
Yes.
Yet I was a size 26 or 20. I mean, I don't know what size I was. I was just wearing clothes of a 13-year-old. And yet I was, a grown woman who was wearing size 36, 38, 40 at some point. To be wearing an 13 to 14-year-old. But when I looked in the mirror, I still saw her, the original girl, and I could not see the current. And guess what? I was still wearing the same clothes of when I was bigger. And I asked myself, but wouldn't they be falling? And I realized that no, but remember, Sophie, you always loved stretchy things. Full-figured women love things that stretch, because then, as your weight fluctuates, you are able to still wear the same thing, even if you're one size, 2 sizes down. Yes. So it kind of worked, and I was like, so this is how I didn't see, and when people used to stare at me, I used to think, wow, babona queen.
You thought, I'm hot right now.
I'm hot right now. I get captured to the nines. Yes. I've done my hair, but I don't realize that I literally look like a skeleton, and people are in shock mode. Kanti, now I'm thinking, and they still greet hi, because they're like feeling sorry for you. They're like, but, and they don't even finish their sentences, and you're thinking, oh no, don't worry, darling, I'm not acting anymore, but I'll come back to acting, but you don't know what they're really talking about until later, when I went to my psychologist. A friend of mine took me to a psychologist, and I just, every time I wanted to say a line, I would burst out crying, and it'd say, okay, just tell me slowly, start at the beginning. I'd say, this is how it started, and before I finish a paragraph, I'm in tears again, I can't even speak, and he said, start writing. He said, write it down, and then I will read it out to you, and then we can discuss it. So therapy is such a big thing in this wellness process, right? That you need to talk to someone that you trust, someone that you've tested before in your life, not somebody that you just testing. I'm talking about friends and family. Somebody that is understanding, not just a random person who will laugh in your face, right? And then obviously the professionals are there for that. Life coaches, psychologists, therapists. That's what even your own GP can listen. If you're really going for a consultation, you're paying them for this consultation. They're not a shrink, but they'll listen. And they'll advise,
And that speaks to, really, as you said, that speaks to wellness, psychological and emotional wellness. I wanted to play a voice note from WhatsApp, shall we?
Hello, good afternoon there in the studio. Vincent Risomati El Bregpan. I like Sophie, I like her energy. She's full of life. She's active. There are never dull moments with her. I've been watching her since the Generations days, and following her up on social media. She's quite alive. Sophie, keep up the good work, man. You are an inspiration to all of us. Thank you, Vincent.
That's so sweet.
We thought we'd play that for you. And because that's it. As we talk about, Sophie on wellness, part of that zest for life, also in the recognizing, Uguti, you only have one life. This is it. You got to do the best with it.
I don't know what death looks like. Is what somebody said to me today. I don't know what death looks like, so I'm not about to try it out and say it right. So I don't know what death looks like, and I know I was quota to what death looks like. I know what it looks like, but I didn't experience it, and I'm not about to experience it. And I want to help others out there through Sophie and Wellness to make sure that they do not experience what I experienced, and fight a good fight and eat well. And I'm going to be cooking and having great fun, and I'm going to invite you to come on my online channel to be cooking with me. We just want to do fun things, and I think wellness should start being fun, because you know how about doctor, you're already thinking, oh, am I dying? Why about like when a doctor? Why? No, it's just to address your wellness, to know. Go do your blood tests. I say to people, go out there, go do your blood tests. I mean, when I was ill, I think I was admitted, and my doctor said I need to do an HIV test, and I was not perturbed. I was not concerned. I was like, okay. And he was like, you're one of the first people looking as you look who's very comfortable. And I said, I am comfortable because, I already know what's eating me up. I think as people, we always know what conditions we really have if we understand what conditions are, especially chronic illnesses, especially if it came from your family, etc. But we are too scared to test because we don't want to hear it for real from a professional. But I say prevention is better than cure. Go out there, and if you're pre-diabetic, we can stop it. We can help you to stop it. Dietitians can help you through diet. Doctors, GPs, you don't have to even go see a specialist. A regular GP can tell you exactly what to avoid, what not to avoid before you even see the dietitian. So for me, it's like, start Googling, start looking. Instead of spending 5 hours that you spend on social media, always say, for the 5 hours that I spend on social media a day, 1 hour is dedicated to Googling about wellness, understanding what are the good foods, what are the bad bad foods, what are the bad habits, what are the good habits, and you begin to make it part of your lifestyle. We call it now lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle.
Yes. And what I love about this in our final moments is you're also giving yourself the gift of life. Someone, I think it was Oprah many years ago, and I latched onto this where I go for pap smears the month of my birthday, February. And people go, why do you do that? What if you get bad news? I'm like, either way, I'm giving myself the gift of life, because whether I get a bad result or a good result, I now know how to move forward with it versus just sitting in the dark.
Absolutely. I mean, my cousin's sister is in hospital in Pretoria as we speak. Excuse me, she's got 5 blood clots in her brain, and she's been transferred from Kimberley to Johannesburg to specialists here, and she just had headaches that she kept ignoring. So for me, it's like even the simplest headache could lead to a heart aneurysm. So for you need to be in a place where you say everything about my health is non-negotiable. Just like your designer handbag that you're like, don't touch it. It's non-negotiable. I'm not borrowing it to you. I'm not sharing it with you. Don't share your life with people who are going to kill it with you. Say to them, no, today I'm not overindulging. I'm going to indulge, but I'm not going to over. So you are in charge. Constant. You need to always be in charge of your wellness, mentally, physically, inward, outwards. Go to gym, go swim, take a walk in your garden. If you don't have a garden, take a walk in your house.
I love it. Sofla, yes, I still call you Sofla.
Yes, honey.
For everybody that wants to follow the movement, I know you're very engaged on social media, and I know you're planning a very busy year with all kinds of things coming up.
Yes.
Indeed, 23rd of March, you actually have a wellness brunch.
Yes, I'm invited as a guest speaker at a wellness brunch, and I'm super excited about it. And go on to my social media and you'll see it, Sophie Ndaba _ and you can also check me out on Sophie on Wellness. I'm going to post everything there leading to Saturday the 23rd in Brakpan. It's going to be amazing. There's other speakers as well. I'm just a guest, but she's a wonder. Africa. Sophie on Wellness is going to have programs as we go in the year. But here we are supporting other women who are doing this, right? And it's a program about women, about fitness, about wellness, about everything. And please join us. Come and join us. Have a good day. For a change, man. Bloma le rona about life.
I love it. You can hear,
the whole woman.
The whole woman.
SA.
Between She's a Wonder Africa and Sophie on Wellness, I get the feeling as the year unfolds, she will be dipping in and out of course, the full circle with myself here to let us know what is on the calendar. I appreciate you for coming through. I appreciate you for authentically and honestly sharing your journey and your story, and for walking in faith and just being consistently Sofla. It was Sophie Ndaba, actress, businesswoman, and of course, wellness advocate. I think at this point we can call her a wellness advocate as well. For myself and my team, thank you for choosing to be in conversation with us every single day this week. We don't take it for granted at all. We absolutely appreciate it. You could be anywhere, but you choose to be here. Have a fantastic weekend. And if you are traveling the country, particularly if you happen to be driving from one point to another, remember that half the fun is in enjoying the journey. You'll get there when you get there. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
I'm Michelle Constant. Join the JSB crew and I every Saturday and Sunday morning between 7 and 10 a.m. We promise to keep you informed and entertained with innovation, culture, cars, travel, life learnings, environment, and of course, your big fat juicy. Small stories, big ideas, massive inspiration. The Jet Set Breakfast on SAfm.
Every person, no matter who you are, what music you're inclined to listen to, and what you do with your weekends. You need a weekend playlist.
When I started out, it was just a matter of seeing you every day. And one day I'll reach it.
It's that musical mix of music that accompanies the lazy weekends, whether catching up with friends and family or just taking some time to reflect. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 on SAfm.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
Do business big. Sign up to selected Telkom Business LTE and fiber deals and get a free NSBC voucher worth 3,950 rands. T's and C's apply.
unbiased and impartial. This is SAfm News.
In our top stories, Kganyago reappointed as Reserve Bank Governor and Takatso SAA whistleblower demands accountability. Good afternoon. President Cyril Ramaphosa has reappointed Lesija Kganyago as Governor of the South African Reserve Bank for another 5 years with effect from the 9th of November this year. In a statement, the presidency says the decision taken in consultation with the Minister of Finance and directors of the South African Reserve Bank will ensure institutional stability. The president has also reappointed Nomfundo Chazimbana and Rashid Ismail Kasim as deputy governors for a period of 5 years with effect from the 1st of August this year, following the end of term of office of former Deputy Governor Kuben Naidu. President Ramaphosa has appointed Dr. Mampo Modise as the new Deputy Governor of the South African Reserve Bank. The High Court in Johannesburg has dismissed an urgent application by convicted murderer and rapist Thabo Bester and Dr. Nandipa Magudumana to interdict the broadcasting of the documentary Tracking Thabo Bester by Showmax. The 4-part docuseries is expected to premiere today. The pair, through their lawyers, each approached the High Court to stop the airing of the documentary as they believe it threatens their rights. However, the judge dismissed this. Former Director General of the Department of Public Enterprises, Kgatatso Tlhakudi, says mistakes that led to the irregularities in the now collapsed Takatso SAA deal are born of one man's ego, referring to the Minister of Public Enterprises, Pravin Gordhan. Gordhan on Wednesday announced the sale of a 51% stake in SAA to the Takatso consortium has been cancelled. This follows 3 years of Gordhan's reported fight to keep details of the equity partner deal with Takatso confidential. Tlhakudi says people must be held accountable.
The process was literally hijacked to benefit particular business people that were chosen by the minister as strategic active partners for SAA. Number two, the value of SAA was deliberately brought down, informed by evaluation done by the buyer instead of the seller. All the other cover-ups and shenanigans and character assassinations need to be properly investigated, and people must be held to account. And if it is done properly, Minister Gordhan will be found wanting. Some of my colleagues in the department, the acting DG Modisane, signed the share sale and purchase agreement, which was flawed.
Jackie Thomas, director of co-founder at Pink Ladies, a missing persons organization, says through their work in assisting with the search for missing people, they've noticed an increase in the amount of kidnappings for the purpose of trafficking since the COVID-19 pandemic. Kidnappings are peaking in Gauteng, with the latest crime statistics showing the province recorded 2,367 cases between October and December last year. Thomas says the increase in numbers related to kidnapping can be attributed to the business being highly profitable for criminals. The Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk has called for more ammunition to be supplied to Ukraine. In comments ahead of his meeting with leaders of France and Germany, he was echoing remarks by NATO Secretary General on Thursday. Head of NATO Jens Stoltenberg says there needed to be more political will to supply Ukrainian troops with ammunition. The BBC's Adam Easton has the details.
Ahead of his meeting in Berlin with Chancellor Scholz and President Macron, Mr. Tusk wrote a terse message on social media. True solidarity with Ukraine, he asked. His answer, less words, more ammunition. Poland has been one of the largest donors of military supplies to Ukraine since Russia's invasion. In Washington earlier this week, Mr. Tusk warned if the US Congress fails to pass a $60 billion aid package for Ukraine, thousands of Ukrainian lives could be lost as a result.
Recapping the top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa has reappointed Lesija Kganyago as Governor of the South African Reserve Bank for another 5 years with effect from the 9th of November this year. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
And coming up in your sports this hour, Ngidi ruled out of the IPL and UEFA Champions League quarterfinals draw concluded, while Netball World Youth Cup 2025 qualifiers Africa to get underway in Pretoria this weekend. I'll have more details at 3:30.
A dream drafts the business. Passion takes it places because you are the business. Do business big with Telkom Business. Guests don't stay for the elevator music. Your name is what they rate because you are the business. Get Core Fiber Lite 40 by 20 megabits per second for 549 Rand per month from Telkom Business. The first 1,000 businesses to sign up to selected LTE and fiber deals will receive a free National Small Business Chamber voucher worth 3,950 Rand. Do business big. Call 10213 or click telkom.co.za. T's and C's apply.
The Mazda CX-60 3.3-litre turbo diesel. That six-cylinder engine will take you by surprise. Succumb to its powers. Experience the Mazda CX-60 3.3-litre turbo diesel for yourself.
Motsepe Foundation Championship side Milford FC wants Stellenbosch FC to suffer the same heartbreak as Amakosi. Yet Stellies are confident that their Stallions have reached a cul-de-sac. This is the Get Back Cup Last 16. Experience the unmatched passion of Ebola Lasamzanzi. Milford FC clashes with Stellenbosch FC this Friday, 15 March, live at 6:30 p.m. on SABC Plus and SABC3 at 7 p.m. Also available on SABC radio stations and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Rito leri hangala keke na misava hinkwayo ri hashambe uya butlhari shana imani anga kumieta kake imani anga mieta ka mpfumawulo wa rito ra kuke 326 hi tshama hi ri etindleve eka SAfm hikuva u yi phamela swakudya swa miehleketo hi dya yi tlhela hi xiva ndzi ri halala Aldrin Sapia halala wena la tselekiweke eswitikweni swa vutlhari akatingiwa etimbiteni ta vutivi a sekiwa hi galaza ra vutshila loko ri mina ntombi ya mutongo n'wa xambula makhutlo wa madyafula ri la tsundzuka n'wana hi ku heta ndzi ku hluvulela xihuku ndzi ri kula u ringana na ndlopfu halala Aldrin Sapia halala
Aldrin Sampier on Beyond the Headline.
It is 8 minutes after 3 o'clock. Good afternoon and welcome to Beyond the Headline with me, Aldrin Sampier. Thank you so much for choosing us this afternoon. We're with you from now up until 6 o'clock. Coming up on the show this afternoon, we speak to the Department of Health in Gauteng about the 600 million rand that it has had to pay for medical negligence and malpractice cases that have been brought against the department. That's 600 million rand. 600 million rand. So that is just over $500 million that the department has had to pay. And according to the statistics, in 2018-2019 financial year, 586 million rand was paid in medical negligence claims, 501 million, how do you pronounce this? Okay, it's $500 million that was paid in 2019-2020, and then in 2020-2021 it decreased to around 391 million. And mind you that here we are speaking about this 2020 and 2021 was during the COVID-19 season, the COVID-19 period, and the department is saying that because of that, the medical negligence claims for this or the previous financial year has increased to around 600 million, because remember that some courts were closed and there was just slow movement around processing matters because of the restrictions around COVID-19 COVID-19. So we'll be speaking to Mutale Dale Mudiba, who is the spokesperson for the Department of Health in Gauteng. He'll be joining us in the next short while. And then we look at what's happening in Gaza. Around 20 people waiting to receive desperately needed aid have been killed in an airstrike that is in Gaza. So we'll be speaking to Naim Jinnah, who's a senior researcher for humanity at Mistra. He'll be joining us at 3:10. And then we're also speaking to the Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, and this is in relation to the application that they will now be making at the Constitutional Court following the decision by the Supreme Court of Appeal to dismiss his application to appeal the application or the judgment that was handed down by the High Court in relation to the decision to end the Zimbabwe exemption permit. Remember that the High Court had ruled that there must be consultation with some of the affected parties as well. So those are some of the stories that we have on the agenda this afternoon. Anything else that you'd like to place on the agenda? On 0614-104107, you can also drop me an X at Aldrin Simpier, and our studio line is 086 000 2032.
This is Aldrin Simpier on Beyond the Headline.
0614-104107, and you can also drop me an X at Aldrin Simpier. We're in conversation next with Mutale Dale Mudiba, who is the spokesperson for the Department of Health in Gauteng, which has come under fire following revelations that the department has paid over 600 million rand in less than a year to patients who sued the Gauteng Health Department for negligence or malpractice. Mutale Dale now joining us on the line. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us. 600 million, that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. Okay, we don't have him on the line. We're going to try and see if we can get him back on the line. Apparently he was on the line, but now the line has dropped. But also, again, looking at that statement from the Department of Health, it says that in addition, it has forked out an unhealthy 597 million rand to private lawyers and state legal services, bringing the overspend and administration for medical legal claims to 20% of the current financial year. Bringing the overspend in the administration for medical legal claims to 20% for the current financial year. He now joins us on the line. Mutale Dale, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us. 600 million rand is a lot of money. This is over 500 million. How did you get here?
Thanks, Alden, for affording us the opportunity to explain. Perhaps I think you've already given a bit of a background in terms of the issues around the medical legal claims and the period between 2020, 2021 and 2021, 2022, where we had reduced activities. So now you're having all of those cases obviously having to be processed. And the amount, obviously, it's what you've stated in terms of what we've been able to pay. But there are factors that would have obviously led to the particular cases reaching a situation where the department has to pay. And part of those would be issues that happen within, incidents that happen within our service platforms. Either it be that proper care was not given to a particular patient, or there were things that the court deemed that had those things been done, the outcome, insofar as the clinical outcomes, would have probably been different. So it's something that we have put in place now. Obviously, a number of interventions to try and mitigate against that, especially the human factors that contribute towards us incurring what we call medical legal claims, especially given that these are not claims that we've budgeted for. These are claims that happen because of something that goes wrong within our service platform.
And once again, so you have the Department of Health, which is the overarching employer that is providing a service, but then it employs people to come and administer the service, including the medical staff, which would include the doctors as well. Are they held accountable though for their actions? Because at the end of the day, it is the taxpayer that has to foot the bill for negligence that they should be taking accountability for.
Look, because we do hold our employees accountable. If you recall, just recently now, the case that happened in Steve Biko, you would know that we've suspended about 5 of our employees. An investigation is underway. We have a case in Telemogherane where it's almost being completed, where 3 employees were actually also taken through a disciplinary process. So it's just that because you have to follow due processes, even when you are investigating this type of cases, it takes time in between. And at times it might seem that the wheel is not moving as fast as possible, but we do hold our employees accountable. But I must hasten to say that it's not just factors that relates to even our employees. Sometimes it's issues that relates to our own infrastructure setup and things that are happening within the environment that are outside of the control of employees. And that's why we have invested now in a massive program in terms of far as improving our infrastructure is concerned. You would know that even last year we launched a campaign called I Serve with a Smile, which is really a change management program, which is aimed at providing support to our staff in terms of assisting them to be able to cope with the type of pressures that we're dealing with within our service platform. But on the other hand, it's also engaging with the public, who are the people that are accessing the health services, so that we meet each other halfway, because we want to increase a situation where the public is more vocal and is able to report speedily incidents where we are not giving them the type of treatment that they should be getting, because that will also contribute quite extremely in terms of clamping down on some of these particular cases. So it's not one approach, it's multiple approaches that we're taking. Part of the other approach that we're taking in terms of saving the state's money is that you would know that with the civil claims that we're currently experiencing, we've got what we call the public health defense, which we are advancing to ensure that where possible, not always must we pay in cash. There are times where the type of payment that is needed can actually be provided through certain services that are rendered within the system. So we've had cases where the court has said, instead of paying so much millions, we are going to pay this much. The rest of the other amounts is what you are going to provide as a service to the affected person, because we do have some of the highly specialized services that are rendered quite efficiently within our system, even with the shortfalls that we're talking about now.
Yeah. Has the department found that any of its staff members are actually involved in the deliberate negligence because they know that they can make a phone call to a lawyer who would come and make a claim against the department, when we know, for instance, with the Eastern Cape Department, there have been some allegations of this nature. The other day, we were speaking about something similar but related to the Road Accident Fund, and some of the listeners were speaking about lawyers that are actually stationed outside hospitals, so that when something goes wrong, those lawyers are then called in and they're part of the medical legal claims that would be made against the department.
It's funny, Alton, that you should actually even, I think not even funny, but I think you're on point in terms of the question that you are raising, because it's something that we actually have been discussing internally. There are some, let me say this, there would be certain things that we would announce as we go forward in relation to this particular area, which I'm not at liberty now to unveil that, but indeed it's an area that we're looking at, because if you look at some of the patterns in relation to the claims, the way they are happening, the concentration of cases in terms of the law firms that are actually handling the particular cases, there is a particular pattern that we're looking into in terms of saying not all cases are because there's negligence. Some cases are because there's collusion within the system itself. For example, cases of records disappearing. And that's why now we are introducing what is called the health information system in terms of digitizing our records, because part of the reason why we lose some of these cases is because even when you've taken the correct steps, because you've lost the file that can prove what steps were followed and what processes were followed, you get to court, you don't have the file of the case, you are likely to be on the wrong side and lose the case, not because your health workers were negligent, but because you could not prove your case. And a file does not just disappear on its own. It disappears because there's huge amounts of monies that are linked to this. So we are looking into this particular area. As I say, there's some intervention measures that we're putting in place, working with some of the law enforcement agencies to ensure that we explore every avenue that will result in the state state being able to save monies, because indeed you've got law firms that their sole purpose of existing is to deal with medical legal claims, and somehow they seem to know all these different cases across our facilities. But while we're looking at that, we also need to I think from our side, work on improving those things that are within our control in terms of ensuring that our facilities will lessen what we call the patient safety incidents within our facilities. So hence we've now established what is called the surgical intervention team, which looks at the number of incidences that we're having, or the mistakes that are happening within a surgical, or the incidents that happen within surgical environments, and to what extent those contribute towards medical legal claim, but to also look at what interventions then can be made to improve our clinical environment, so that we have a situation where we lessen some incidents are unavoidable given the type of environment and the pressures, but we think that we can reduce significantly many of the incidents and be able to divert the money towards where it's needed most, which is expanding services to communities.
Thank you so much for your time. That is Mutala Tale Mudiba, who is the spokesperson for the Gauteng Department of Health, and it has the department in only 9 months has paid that 623 million. This is just over a period of 9 months. 0614 104 107, and you can also drop me an X at Aldrin St. Pierre.
#SAfm BTH.
It's 21 minutes after 3 o'clock. Malawi's Immigration Department has restored the e-passport issuance system that went down in January after it was hacked. The hackers, according to President Lazarus Chakwera, were demanding a ransom from the government. In February, President Lazarus Chakwera told Parliament that a cyber attack had led to the shutdown of the system. Some Malawians, like Jan Kasunda, want those who hacked the system to be named and prosecuted. George Mango has that story.
This means that e-passport issuer services have resumed and printing will start in Lilongwe this week and later on in the other regions. President Lazarus Chakwera on February 2021 this year gave the department 3 weeks to find alternatives to the hacked passport issuer system. The resumption will also see a 55% reduction of e-passport fees from €49 to €27 for ordinary passports, with waiting processing time of 10 days. Some Malawians, like Jean Gray Kasunda, want those who hacked the system to be named and prosecuted.
However, looking at the issue holistically, I feel our authorities have been a bit economical with information. Why am I saying this? The authorities told us that our immigration system was hacked by unscrupulous people with the assistance of some internal officers. Why, up to date, our authorities have never told us the identities of these people, the hackers and the insiders that assisted these hackers. Why hide them? By now, we should have heard something like, we have arrested ABCD for aiding the hacking of the immigration department. We are taking them to court. But up to now, there is nothing of that sort.
While the public is also happy that passport fees have been reduced, Mercy Banda in the commercial capital Blantyre wants the government to have security backup systems.
We are happy the government has considered it, because 90,000 for some other Malawians is a lot of money. They cannot manage to pay that amount, so reducing it to 50,000. That's at least a very good and welcome idea for the government to do it like that. We are wishing that some other things as well will go down, like the maybe the license and some other expensive things. The government should take into consideration as well, not only concentrating on the passport.
IT expert Bennett Gankuzi has urged the government to institute an independent investigation into the said hacking. This is because the hacking is being attributed to the government's cancellation of the $60.8 million Technobrain contract in 2021 for alleged poor handling of the contract by the previous administration.
So it will be good that maybe an independent team of experts should come up with the truth about this, because at the end of the day, this lack of service delivery in terms of passport production is quite detrimental to the citizens of Malawi.
The suspension of passport production in January this year affected the Malawi-Israel Labour Export deal those seeking medical attention abroad, cross-border drivers, and students who were applying for foreign educational scholarships. George Mhango, Channel Africa News, Blantyre.
This is Aldrin Sampear on Beyond the Headline.
It is 24 minutes after 3 o'clock. We're in conversation next with Naheem Jinnah, senior researcher at MISTRA. So Gaza's health ministry has reported that 20 Palestinians were killed and more than 150 people were wounded by Israeli forces while waiting for aid. Naheem Jinnah is now joining us on the line. Naheem, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us. What is understood about what happened here?
Well, this is not the first time. I mean, for the past few weeks, we've been seeing this kind of incident where people line up for aid when the trucks have arrived or at UNRWA stations, etc., and then they get deliberately fired upon by the Israeli soldiers. So this seems to be not something that's an aberration, but actually it seems to be policy. People are forced into a particular area and told that would be a safe area. There's no food allowed, etc. And then when they do get food, they are, sorry to use the term, but easy pickings for snipers.
And now also seeing that there is again another proposal that has come from Hamas. The New York Times is reporting that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has rejected it and calling it absurd. What do you know about this proposal?
Well, the proposal is, in a sense, softer in terms of Palestinian demands than the previous proposal from the resistance in Gaza. In particular, it reduces the number of Palestinian prisoners to be released in exchange for the Israeli captives being held. But the issue that Netanyahu finds unacceptable is there were three issues, which for the Palestinians are kind of a baseline and minimum set of demands. One is that there must be what they're calling a sustainable ceasefire, but basically a permanent ceasefire, not as Netanyahu wants a temporary 6 weeks or something. Secondly, that they are saying that the Palestinians are saying that Israeli troops must move out of Gaza, which Netanyahu refuses to do. And the third one is that Palestinians are asking for the lifting of the siege on Gaza that has been in place for the past 17, 18 years. So these, seemingly eminently reasonable demands by the Palestinians, but these are what Netanyahu and his government are rejecting. And part of the reason, of course, is that they want to continue maintaining a siege on Gaza and essentially slowly starve people to death. As they have been doing, but also that he wants to, after a temporary ceasefire and the release of the captives, he wants to return to continue bombing the refugees in Rafah.
Yeah, and with all of this, again, is at least with the United States, they have slightly changed their tune and the approach to the war in Gaza. But now the attempts, at least, to find a ceasefire ahead of the holy month of Ramadan, that has failed. The German Chancellor Olaf Scholz is now expected to also travel to Israel. He will meet with Jordan's King Abdullah on Saturday, we understand, and then the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the President Isaac Herzog on Sunday. Do you think that he would be able to push them to say that now that there is a new proposal that has been put on the table by Hamas, maybe it could lead to a ceasefire?
No, I mean, the only party that can exert that kind of an influence on the Israelis is the United States, and they are refusing to do so. So they come up with all ridiculous alternatives. For example, instead of allowing the thousands of trucks of aid that are waiting on the border to go in, they drop aid from the sky, which in total has made up less than 2 trucks worth. And a number of people have died as a result of those aid drops. Now they're talking about building a pier or port or something to bring in aid, when all the Americans have to do is insist that the Israelis allow the aid in and threaten to stop their own military aid, now $28 billion in the past 5 months, threaten to stop that to Israel and bend Israel to their will. But they don't have the will to do that.
Well, as our Minister of International Relations had said as well, why don't you take your the US soldiers or even soldiers from the West and say that they must ensure that the aid actually arrives in Gaza, because there's no chance at all, she believes, that the Israeli Defense Force would attack its allies.
Absolutely. But again, there's some reason why the Americans do not want to put any pressure on the Israelis, even though they can. And their ridiculous alternatives, they don't provide the humanitarian aid that is required. They don't prevent the starvation that is taking place, and they won't. And really, at the moment, that's the only party, the United States, that can exert the influence, and they refuse to.
Thank you so much for your time. Naim Jinnah is a senior researcher at the Mapungubwe Institute for Strategic Reflection. 0614-104-107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin St. Pierre. Our studio line is 086-000-2032.
Good afternoon, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, presidential spokesperson Vincent Magwenya has described the DA's request to the US government to observe South Africa's May elections as a clumsy PR stunt aimed at undermining the integrity of the country's electoral system. President Cyril Ramaphosa has reappointed Lesija Hanyago as governor of the South African Reserve Bank for another 5 years with effect from the 9th of November this year. And the first ship carrying aid for Gaza using a new maritime corridor from Cyprus has arrived off the coast of the territory. I'll have details on these and other stories at 4.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
And it's time to get a traffic update with Rob Byrne. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Very good afternoon. Durban's N2 South slow as usual, I'm afraid. The N2 between Gateway and KwaMashu heading to Durban is being held up, and then a breakdown further south near Spaghetti Junction. So secondary delay coming from Inanda. It's been a series of breakdowns on the N2 before Spaghetti Junction. This is the very latest, but it is heavy. Also delays coming out of Pietermaritzburg, Ashburton down to a stationary truck around the Umlas Road area. Joburg, not a bad start ahead of the main drive home this afternoon. Bit of traffic on the highways, but nothing too desperate at this stage. The M1 up through Midrand looking okay. Only a crash on the M1 south at New Road has been cleared. Cape Town fairly busy on the M5, the Black River Parkway both ways, northbound, queuing up from the N2 through to the N1 Kubo interchange, southbound from the interchange down to about Milner Road, very slow. And the N7 going south, queuing pressure there from Franz Conradi down towards Fort Trekker Road in the Goodwood area.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
And it's time for a sports update with Duming Khapele. So, Lungingidi, what's happening?
Yeah, man, he's injured and he's been ruled out of the IPL. Good afternoon, Aldrin, and good afternoon to everyone that's listening. Starting things off with cricket. Yes, Lungingidi, who's Proteas fast bowler, he's been released by Delhi Capitals for this season's Indian Premier League as he continues to recover from a lower back injury. The 27-year-old sustained the injury during the playoffs at the SA20 last month, and he's currently being monitored by Cricket South Africa's medical team and undergoing rehab with his provincial team, the Titans, and he's expected to return to play in the second half of the ongoing Cricket South Africa T20 Challenge in April. Then in football, so usually PSL top flight clubs are generally struggling when it comes to accessing footage on their lower league counterparts, especially in the Nedbank Cup. However, Mamelodi Sundowns coach Rulani Mokoena says that Maritzburg United were more of an open book this time around. The two sides clash in the Nedbank Cup round of 16 tie at the Lucas Muribe Stadium on Sunday evening in a David versus Goliath fixture since the team of choice got relegated to the second tier last season. And here's Mokoena just explaining why they were a lot easier to analyze.
Fortunately, there's and you got to also give credit to the PSL really, because we're getting a bit more coverage of the first division, and their latest game was on TV. In fact, I was just speaking to Deco outside because he was actually doing the commentary of that game, and he covered I was listening to some of his comments, and I asked him about one or two things because he saw the game live. And so just as I was walking in, I asked him about one or two things that he mentioned while he was doing the game. So fortunately, we do have access to that.
Then still staying with football, the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals fixtures are set. Arsenal will host Bayern Munich in the first leg as our former Tottenham star Harry Kane returns to North London, while holders Manchester City will overcome Real Madrid once again to defend their crown after beating the 14-time winners last season in the semi-final en route to claiming the treble. Barcelona will take on Paris Saint-Germain, while Borussia Dortmund play against Atletico Madrid in the other quarterfinal ties, and Arsenal and Manchester City will face each other in the semi-finals if they progress through to the next round. Elsewhere, former U.S. women's national team star Megan Rapinoe will have her number 15 jersey retired by the Seattle Reign. The National Women's Soccer League club announced yesterday that it will celebrate the career of Rapinoe, who retired last year at the age of 38. Rapinoe was one of the 3 players to wear a Seattle uniform from the team's 2013 debut through to 2023, and her jersey is the only second to be retired by any NWSL team. In netball, the Netball World Youth Cup 2025 qualifiers Africa are set to begin at the University of Pretoria's Rembrandt Hall on Sunday. 7 African countries will compete for a spot in the Netball World Youth Cup in 2025, and the countries include South Africa, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Kenya, and Namibia and Zambia. Ending things off with tennis, Emma Navarro says that she's all ready for the next one. This is after beating Aryna Sabalenka in 3 sets in the first time that she faced the world number 2 ranked player. Navarro overcame Sabalenka's powerful serve and converted 4 of her 5 break-point opportunities to defeat the reigning 2-time Australian Open champion in windy conditions.
Yeah, feeling excited. I've worked really hard over the years to kind of just get to this point and be able to play at a level that can compete with the best players in the world, and I think that showed today. So, yeah, just excited to get the win, and I'm ready for the next one.
Well, on the note, it's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour for SAfm Sport. I'm Dumin Khabele.
Gautrain is for the legends who make moves to save and pay from as little as 45 Rand from Pretoria to Midrand. It's for our clever who turn 5-liter bottles into workout dumbbells. And for the slim oaks who bring a home-cooked scuff team to work every day. So when it comes to travel, make moves that save and pay from as little as 45 Rand from Pretoria to Midrand Station. Gautrain, for people on the move.
The Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads, Community Safety and Transport Management will be conducting public hearings on Railway Safety Bill on the 15th of March 2024 at Mabulia Community Hall, Naka Mudri Mulema District, Okti Community Hall, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District, Wipilo Community Hall, Revilo, Dr. Ruth Sohomosi Mumpati District, and Jericho Multipurpose Hall, Jericho in Buchanala District. All hearings starts at 10 in the morning.
Those who love the beautiful game can never have enough of the incredible moments. Like the fascinating last-minute goals, the unbelievable saves, the top-of-the-range reviews of critical match scenarios by the legendary Mr. Ref, the mummies of the week, and highly knowledgeable analysts. Catch Soccer Zone on Mondays at 8 p.m. live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC 1 at 10 p.m. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Attention filmmakers, are you ready? It's time to showcase the vibrant tapestry of KwaZulu-Natal's cultural heritage at the Simon Mabunu Sabela KZN Film and Television Awards, South Africa's ultimate celebration of cinematic excellence. In partnership with the SABC and KZN EDTEA, we champion innovation, paving the way for the future of cinema. This year, we go beyond imagination. Edit your 1-minute submissions, because call for entries is now open until the 28th of March 2024. For more information, visit www.kznfilm.co.za or follow us on social media platforms. Join the conversation using the hashtag SSA24. KZN Film, our kingdom is your stage.
SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfM, leading the conversation. SAfM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfM, leading the conversation. The only talk radio afternoon drive show that makes sense. Beyond the Headline with Aldrin Sampear, right here on SAfM.
Let's take your voice notes on 0614-104107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear. Our studio line is 086-000-2032. A bit later on, we'll be in conversation with the Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, and this is in relation to an application for leave to appeal a High Court decision in relation to the decision that was taken by government to terminate the ZEP. That conversation is coming up shortly. Your voice notes on 0614-104-107. We also hope to speak to our reporter Calvin a bit later on, and this is in relation to a High Court ruling that's where the application that has been brought by Dr. Nandi Pamakutumane and Thabo Bester has been dismissed. They wanted to interdict Showmax from showing the documentary that they had planned to start showing actually from today, and I see that from the X handle of Showmax they say that from 4 o'clock that documentary will start being available, starting off of course with the 2 episodes.
How Mr. Aldrin? You know, sometimes there's something which worry me a little bit, Mr. Aldrin. Since the formation of Mkhonto, you hear people say, this thing is for the Zulus. I don't understand what does it mean exactly. Because when Malema started his party, nobody said this thing is for the Pedis. But the people have guts just to tell us Zulus that it's like we are controlled by Jacob Zuma. It's like we are an idiot, we can't think for ourselves. I don't understand other people. But anyway, we are still keeping quiet, minding our own business.
Good afternoon, Adrian. This is Namlavana from Omzimkolo. On the issue of Malawi, they are celebrating that they have restored all of that. Okay, anyway, it's a good news. But on the case of they have reduced the amount of a passport is a scam. You see, before passport, it was expiring after 10 years. But now that they have reduced the amount, now is expiring in 5 years, and they have also reduced the number of pages. Now it's all about making profit on the government. They are stealing from the poor people of Malawi.
Hashtag SAFMBTH.
It is 18 minutes now before 4 o'clock. We're in conversation next with the Department of Home Affairs Minister, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, and this is following the decision to grant the minister leave to appeal the Zimbabwe exemption permits ruling by the Supreme Court of Appeal. This follows the ruling in a case brought forward by the Zimbabwe Immigration Federation in 2022 and others over the termination of the ZEP, asking the court to declare it unconstitutional and invalid. Minister, good afternoon, and thank you so much for making time for us.
Good afternoon, Aldrin, and good afternoon to the listeners of SAfm.
Now, which aspect is it that the minister wants to appeal, considering that the decision was already taken last year to issue new exemption permits?
It's important that we explain these issues. You remember, Aldrin, that the High Court in Gauteng, the Tshwane Division, had 2 matters, one from Helen Suzman Foundation, which were saying I must be interdicted from ending Zimbabwean permits and asking them to apply for mainstream visa. and they were saying that is unconstitutional. But there was another grouping called Zimbabwe Immigration Federation, or ZIF, with a gentleman called Vinder and Magadzire. They were applying for the same thing, but when they arrive in court, they change their plea. They change their prayers and say, actually, we demand that all should be given permanent residence permit in South Africa because they've been staying here for too long. So we appealed these matters, both of them, to the Supreme Court of Appeal, but the Helen Suzman Foundation matter will be dismissed on it. But now, because the Supreme Court of Appeal dealt with them differently. But then, on this matter of Zimbabwean Immigration Federation, that's the one on which we're giving this leave to appeal, because we wanted to appeal that issue because we think it has got very serious public interest implications. The one on Helen Suzman Foundation, because it was dismissed, we had already written an appeal to the Constitutional Court on that one because we dismissed by the Supreme Court of Appeal. We still did not agree. We appealed to the Constitutional Court. Now, on this one, the Supreme Court said, no, we are giving you permission to come and appeal, and we are looking forward for that appeal.
What exactly is it, though, in that order that you want to appeal? Do you think that the courts went too far in terms of the powers of the executive? Was there an overreach from the High Court?
Well, that is one case, yes. That's one issue. And the second issue, remember, when the High Court in Pretoria dismissed us, it was on the basis of Paja that we did not consult the people who are in terms of promotion of Administrative Action Act. We did not consult the people we were dealing with. And the legal advice we had got at that time was that when you have taken an administrative decision like this, you can still consult the people. We go by writing them letters one by one because we had addresses. We also we also gazetted it and put it on the website. We also wrote a letter to the Zimbabwean embassy to inform all the Zimbabweans about this decision, and also give them an email and said, if you have got any queries or you have got any complaints, please inform us through this email. We'll see how to deal with that. We regarded that as a consultation. Now, when the court says go and consult, remember, quite a number of them came in, addresses that were temporary. We no longer know where to get them and all that. We just thought this is unfair and this is going to be a very difficult matter and it opens a precedent. But secondly, are South Africans also going to be consulted? In what manner and how many of them? We wanted the court to define this type of thing. When they say you must go and consult people, what do they mean?
But wasn't there clarity around what consultation looks like? Because, like, for instance, if we look at new legislation that is introduced, the process that goes through the public consultation process, wouldn't that suffice?
Well, that they were not necessarily saying so. They were saying we must consult the people on whom we have taken this decision. And remember that South Africans are affected very much by this whole thing. But it didn't say you must go and do public consultation. It specifically said about these people that you have taken it.
The stakeholder, yeah.
You should have consulted them first. And we found it a very tall order. That's one of the issues. The second one, on the Zimbabwean Immigration Federation, the fact that we challenge him very strongly also. When they went to court, and one of their prayers is that the people have been long here for more than 10 years, and they deserve permanent residence permit into South Africa. Remember, a permanent residence is only one step towards a citizenship, and we actually don't agree with that because there are many people who have been here for very long working. You don't stay long in a country, and you don't just stay in a country for a particular period and then say, I want citizenship. There's no such a law, and we are also wanting to challenge that.
Okay, Minister, just quickly on the ZEP and the decision to issue new permits. There was somebody who got in contact with us like a couple of weeks ago who had said that he believes that there hasn't been a proper communication to especially the financial institutions. Are you satisfied that you have consulted them properly in terms of the new permits that have been issued?
Consult which financial institutions?
The financial institutions, because remember with the ZEP permits, if we specifically focus on the ZEP permits, some people were allowed to open bank accounts, some find employment using the ZEP permits as well, and the argument is that some financial institutions, according to this individual, say that as far as they are concerned, the ZEP has come to an end, and there hasn't been further communication from the Department of Home Affairs around what happens now with the reissuance of the new permits.
No. It's very unfair for financial institutions to do so, because financial institutions have got a direct line with us. For instance, when you get into a bank, we've given them access to the National Population Register. They don't even have to phone us. But our agreement with them is that if they've got a query about anybody opening an account in terms of identification, they need to contact us. They need to inform us. So when the Zimbabwean exemption permit was given, they were allowed to open bank accounts. We never wrote to the bank and say it has now come to an end. So we'll be wondering why they say we never communicated with them alone again. Because when they opened the accounts long ago, they were recognizing that as a good identification or a authentic identification method. We never wrote to them and say it has been withdrawn. Why then will they act unilaterally and say we heard that it has been withdrawn? Because remember, we did not even withdraw it, we were extending it, and the court, remember, extended it only to June this year. Then we issued another one, extended to 2025, and say now we are giving them 2 more years to be able to normalize this, because there have been too many court cases and a lot of confusion. In that instance, we never wrote anybody in the bank and say now this thing has come to an end. They are just second guessing us, and I think it's not correct to do so.
Okay. Minister, in conclusion, looking at the back and forth around, especially the ZEP, I know that there is the Lesotho exemption permit as well, but specifically on the ZEP, what lessons do you think government should draw from this particular experience and how it has handled this particular matter, even going as far back as the initial decision that was taken to create a Zimbabwe exemption permit?
Well, we simply should not have done so. Government should not have. They should have found a different solution to deal with the matter at hand, because this particular one was not to be holding. If you remember why the ZEP was given, was that in 2008 and 2009, there was an avalanche of people, especially from Zimbabwe, who came to South Africa in large numbers. Whereas before 2008, the number of people who will come here and ask for asylum, if I start in 1998, there were only 11,000, 16,000, 19,000. The highest number was in 2006 when 53,000 people came. And the mechanisms of the country and the budget was ready to deal with that because it was used to that. All of a sudden, in 2008, it just hit the sky to more than 200,000 people. So the mechanisms were paralyzed, and while they were still shocked and paralyzed, in 2009, even a bigger number, more than 210,000 or so people, but it was more than 200,000, came in, and some of them started defaulting documents. Then Home Affairs then said, let's find a mechanism to hold them while we're still solving this problem. And they gave this Zimbabwean exemption permit. It had a different name then, but the most current name is Zimbabwe exemption permit. And they gave it for 5 years with conditions, some of which conditions, Aldrin, can hold your life back. For instance, they said you are not allowed to apply for any other visa. Now, let me give you an example. If they say we are giving you this temporary thing, you can sojourn in South Africa, but you can't apply for any other visa, and then you get married to a South African. And when you marry a South African, you have got the right even to apply for citizenship. Then they show you no, but the condition is that you can't apply for any other visa. Another example, you come here to study, to do a degree, and they give you the Zimbabwe exemption permit. You do your degree, maybe it's a scarce skill. When you finish, you want to apply for a scarce skill visa, and they say no, but the condition was that you can't apply for any other. It shows that your life is held somewhere back. Shows that when the government was thinking about this issue, we never looked at all those possibilities. So we reached a conclusion, but this temporary thing can't be forever. It was done for 5 years, 2014, then extended to 2017, then extended to 2022. Where will it end? And that's why we reached this decision, and that's why we know now that perhaps that's a wrong route to follow, and we accept that, we concede to that.
Okay, that is the Minister of Home Affairs there, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi. Thank you so much for your time. 0614-104107, and you can also drop me an X at Aldrin Simpier.
The Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads, Community Safety and Transport Management will be conducting public hearings on Railway Safety Bill on the 15th of March 2024 at Mabulia Community Hall, Naka Mudrimulema District, Okti Community Hall, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District, Wipilo Community Hall, Revilo, Dr. Ruth Sohomosi Mumpati District, and Jericho Multipurpose Hall, Jericho in Buchanala District. All hearings start at 10 in the morning.
FC Cole will put their best foot forward to grab maximum points on home soil to run away from the danger zone. Meanwhile, RP Leipzig enjoys every moment in the top half and want to keep climbing to the top. This is the Bundesliga, football as it's meant to be. Experience the German style of the game. FC Cologne versus RP Leipzig on Friday, 15 March at 9:30 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
You are listening to Aldrin Simpier on SAfm.
0614-104107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Simpier, and our studio line is 086-000-2032.
And how excited are you? No, very excited.
Hashtag SAfmBTH.
Let's take your voice notes on 0614-104107.
Senegal and Egypt, those teams, Tanzania and I think
Good day, SAfm. Hi, Aldrin.
all preparing for the AFCON.
Our democracy, or is it our new South Africa of freedom? It's becoming so interesting. In fact, it has been. How now the Nandipa and the Tabo, or the Tiba Besta, breaking the law, disregarding it. Now they turn around, want the same law to protect their rights for this movie not to be aired. I find that very interesting. We are such hypocrites that we could be criminals at the same time.
Hashtag SAfmBTH.
It's 3 minutes now before 4 o'clock. Let's quickly speak to our reporter, Calvin Lula, SABC News reporter. So the High Court in Johannesburg has dismissed an urgent application by convicted murderer and rapist Thabo Bester and Dr. Nandipa Makutumana to interdict the broadcasting of the documentary Tracking Thabo Bester by Showmax. The 4-part docuseries is expected to premiere today, actually in the next 2 minutes. The pair, through their lawyers, each approached the High Court to stop the airing of the documentary as they believe it threatens their rights. However, though, the judge has dismissed this. Calvin, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us. On what grounds did the judge dismiss this application?
Thank you very much, Aldrin Simpier. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to the listener at home. As you have mentioned, the Joburg High Court has given Showmax a green light to fly to air the Tracking Thabo Bester documentary. Delivering the judgment today, Stuart Wilson, the judge, said Dr. Makutumana and Thabo Bester failed to show that they will suffer real prejudice if the documentary is flighted.
Wilson has declined to order cost against Bester and Magudumana in the case after pointing out that they were both inmates. He says Bester and Magudumana's papers show a generalized anxiety about Showmax documentary. He also said that they have failed to show that they will suffer prejudice as a result. The bids to interdict the documentary broadcast failed.
What was their argument around the prejudice that they would suffer, also considering, of course, that there is still a trial that they need to go through?
Moland, who was there for Thabo Bester, said Bester has a reasonable apprehension that the documentary itself will impair the administration of justice in his upcoming trial. Advocate Kitumeze Mashishi, who argued for Magudumana, said Magudumana's objection to the airing of the documentary is that it ventilates evidence that he hasn't been found to be true yet. Magudumana is not claiming that she will be defamed. Instead, she argues that the documentary will impact her trial as well, Elton, and the listener at home.
Thank you so much for your time. Kelvin Lula, the SABC News reporter, on the judgment that was handed down a bit earlier on today. And now, from this particular hour, that Showmax documentary is now available. It's a couple of series, 4-part series, and understand that today they will release the 2 series that launches at this particular hour. It's 4 o'clock. It's time for the news.
Independent and impartial. This is SAfm News.
In our top stories, presidency response to DA letter on election observer missions and Kganyago reappointed Reserve Bank Governor. Good afternoon. Presidential spokesperson Vincent Magwenya has described the DA's request to the U.S. government to observe South Africa's May elections as a clumsy PR stunt aimed at undermining the integrity of the country's electoral system. Magwenya was replying to a question while briefing the media in Pretoria today on President Cyril Ramaphosa's program until the end of the month.
As a young democracy, we have a wonderful history of holding free and fair elections, and in some cases better than some of the countries that the DA has approached. It is important that we say, in the absence of presenting any new tangible ideas to the please do not cast doubt on the integrity of our electoral system.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has reappointed Lesija Kganyago as governor of the South African Reserve Bank for another 5 years, with effect from the 9th of November this year. In a statement, the presidency says the decision taken in consultation with the Minister of Finance and directors of the South African Reserve Bank will ensure institutional stability. The president has also reappointed Nomfundo Chazibana and Rashid Ismail Kasim as deputy governors for a period of 5 years with effect from the 1st of August this year. Following the end of term of office for former Deputy Governor Kuba Naidu, President Ramaphosa has appointed Dr. Mampo Modise as the new Deputy Governor of the South African Reserve Bank. The High Court in Johannesburg has dismissed an urgent application by convicted murderer and rapist Thabo Bester and Dr. Nandipha Magudumana to interdict the broadcasting of the documentary Tracking Thabo Bester by Showmax. The 4-part docuseries is expected to premiere today. The pair, through their lawyers, each approached the High Court to stop the airing of the documentary as they believe it threatens their rights. However, the judge dismissed this. Communication and Technology Minister Mondli Gungubele believes all the schools in the country must have smart technology. He was speaking at the launch of a cyber lab at a secondary school in Yenangvlei in the Northern Cape. Gungubele reiterated that learners in the school must have an opportunity to do coding and use the school as an epicenter to access information as well as analyze and interpret data.
We are in a campaign to ensure that we set examples, pilots of schools that we are making them smart schools by launching cyber labs. It gives them an opportunity to have an access online and be able to computate and make sure that they produce solutions. It's an online laboratory where a lot of experimentation. These children are going to have access to conferences globally, research conferences, research pronouncements, and all the new technologies. The children in this school are going to have that access.
The city of Tshwane has urged the public not to fall for fake social media messages discouraging people from drinking tap water. The messages claim that the city of Tshwane water is contaminated and causes typhoid, flu and diarrhea. City of Tshwane spokesperson Lindela Mashiko says this is not true.
This false message, which came to the city's attention, lists the symptoms of typhoid flu as well as precautionary measures. The public is cautioned not to fall for this fake news, as there is no such a notice issued by the city. We urge the public to always be vigilant of bogus messages.
And finally, the first ship carrying aid for Gaza using a new maritime corridor from Cyprus has arrived off the coast of the territory. The Spanish vessel Open Arms is towing 200 tons of food supplied by an American NGO. More than 300,000 people are still living in northern Gaza with very little food and reports of starvation. This man is one of those waiting on a windy shoreline for the aid to be delivered.
I want the aid for my children. I want them to live and not to die of hunger. All they're eating is wild plants. There's no bread. There's nothing to eat in Gaza. I mean, this is the month of Ramadan and there's nothing. Even in the market, there's nothing to buy.
Recapping the top story, presidential spokesperson Vincent Magwena has described the DA's request to the US government to observe South Africa's May elections as a clumsy PR stunt aimed at undermining the integrity of the country's electoral system. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
And coming up in your sports this hour, it's a bit humbled by a massive award, but insists winning collective trophies remains paramount. And Proteas under-21 coach Precious Mthembu relishes her biggest test. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Oh, it's important to get an update through Midrand and Pretoria on a Friday, and today it's not looking too bad leaving Joburg. Fairly decent up through the Midrand section, and the N1 through Pretoria running nicely as well. Unusual for a Friday, but we'll take what's in front of us. The R21 is heavy if you are airport bound, having left Pretoria. A reminder, double lane closure just after Olifantsfontein, Clayville through to Tembisa. On your way to the airport is quite a heavy backlog. Now, if you're Durban bound, having left Pietermaritzburg, there's a crash at Hammersdale, so that's quite a queue of traffic. Durban bound going into that particular scene. Another breakdown on the N2 South going into Spaghetti Junction. There's literally been one breakdown after another today, so southbound from Inanda Road into 4 level, it's all very heavy. A crash at the bottom of the M4, the Ruth First Highway, pedestrian involved just as you come into Sandili Tusi, so heading into central Durban, that's heavy. And a breakdown on the N2 North before Gateway, so if you're on your way up to the airport in Ballito, that's a queue from the KwaMashu side. Cape Town fairly busy on the N2, Nelson Mandela Boulevard, out of town from Searle Street, out through Hospital Bend, all the way to sort of Bunga Avenue in Langa before you feel like you're out of that. And there's another big backlog on the N2 going through Somerset West. Somerset West just wrapping up some load shedding. The N2 inbound queues just after Macassar, all the way through to about Victoria Street and the Gans Park area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Beyond the Headline on SAfm, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
It is 7 minutes after 4 o'clock. Coming up on the show in this hour, we're in conversation with Noma Hlubi Jakuja, who is the head of research at the Social Policy Initiative, the Economic Research, Just and Transition Social Security, who is joining us, who will be Social Security, Just Transition and Social Security, who will be joining us in the next short while. And this is following the announcement that has been made by the Minister of Finance that that the SRD grant, the 350 grant, will increase by 20 Rand from the 1st of April, so that's 370. And remember that this announcement wasn't made during the budget speech that was delivered by the minister last month. Instead, it has now been announced, and according to Cabinet, Treasury needed time to crunch some of the numbers. But anyway, the announcement has been made. 370 will now be the SRD grant, will now be 370. A 20 Rand increase. As a person who perhaps maybe received the 370 or 350 SRD grant, what do you make of this? Is this enough? Or perhaps maybe you're part of the people who believe that we should be redirecting that money towards the type of projects that would actually create jobs, because of course we know that having a job also comes with dignity. It does have that effect. So we will be speaking though to Nomatlubi Jakuja, who is the head of research at the Social Policy Initiative. She'll be joining us in the next short while. And then also on the show this afternoon at around 20:04, we speak to Jacques Ace, who is the MMC for Finance in the city of Tshwane, which says that their revenue collection campaign has shown the light on a corruption ring when it comes to the disconnection and reconnection of a power supply in the city. So that conversation is coming up at 20:04, and then at 4:45, or just before the news at 5 o'clock. Before the news at 5 o'clock, we speak to Tandai Ngike, creative producer and managing director of Indiana Studios, who was won at the 51st Annie Awards, recognizing excellence in the field of animation for her work on the series Kizazi Moto Generation of Fire. That conversation coming up just before 5 o'clock.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
4:10. 4:10.
This is Aldrin Sampear on Beyond the Headline.
0614-104-107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear. Our studio line is 086-000-2032. We're in conversation next with Nomatlubi Jakuja, who is the head of research at the Social Policy Initiative. So the Social Policy Initiative argues that the increase of the social relief of distress grant by 20 Rand does not adequately compensate for the economic conditions facing beneficiaries as the cost of living continues to climb. Yesterday, the Minister of Finance made the announcement that the SRD grant will increase by 20 Rand from the 1st of April. Nomatlubi is now joining us on the line. Nomatlubi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us. So tell us the 20 Rand increase, and of course this is the first increase since the announcement of the SRD grant in 2020. And now there is a 20 Rand increase, which of course again is nothing short of the CPI. If you look at the CPI over the past few years, and also looking at the cost of living.
Thank you so much, Aldrian, and thank you to your listeners. I think before we even get to the question of answering if it's enough, I'm going to just put some research facts on the table. So even at the time the SRD grant was instituted in 2021, already the upper bound poverty line in South Africa, which is the food poverty lines, they just measure the cost of basic necessities in South Africa, was sitting at 633, and the SRD grant came in at 350. And the upper bound poverty line is 1,473. Let's just round it up to 1,500 rands. And the SRD grant came at 350. In 2021, with that 350 grant, you could not afford to buy a loaf of bread every day for the whole month. So that, putting that into context, the increase of 20 rands is absolutely not enough. And I've looked at the numbers and worked out the inflation rate of that 350 from when it was instituted in 2021 to now, and it has lost a value of 89 Rand, accounting for inflation. So if you were looking at inflationary costs alone, the grant should have been increased to 459 Rand. And then with only a 20 rand increase, it's sitting at 370. Based on research and those facts, it's absolutely not adequate. It is below par.
And the argument also again has been that the SRD grant was introduced as a temporary measure because of the impact of COVID-19 and the lockdown regulations that we had in place, and people found it very difficult to find jobs. But of course now we don't have the lockdown regulations and people can move around, try and go find jobs. However, though, the economy itself is not creating those job opportunities.
Absolutely. And although that was the win for the SRD grant, but there's been policy work that has been done since 2010 at the back of a report that was published by Francis Taylor on the fact that South Africa's social security system is not adequate because it leaves out the able-bodied people between 18 and 59 who can work but are unable to find a job, not necessarily because they're not looking for jobs, that the economy is not creating enough jobs to absorb those people, and they have no recourse in terms of social security in the interim. And when the 350 grant came in 2021, it sort of revitalized that conversation of a very incomprehensive social security system in South Africa. And many people like myself and other economists as well in the field, we saw it as an open door to go back to that conversation of a universal basic income grant in South Africa to include the people that are currently wanting to work. In some cases, we also did a documentary at my institution, just looking at the prototype of the people, of the recipients of the 350 grant. Some have university degrees but are unable to find jobs because systematically our economy hasn't been growing for the past 10 years. And it's not to say that the universal basic income grant is going to be a silver bullet, but at least it's a buffer to allow the citizens that are in that transition to have some form of recourse in terms of having access to social security in the interim while they're looking for the jobs. And it needs to be accommodated by policies, of course, that are designated in terms of targeting job creation.
Another question that most people would ask, especially the ones that are against an SRD grant or having so many people on the social welfare system of the country, is that the money should actually be going towards job creation. Where would this money be coming from, considering again that the fiscus has seen, especially when it comes to at least of corporate income tax, that the corporate income tax has come in lower than the previous years. Mm-hmm. Where would this money be coming from to have so many people on the SRD grant? I think was it around 9 million or 10 million people?
All right, before I even answer where the question of where the money will be coming from, I just need to debunk some myths around grants in South Africa specifically. If South Africa's economy was able to create jobs, regardless of grants, we would not be sitting at 41% unemployment rate. So grants come in the measure of our economy actually has not been creating these jobs that people are told to somehow magically go and find. And then the argument of social security is, in the meantime, while people are in this process of looking for grant, as a matter of fact, the research that I'm doing is even looking at using grants in South Africa to stimulate demand in the economy and to revitalize growth. And then in terms of where the money will come from, in terms of a universal basic income grant, if it was implemented at 1,500 per person in the ages between 18 and 59, 70% of that money is self-financing, because people are going to spend that money. No one is going to be saving that 1,500. They're going to be spending it in the economy, thereby stimulating economic growth in the country. And you could look at some of the financing mechanisms for the 30%. You could use the South African foreign reserves, which the minister did dip 1.5 billion in the budget speech. You could also look at innovative. South Africa doesn't have a sovereign wealth fund in a sense, but you could start a sovereign wealth fund. Increasing corporate tax is one of the ways where the money can come from. There are currently funds that are coming in for the just transition on climate change. And one of the pillars where the IPCC launched a report last year saying that a lot of countries are actually in their national NDCs, they do not have a measure of social security in the just transition while funds are coming in. And South Africa has received to date $303 billion in just transition financing. Yet there's no component of those funds that's going to any social security measure. And the work that I'm doing through a policy brief that I've written with the PCC, the Presidential Climate Commission on Climate Change, is to get some of those funds and to stipulate in any project that is deemed in any way in South Africa as just transition, to have a component of those funds coming in to be used to finance some of our social security work. Because the truth of the matter, even with the just transition, not everyone is suddenly going to get a job. People are going to fall back. There's going to be jobs that are lost permanently and forever, and people are going to need some form of social security to fall back on.
Thank you so much. That is Nomahlubi Jakuja, who is the head of research at the Social Policy Initiative. 0614-104107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Simpier, and our studio line is 086 000 2032.
And we would buy 500 cars, and we would buy 500 more. So sell your car for the best price, and we won't think about it twice. We buy cars, we buy cars. Da-da-dun-da-da-dun-da-da-dun-da-da-da-da. We buy cars, we buy cars. Da-da-dun-da-da-dun-da-da-dun-da-da-da-da.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
FC Colne will put their best foot forward to grab maximum points on home soil to run away from the danger zone. Meanwhile, RP Leipzig enjoys every moment in the top half and want to keep climbing to the top. This is the Bundesliga, football as it's meant to be. Experience the German style of the game. FC Colne versus RP Leipzig on Friday, 15 March at 9:30 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
You are listening to Aldrin Simpier on SAfm.
0614-104107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Simpier, and our studio line is 086 000 2032. Let's go to Veli, who's joining us from the Northwest. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Aldrin. Look, Aldrin, I'm struggling to understand why the poor Minister of Internal Affairs, is so struggling alone to say, people, let's follow the policies in as far as the permits of the Zimbabweans are concerned. Aldrin, the fact of the matter is, the so-called Helen Suzman Foundation, it's like the High Court. I'm saying it's like the High Court has been captured somewhere. That lady there, that white lady over there, doesn't feel the pressure that most black South Africans are feeling in as far as the suffocation at the hospitals, the collapse of the infrastructure. Someone said, with our number, the population has increased too much. That's why the infrastructure, but that's why ANC cannot is unable to cater its nation. One person said so from the ANC. So therefore, if that is the case, the population is overwhelming. Now, there comes the other point. Instead of saying, okay, you guys, everything comes to an end. The policies said, okay, your permits are going to expire. And the promoter says, okay, he's taken back to court. And then he gives them another year. And then when those years come again, there comes the Federation of blah, blah, blah in Zimbabwe, audaciously saying, we demand. We demand now.
Yeah.
Because this is South Africa is
Willie, do you have any evidence of the so-called capture of the judges?
I said it looks.
It looks. What is it that you? What reference is it that you can make to the element of corruption?
Okay, thank you. Because Helen Suzman is not Minister of Internal Affairs.
It's not what?
Helen Suzman Foundation is not the Minister of Home Affairs.
Yes, but they've got the right to litigate, just like you, Willie.
May I speak, Helen? May I speak?
Yeah, but I've allowed you to speak for some time now, and I need you to answer the question that I'm asking you as well. The question is, do you have any evidence in relation to the corruption against the courts that you are speaking about? You say no. I'm saying that it looks like. What is it about it looks like that says to you that the judges are corrupt or have been captured?
Look, you must listen carefully, Adrian, because I know these issues of immigrations and so on, you protect them too much. Not only you, most of the
Answer the question, Vili.
That's right, yes. Okay,
Answer the question.
There. Okay, look, I'm getting there. Because the minister is coming up. You see, I said it looks like. You know, there are some assumptions. A thing cannot be persistent like this. When the minister is trying to say, so people, this is the issue. I'm a minister of Home Affairs. Now, not only the foundation, there's another blah blah foundation who stand against the poor minister. No, it can't be correct. And you also as well, Adrian, unless your employer, you guys.
Again, Willie, what is it that looks like that the judges have been captured?
Look at it. When I say it looks like,
yes,
we have been there.
So it's based on assumption.
Like,
assumption is also based on something. So what is it? Yeah.
Assumptions are there. This is my perception.
Okay.
Like you yourself, you have some perception.
Oh, so you believe. Okay.
Yes.
Or you think so.
It can't
Yeah.
be like that, Ivan. For a long time, listen to me.
Okay.
Your callers, most of your callers, I'm going to add the same views I'm hearing. I know.
Okay.
They say, no, the promoter really is in order.
All right. Vili there from the Northwest on the ZEP, he believes, or he says that it looks like that the judges have been captured. 0614-104-107, and you can also drop me an X at Aldrin Simpier.
This is Aldrin Simpier on Beyond the Headline.
All right, we're in conversation next with Jackie Ace, who is the MMC for Finance in the city of Tshwane. The city of Tshwane says that their revenue collection campaign, #TshwaneYadima, has shone the light on a corruption ring when it comes to the disconnection and reconnection of a power supply in the city. Our next guest is launching a forensic audit to investigate the possible involvement of officials working for the city. To tell us more, we speak to Jackie Ace, who is the MMC for Finance in the city of Tshwane. MMC, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us. So what corruption ring have you been able to uncover?
At this point, I cannot speak too much about details, but it has become very clear that there is a cooperation between what we suspect might be city staff, as well as people that are being reconnected for not settling their bills, in order for them to reconnect or illegally connect their meters after electricity has been cut.
So what is the modus operandi? How do they do it?
A reconnection is issued by the city. The reconnection is done, and when we get back to the property, the disconnection is done. And when we later on get back to the property, we see that without the account being settled, there is electricity that is back to that property.
So is the city not able to monitor from its own systems if let's say, for instance, a meter must be disconnected because of non-payment, that this meter is now running?
Remember, we have still in the city a number of conventional meters, which is postpaid meters. That means a meter reader needs to go out to go and read that meter. And that takes a while, there is monthly cycles in which this happens. For this reason, we are also now focusing on bringing a prepaid solution to all residents in the city of Tshwane, specifically starting with our top 1,500 owing clients.
And this, of course, means that the city officials are also involved in this.
At At this point, I cannot confirm that, but we are looking into the possibility of city officials being involved, yes.
So once a meter has been disconnected, there is no other way for the city to find out that the meter is actually running or the electricity is still running without you having to send out somebody to go and inspect?
Yes, because once a disconnection has been done, if it is a prepaid meter, we've disconnected, they breach the meter. So there's no way from the city side to see that electricity is being used because the meter is being bypassed. In other cases, we see that the meters have been reconnected. If it is in conventional postpaid meters, we see that the meter has been reconnected, and we only pick that up once we send the meter reader in the next month cycle.
Mm-hmm. Any arrests that have been made?
Not to date. It is an ongoing investigation, but it is an investigation that we are taking very seriously.
Thank you so much for your time. That is Jackie Ace, who is the MMC for Finance in the city of Tshwane. 0614-104107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Simpier, and our studio line is 086-000-2032.
Hashtag SAfmBTH.
Aldrin, Katlagoye in Cape Town. The guy in the news, the journalist or investigative journalist who covered the court report, reporting on the proceedings in court of the Thabo Bester, he did a very excellent job. I think if he's contracted to SAfm, he should be allowed to cover more court cases. You know, he was brief, but you understood what the matter was about. Congratulations to him and offer him more opportunities. Thank you.
I'll send that voice note to Calvin as well. Thank you so much for that feedback.
A lot of people are misinformed with regards to the social grant. I'll speak for myself. I solely depend on that man. If it wasn't for it, surely I wouldn't be staying here at home where I'm staying now. Probably I would have gone to the relatives. But here's the thing I don't understand about the government. I haven't broken any law. But a prisoner lives on 350 plus a day, yet that's the money that I'm given in a 30-day period. That's what I don't understand. And for those who say that money should be redirected, I mean, what about people like myself who solely depend on that money? What would I do in the meantime? Please, guys, understand.
Yeah, actually, in 2021, according to the Department of Correctional Services, they were spending around 447 Rand a day on an inmate. 447 Rand a day on an inmate, and this was back in 2021. Just a quick X here from Tlalanat, who says, thanks to the BTH team for always having on-point discussions. It's difficult to imagine afternoon drive without you guys. Thank you so much. On the 20 Rand increase, we are in a tricky space as the country economically, so let's welcome it as it is for our brothers and sisters regardless. A minute after 4:30, time for the news headlines.
Good afternoon, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, Deputy President Paul Mashatile says more employment opportunities should come from raw materials produced in the Northwest Province. Mashatile is in Rustenburg, where he's assessing issues relating to service delivery. Presidential spokesperson Vincent Magwenya has described the DA's request to the US government to observe South Africa's May elections as a clumsy PR stunt aimed at undermining the integrity of the country's electoral system. And Russia's holding presidential elections with Vladimir Putin facing no serious challenger. The 3-day voting exercise is taking place a month after the death of the main opposition leader, Alexei Navalny. Greg House will have details on these and other stories at 5.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, the run from Joburg to Midrand again being held up by a broken down vehicle. We've had one pretty much every day this week, and Friday no exception. So the breakdown today around Allendale, the result the same, queuing pressure from Buccleuch as you begin that slow trip up into the Midrand area. Now, if you're leaving Pretoria en route to the airport, roadworks after Olifantsfontein Road. 2 lanes are closed. You've got some big traffic from Clayville through towards the Tembisa area. Be a good idea to put some extra time just to make sure you get through that and maintain your arrival at the airport at your desired time. Durban, a couple of problems going south. One is some very heavy traffic between Gateway and KwaMashu. Another is the big queue from Queen Nandi Drive into a breakdown at Spaghetti Junction. And then also the bottom of the M4 Ruthurst Highway, a pedestrian down by Sandili Tusi. So coming into central Durban, that's quite slow. There's also been a collision on the M13 eastbound leaving Pinetown just before you get to Paradise Valley. So from St John's Avenue heading through towards the M3, it's pretty heavy. And if you're on your way to the airport, up towards the airport of Bolito, there's a breakdown in the roadworks before Gateway, so a queue back as far as KwaMashu. Cape Town, busy coming out of Stellenbosch today. The R304 out towards Bottleray is reasonably heavily backed up. There's a lengthy queue of traffic heading into Somerset West, queues down towards Victoria Street. That's some earlier load shedding, plus Friday volumes in the mix. And Govan and Becky through Hanover Park is quite slow. Queuing pressure there both directions. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Kapele.
In your sports this hour, starting off with netball, the moment of truth has finally arrived for South Africa's under-21 netball team and their head coach, Precious Mthembu. The young Proteas are gearing up for a crucial journey towards securing a spot in the World Cup Youth World Cup in 2025. The African regional qualifiers, scheduled from Sunday to the 23rd of March at the University of Pretoria, will witness South Africa along with Malawi, Kenya, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe competing for the 2 coveted qualifying positions. Kicking off their campaign against Tanzania at 12 p.m., the baby Proteas are determined to secure their passage at the Global Showcase. Then in football, Arsenal have been drawn against Bayern Munich in the quarterfinals of the Champions League, while Manchester City will play 14-time winners Real Madrid. The Gunners will host German side Bayern, who have England captain Harry Kane in their squad at Emirates Stadium in the first leg. Meanwhile, this is the 3rd successive season that City, who won last year's title, have met Real in the knockout stages. And here's Pep Guardiola reacting to the draw.
Now we don't have another option. Yeah, it looks like a little bit tradition, no? 3 years in a row. So playing the king of the competition because winning 14 Champions League. But yeah, it's what it is. Hopefully we can arrive in a good moment, and still a few weeks before the first game in Madrid, and yeah, we'll see.
Well, the first legs will take place between the 9th and the 10th of April, and the second legs on the 16th and 17th of April. If Arsenal and City win their ties, the 2 Premier League clubs will face each other in the semi-finals. In the other ties, 5-time winners Barcelona will play French champions Paris Saint-Germain, while Atletico Madrid, who are 4th in La Liga, they host German opposition Borussia Dortmund, and the semi-finals will be held on the 30th of April and the 1st of May, with the second legs a week later on the 7th to the 8th of May. Wembley Stadium will host this year's final, and that's happening on the 1st of June. In the meantime, Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp says that it was great to have Mo Salah back in his starting lineup. This is after he scored in the Europa League's round of 16 yesterday. Salah put the Reds 3-0 up in just 10 minutes into the game, and he has now notched at least 20 goals across all competitions for 7 successive seasons.
I work since 7 years now, 8 years, I don't know, together, 7 and probably 7 years together with him. So there was one problem we never had was consistency. Mo is just delivering and delivering and delivering. His desire doesn't stop. His quality is anyway there, but then his desire to score just doesn't stop. And he improved in so many aspects since he started here. So that's how it is. He will not stop. Yeah, so I'm less surprised than maybe some others. I thought it already happened, to be honest, in that season, but he was now injured for a while, and that's why he couldn't do that. Otherwise, it would have happened, obviously, in January or February. So great, very good, and how is that? Great to have him back.
In tennis, Carlos Alcaraz was swatting bees away from his head just 9 minutes into his BNP Paribas Open quarterfinal against Alexander Zverev. The Spaniard swung his racket to protect himself from the bee swarm, which suspended play from 1 hour and 48 minutes. But Alcaraz did the damage by himself, claiming a 6-3 and 6-1 win for a place in the Indian Wells semi-finals.
So the sky was thousand flying, stuck in my hair, going to me. It was crazy, and one of them he was hitting on me. But and I tried to stay away from them, but it was impossible. As I said, stuck in my head. So I was running out. I'm a little bit afraid of them, so I had to stay safe, and I was running everywhere, not thinking about the bees anymore.
Well, good for him. At least he won despite the bees. Then finally, if you're a new parent and you're looking to go watch the Paris Olympics with your infant, you must know that according to the game's ticketing rules, the baby will be refused entry to venues unless that they have their own seats, meaning you must buy a ticket for your little baba. And the policy for the games states that all spectators will need a valid ticket to access an Olympic venue, including children of all ages. And there was one angry parent who actually called Paris 2024 and was informed that he should rather buy tickets for the Paralympics instead, where reduced prices for children are available. Imagine.
Mina, I get it.
How? It's an infant. They say spectators. An infant is not going to watch whatever.
Well, then leave your infant at home.
Why? What if I don't have a nanny?
But why do you want to bring the infant to the game?
Because I want it to be a family outing.
Okay, so let the family pay.
let
the family pay. Because here's the thing that I've realized about events management is that the baby also needs to be taken care of.
By the parents.
Yeah, but if something happens, the baby is also prioritized because you're dealing here with children. Like, let's say for an example, even with kids, especially the ones who can walk, for instance, that lost and found, somebody's working there. And that person needs to be paid.
That's why they have reduced prices. Guys, for an infant...
Parents must pay next.
Let's agree to disagree.
No, I'm coming here with my baby and my baby.
Why not, guys?
You must.
You're
you must
discriminating.
pay.
That's discrimination.
No, it's not discrimination. In actual fact, it is discriminating, asking everybody to pay. Because here's the other thing about events management.
Yeah.
Is that yes, you come with your baby. What are you going to do with the nappies?
You're going to throw it out or...
Where?
In the dustbin.
Who's going to collect the dustbin?
But I feel like you're taking it far.
No, but who's going to... These are all costs that are involved in the event itself and the events management. So somebody needs to cover the cost of the nappies, for instance, that will need to be carried away that are part of the waste.
First of all, the tickets are the Paris Olympic Games. They're very expensive. Imagine, say now they say like one ticket is like 4,000, 5,000 rands.
Yeah.
You're a family of 4. The youngest one is an infant. You still need to pay 5,000 rands for an infant.
Go watch at home. 0614-104-107 and you can also drop me an X at Aldrin Simpi. Hambi ubukele kai nomntwana. I'm joking. Just now people hate me.
News on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
And it's time for a market update. It's time for a market update. And who do we have on the line? Not too sure who we have. Okay, we've got Paswana Mpatlele, Senior Portfolio Manager at Markwe Fund Managers, joining us on the line. Paswana, tell us about local and international market developments.
Afternoon, Aldrin. Costs must be taken to the detail to make profit.
Exactly.
But to focus on the markets.
Exactly. It's a business that you're running.
Okay?
You're running a business at the end of the day. But anyway, tell us about the markets.
Checking to the markets today, Aljan, it was a cautionary stance ahead for investor sentiment ahead of next week's Fed decision, as inflation remains the big concern. Following this week, we saw inflation in the US being higher than expected as core prices remain sticky, and the idea of inflation now staying higher for longer is taking shape, especially with the likes of commodity prices rebounding along with global shipping rates remaining higher. And this development has a real impact on expected rate cuts. As of today, we've seen the first cuts that has been priced in for June. Probabilities have declined to 59% from 82% a month ago. And on the growth front, we're seeing some steadiness despite today U.S. consumer sentiment is at a three-way low. But this is supported, growth is still supported by yields being higher, looking at the 10-year and at 4.3. And this is having the effects of the likes of factors such as oil prices at hitting new highs for 2024, reflecting a strong demand consumption greater than supply as growth remains supported, giving monetary policy decision makers a reason coming into next week to take their time. With that said, global trade today, we've seen the U.S. markets were down, opened down with the Nasdaq down 0.8, S&P was down 0.5, Dow is trading down 0.2, Europe traded higher with the FTSE flat, but the DAX was up 0.2 and CAC up 0.4. Locally, the JSE was down marginally, down 0.1, supported by the resources up 0.6, while our industrials were down 0.3, and our financial index was down 0.2. Commodities, we're looking at gold that is flat at $2,162 an ounce. Platinum was up 2.1% at $944 an ounce. Oil was flat at $85.06 a barrel. Gains being kept, and this follows Hamas has issued a ceasefire proposal that includes exchange of prisoners. Meanwhile, looking into the currencies, we have seen marginal weaknesses from the rand for the week as the dollar made its first gains after 3 weeks of losses. The rand against the dollar is at 18.69, rand against the euro 20.35, and rand against the pound 23.82.
Thank you so much. That is Paswana Mphathele, Senior Portfolio Manager at Markwe Fund Managers. We're taking your voice notes on 0614-104107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Simpier, and our studio line is 086-000-2032.
Motsepe Foundation Championship side Milford FC wants Stellenbosch FC to suffer the same heartbreak as Amakosi. Yet Stellies are confident that their Stallions have reached a cul-de-sac. This is the Nedbank Cup Last 16. Experience the unmatched passion of Ebola Lasamzanzi. Milford FC clashes with Stellenbosch FC this Friday, 15 March, live at 6:30 p.m. on SABC Plus and SABC 3 at 7 p.m. Also available on SABC radio stations and SABCSport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfM, leading the conversation. This is Aldrin Simpier on Beyond the Headline.
Let's take your voice notes on 0614-104107, and you can also drop me an X at Aldrin Simpier.
Good afternoon, Aldrin. I think this increase, this 20 Rand increase in this grant is absolutely ridiculous. It's disgusting. When cabinet ministers and everything get way above inflation rate increases, the ex-public protector turns around and says now she can't come out on her government salary of whatever it is that she gets as an MP with the EFF, and she wants to sue government for whatever she can't come out on. You know what? They should freeze all ministers and MP salaries for the next 2 years and give 100 Rand a month increase to all these people receiving grants, but only for 2 years. And then they should focus on building entities and stuff that can give people jobs. Mark from Cape Town.
Afternoon, Aldrin, up to SAfm listeners. Aldrin, I will forever enjoy this show as long as you are here and your team.
Thank you.
You ask questions, and it doesn't matter if it's us, the callers calling in, or those that you interview. I like that unbiasedness and fairness that you want to always have in this show. Thank you. Z from Bloemfontein.
Thank you so much, Z. Appreciate it. And please get many, many more people to choose BTH and SAFM. 0614 104 107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Simpier.
Hashtag SAFM BTH.
Did you know that load shedding only happens when electricity demand exceeds supply? Eskom's team of specialists manages the grid 24 hours a day, 365 days a year to protect the electricity network. You can help reduce load shedding stages by continuing to use less electricity, particularly between 5 and 9 in the morning and evening when demand is high. Government and Eskom working hard to reduce and ultimately end load shedding.
Motsepe Foundation Championship side Milford FC wants Stellenbosch FC to suffer the same heartbreak as Amakosi. Yet Skellies are confident that their Stallions have reached a cul-de-sac. This is the Nedbank Cup Last 16. Experience the unmatched passion of Ebola Lasamzanzi. Milford FC clashes with Stellenbosch FC this Friday 15 March live at 6:30 p.m. on SABC Plus and SABC 3 at 7 p.m. Also available on SABC radio stations and SABCSport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
You are listening to Aldrin Simpier on SAFM.
It is 12 minutes now before 5 o'clock. We're in conversation next with Sam Mohau, who's a health and wellness influencer. I nearly said a wealth influencer. I think that should work as well. Sam?
It can work.
It can work, okay.
We can fit it in there.
We can fit it in. Okay, we're joined by Sam Mohau, health, wealth and wellness influencer who's joining us in studio, and he is our guest for the bonding session, which happens every Friday just after 5 o'clock. Sam, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us.
Thank you for the invite.
Thank you. How did you start with that 5 a.m. team 5 a.m. Well, I recently joined team 3 a.m. But yeah.
Yeah, you've graduated from 5 to 3.
I didn't even do the 5, eh?
Look, I mean, it's when I started wanting to be healthier, and I just found a community at 5 a.m. I don't know if you've read the book, The 5 a.m. Club, right?
Best book ever.
Yeah. So, look, I mean, I did not create it, so I'll not take the credit for that. There was already a community, but I think what I just did is just, had a hashtag that really people resonated with, and, people just started resonating with waking up at 5 to go exercise or do something for their body or for their mind or for their spirit.
And for their wallet. Don't forget that.
And for their wallet.
And for the wallet.
Yeah.
So tell us about the topic that you're proposing today.
Yeah, so obviously every Friday at around 5, I normally ask people what they've learned during the week, right? And get a lot of lessons, and I got a lot of people saying, I've learned 1, 2, 3, right? And I think the most recurring lesson, like almost every Friday, 1 or 2 people will mention this, right? That your colleagues are not your friends. Right. So the topic that I would want us to discuss is, how do we set boundaries with colleagues? I think it's a very, very sensitive matter because we spend 8 hours with these people, sometimes 14 hours, depending on your work environment. But we spend most of our day with these people, right? So how do you establish boundaries and keep your private life private, right? Because everybody keeps on saying that your colleagues are not your friends.
Do you believe in that, though?
Look, I think there's a balance, right? I think there's two extremes where your colleagues are not your friends, and there's another extreme where your colleagues are your family. I don't believe in that. Also, I believe there's a middle where you can have friendships at work, but also learn how certain people are and keep your life personal, right? And there's some people you can't just tell anything, right? Because of I know your character, I know this person's character, right? So I really am caught in between to say, because I've had colleagues, from 7-10 years ago who are still friends today, right? Who I can still call and say, hey, I see there's a job where you're working, you know, they're hiring, can you know, speak to the HR or can speak to the hiring manager, and they can do that, right? And I've got colleagues that I've never called, even if I was like in a life and death situation, right? So I'm really caught in between, but there is that element of saying, you know what, people have been bitten, and you know they.
So does this mean that you also, like, if you've now found the in between, right? You've now found the balance. Do you still have the colleagues whose numbers you may have, and they may have your numbers, but then you block them from seeing your WhatsApp status?
I think block everyone from seeing your WhatsApp status. They need to earn that. I think that's a very look. I mean, and I mean, it really depends, right, on your type of work, right? But I would say, you know, WhatsApp status is my personal ground, right? If you want to see my life, maybe you can go to Facebook or Instagram or Twitter. Then you can see whatever I choose to post there, right? You know, so WhatsApp is more family and friends, right? But I mean, the colleagues that you consider friends.
Yeah, because here's the thing though about WhatsApp is that somebody else has your number who happens to be a colleague, who happens to be somebody that you bumped into once.
Block
Also,
them immediately.
Yeah,
block them immediately.
Really?
Until you,
So hello, my name is Tabo.
I actually
You save the number, and then what happens? And then you say WhatsApp settings, block.
I actually saw a tweet this week saying, make sure you block all your colleagues from your WhatsApp stories, please.
Right now, and there is a case like that, right, where a person was fired because they reported sick. I'm not obviously recommending this. They said they were sick, and they went to a colleague's wedding and they were on the WhatsApp, right? And people saw it.
WhatsApp status.
Yeah, and they got fired because they lied, technically, right? They were not sick. So, and it's not just also about that, but it's just about people having that personal access. And I mean, this can also go to family, right? I mean, in our families, we don't give all our family members access, right? Because of mainly we treat them how they treat us, and some we're not as friendly as others, right? So I think it is a very, very delicate topic that you need to treat it very, very sensitively. But for me, I think also is have that balance, because of you need to form these relationships in the workplace. You can't go to work for 8 hours, act for 8 hours and not talk to anyone or not relate with anyone outside work.
Okay. Let's hear, Dumi, what's your take on it?
Yeah, it's a very tricky one because there's those colleagues that end up being like your proper friends. And for me, it's like if I'm able to invite you over to my place, then you're my friend. However, you can't just now indulge all your information with your colleagues that you just like work with and you say this is your friend, because you never know who's talking to who, because there are some colleagues that talk to everyone, and then when they're bored, they'll be like, oh yeah, by the way, did you know Hore? So I don't know, because I was gonna ask her, okay, then how do you know that perhaps this is a friendship, like this is something worth pursuing as a friendship
outside of the
workspace?
I would say having common hobbies outside work, right? I mean, if the only thing that we relate with is just work, I don't think I can just be your friend outside work. What are we going to talk about outside work, right? I'm a runner. I love running. So if someone is interested in running at work and we can form that bond outside running. So, hey, there's a race this Saturday. Let's go run together, right? That is something that we have in common. That is outside work, right? So I do think that there is, there is that type of friendship where you can look at it, okay, this person, we go beyond work. But I think for me, anyone that can't relate with me outside my workspace needs to stay in the workspace.
Hey, if you can't relate to me, stay outside.
What's your thoughts on that?
Mina, I am totally for friendships in the workspace, because you do spend a lot of time with these people, of course, and my best friends, like right now, two of them I met through work. Clement and CD I met through work. Vex, of course, through Facebook. Unconventional way of finding friends. So I do get it. But also it is, as you put it, like, be careful around who you bring into your personal space, because it's a personal space, and there are certain things that you're going to share with a friend that you don't necessarily would share with any other colleague, right? So you don't want that person to go now, Serayo Kuluma Naboma, with the fellow colleagues who would say, hey, I was at Sam's house, and this is what happened. Exactly, because then they also overstep the boundaries that have been set as well. That listen, we are colleagues. Yes, we are friends, but friend must know that certain stuff that I share with you and certain stuff that you're privileged to know about me does not mean that you go and share that with other people.
Yeah.
I think that's the point. But anyway, thank you so much, Sam. Sam is joining us after 5 o'clock. Our bonding session co-host, Sam Mohau, health, wealth, and wellness influencer. What's your take on our question? How do you place boundaries on what your colleagues know about your personal life? Your colleagues are not your friends, as some people would argue. Your take on it, 0614-104-107. And you can also drop me an X at Aldrin. Our studio line is 086-000-2032.
This is Aldrin Sampear on Beyond the Headline.
0614-104-107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear, and our studio line is 086-000-2032. We're in conversation next with Tendai Ngeke, who is a creative producer and managing director of Ndiani Studios. Our next guest has been recognized at the 51st Annie Awards, recognizing excellence in the field of animation for her work on the series Kizazi Moto Generation Fire. The animation series is a culmination of the best in African sci-fi and tells the futuristic stories from animators from Egypt, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, Uganda, and Zimbabwe. And Tendai is now joining us on the line. Tendai, good afternoon. Thank you so much for making time for us, and congratulations.
Thank you. I make friends at work. That's kind of how you make beautiful animation.
Exactly, right? Exactly. You know, that's how the creative juices flow. Thank you so much for making time for us. But what do you make of animation on the continent and some of the strides that have been made so far?
It's very exciting. I always talk about how as African people, we've been making beautiful things, from clothing to sculpture to photography to our music, and to be able to put it all together in an animation medium is very, very cool. And to show it to the world in the medium of science fiction is even cooler. So I think we're in a very exciting spot. New stuff, very cool stuff is going to be coming out of the continent.
Yep. And I have to say that the other thing about animation as well is that the limit is your imagination. You can do anything, literally, with animation.
That's true. I mean, like, you know, in live action, you're kind of limited by what equipment you can get or what actor you can get or what set you can get. Whereas in animation, you can use your imagination to create whole worlds that you can bring audiences into. So for sure, your imagination is the limit, and of course, your creative talent as well in terms of execution. But yeah, that's what it's all about in animation.
Tell us about Kizazi Moto. What is this series about?
We were super excited about showing Africa the way we see our continent in terms of, we're realistic about it, but we're also optimistic. We experience the urban setting, rural settings, our spirituality, our music, our fashion. And we just talked to Disney and we were like, listen, what follows Wakanda Forever? Black Panther was a big cultural statement in the world, but it came out of African American communities. What if Africans told their story and how we imagine ourselves in the future? And that's exactly what we did. So we had directors from over 7 countries that were telling their own versions of the future based on where they're from. And Kizazi Moto is the result. And then the world recognized us and we won a big fat Annie Award a couple of weeks ago. So it's very, very cool right now.
How then do you make sure, and I don't even know if the purpose should actually be that, so you have your own creative juices and the way that you want to go about telling the story. We know that the Japanese and the Chinese, specifically the Asians, are quite big on animation, and animation, their programs being aired on the continent as well, on our public broadcaster platform and so forth. That this is what they have, but how do I tell a story differently without having the same type of creative flow to what informs the story that I want to tell?
I think art influences each other. We can learn from each other. So there's no reason to reinvent the wheel if someone solved something for you already. So we can learn from anime, we can learn from other genres. But artists are also people that express themselves. So if you ask an artist and you give them the resources they need to fully express themselves and support that, then you get original storytelling. So if you ask the original voice to just be who they are and not apologize for who they are, that's how you start to see very unique things come out.
Anything new that we should be expecting?
Yeah, I think we're tinkering away. Animation takes so long, so we're tinkering away at several things. So you're going to see stuff start coming out in the next couple of years. Sadly, that's how long it takes. But I don't know what other people on the continent are doing, so keep an eye out.
Keep an eye out and keep an animation out. Thank you so much. Tendai Nyike is a creative producer and managing director of Indiani Studios, and congratulations on your Annie Award. 0614-104-107. You can drop me an X at Aldrin St. Pierre. Our studio line is 086 000 2032. Do you make friends at work? It's a minute after 5 o'clock. Time for the news.
SABC News, independent and impartial.
A call for communities to benefit from mining and Russians go to the polls. Good day to you. The Deputy President, Paul Mashatile, says more employment opportunities should come from raw materials produced in the northwest. He's visiting Rustenburg, where he's assessing issues relating to service delivery. The province is home to many large mining companies that export minerals such as platinum and chrome, among others. Mashatile says communities should be able to benefit from these mining activities.
In this area particularly, they mine chrome, so we need to look at what products come from chrome. Rather than exporting all the raw minerals, we should try and open factories locally in these areas and try and produce these products here.
In election news, presidential spokesperson Vincent Magwenya has described the DA's request to the U.S. government to observe South Africa's May elections as a clumsy PR stunt aimed at undermining the integrity of the country's electoral system. He was replying to a question while briefing the media in Pretoria today.
As a young democracy, we have a wonderful history of holding free and fair elections, and in some cases better than some of the countries that the DA has approached. It is important that we say, in the absence of presenting any new tangible ideas to the please do not cast doubt on the integrity of our electoral system.
The Public Works and Infrastructure Department says the police headquarters of the Telkom Towers building in Pretoria will be renovated and upgraded as part of their Build, Operate, Transfer program. Hundreds of police members were removed from the building 3 weeks ago after it was deemed unsafe for occupation. The Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Bernice Swartz.
That construction is going to happen through the Renovate, Operate, Transfer. So the Telkom Towers are going to be up and running. But in the space of time where SAPS has left it, we can't actually say there is already progress. But we can say that the progress that is there is the actual intensifying of the planning to implement the holistic fixing of the building so that it can be occupied.
Excited parents of learners at the Gabaluhlare Secondary School in the Northern Cape say a cyber lab will assist their children to excel academically. The Technology Minister, Monlego Kubele, officially launched the cyber lab at the school today. These parents say the launch of this lab in a deep rural area like theirs is a sign that they're not forgotten.
We are extremely happy about the lab that the government has donated for our children so that they can continue with their studies. We didn't have such in our rural area, not knowing how our kids will do their homeworks. As residents, we are so happy. This lab brings a development in our village. We will be like other people who are in towns. Our kids will be able to do well. Their education is important.
Finally, Russia's holding presidential elections with Vladimir Putin facing no serious challenger. The three-day voting exercise is taking place a month after the death of the main opposition leader, Alexei Navalny. The BBC spoke to an election official in central Russia who asked not to be identified. He says, as with previous elections, the winner is clear.
On the previous elections in 2018, we had more than 100 people on our polling station that do not live in this area, and they were definitely working for government. So they were forced by their bosses to come to that polling station. I would say that everybody believes that the power candidate will win. Everybody is pretty sure what will be the result.
Top story, the Deputy President says more employment opportunities should come from raw materials produced in the Northwest. That's SAfm News. I'm Greg Khus.
And coming up in your sports this hour, Ngidi ruled out of the Indian Premier League and UEFA Champions League quarterfinals draw concluded. More details at 5:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A reminder, if you're leaving Pretoria heading for important flight connections at OR Tambo, the roadworks just after Olifantsfontein Road is still in place today. A couple of lanes are closed and it is heavy as you come through from Clayville into that Tembisa area. Make sure you've got plenty of time to get through that backlog. The N3 going south, Edenvale to Germiston's heavy. There's a crash before you get to the Elands interchange, which is backing up that N3 southbound flow today. Over in Durban, a collision on the M13 between Stapleton Road and Paradise Valley, so exiting Pinetown, the M13 queues heavily over St John's Avenue Bridge in towards that scene. There's also now been a crash on the N2 South near Inanda Road, so coming from Queen Nundee Drive it stays heavy. The N2 going north is backlogging up past the gateway exit through Sabaya. There's a broken down vehicle after Sabaya, so that's the reason if you're on your way to the airport or home towards sort of Quadakusa and Belito, just north of Gateway, it all gets a bit heavy there. Cape Town today, the M3 going south in towards Newlands looking okay. There's hardly a delay to report on that route. The main road coming through Cork Bay and Muizenberg is reasonably busy today. And a crash in the heart of Hanover Park on Govan and Becky Road. Govan and Becky, both directions being held quite badly. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Fly better to your next holiday. Book your flights with Emirates to a holiday in Dubai, London, Istanbul or Paris. Look forward to delicious regionally inspired cuisine. Enjoy free-flowing premium drinks and relax to your favorite movies on the way. Because it's not just about the destination, it's how you get there. This year, fly Emirates. Fly better.
ABC Motsepe League outfit, the General FC, want to be titled as giant killers by silencing TS Galaxy in the last 16. Meanwhile, the Rockets want to emphasize that they are the 2019 Nedbank Cup champions, and it's not by mistake. Experience the unmatched passion of Ipola Lasemzansi. The General FC takes on TS Galaxy FC on Sunday, 17 March at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC1 and SABC radio stations. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We Love It Here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
TV licenses have developed a new GIS-linked national address database to ensure that we can communicate with all our valued license holders. We now have a visual of all licensed and unlicensed households nationwide in order to effectively communicate with you. We remind you to take note of our payment reminders and avoid paying penalties due to non-compliance or choosing to ignore your legal obligation to pay your license fees. We can communicate with all our license holders through cost-effective electronic methods, enabling us to collect license fees and continue to support the national broadcaster, the SABC, in accordance with Section 27 of the Broadcasting Act No. 4 of 1999 as amended. TV licenses. Pay yours. Make a difference.
Bonding session. What's your relationship like with your domestic worker? I'd love to hear.
I've had a domestic worker that's an absolute angel. She's been with us for years. She's really old at the moment and runs the show. I have to listen to her. She doesn't like listening to me anymore.
Beyond the headline.
Money lending policy to friends.
If you ask me for a loan, I have two loans for you. Home alone and leave me alone.
Your experience with an ex and some of the craziest things that they've tried to do, especially to try and win your love back.
If we break up, I don't know you.
we never met.
You are listening to Aldrin Sampear on SAfm.
It is 10 minutes after 5 o'clock, and it's time for the bonding session, as we normally do on a Friday. And today, our co-host is Sam Mohau, who's a health, wealth, and wellness influencer. He's joining us this afternoon. He's our co-host for the bonding session, and the topic that he's proposing is around interpersonal relationships in the workspace, specifically focusing on friendships. As you know, that some people would say that, listen, your colleagues are not your friends. That sometimes when you go for an interview as well, they're like, hey, listen, we don't make friends here. We don't make friends here. Yes, it is a friendly environment, but we must keep it professional, and we don't cross the line of now becoming friends. Because sometimes also, when a colleague is a friend, how do you navigate, especially if, for instance, the person is a subordinate? How do you navigate the, I need to hold you accountable for something wrong that you have done, but you're still my friend, you know?
Yeah. And I think also this has happened a lot in workplaces where, you know, we're all on the same level. We are friends. Right, in inverted commas, we are friends, and then Aldrin gets promoted.
Ooh.
Right, so then how do we manage the dynamics, right, of that? And that is why I think, you know, in some workplaces there's policies that as a manager you can't date your subordinate, or stuff like that. So also I think it's a very delicate issue, right? That yes, we are friends, and now you're managing me, right? How do we relate? You know, I know your weaknesses. I know that actually you don't like this job, right? You're only staying because of you got promoted, right? So it gives different dynamics and so forth. So look, I am for, you know, for the balance. Obviously, I'm not against making friends, because I have made friends at work. So I just think that people just have to, you know, tread this line very, very carefully.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 086 000 2032. That is our studio line. Our voice note line is 0614 104 107. And you can also drop me an X at Aldrin Sampear. What's your Twitter handle or X handle?
At Mohausam.
At Mohausam. There's no underscore, punctuation
just
mark, question mark. There's none of those.
No.
Okay, so it's just at Mohausam. At Mohausam, you can also ask him there at Mohausam and tell us what your take is on the question that we're asking this afternoon. I'd love to hear from your experience as well in the workplace, and maybe you are a senior person in the workspace and have seen from a Hawks perspective, like being right there above, seeing what's happening at the bottom, and you've realized how the friendships perhaps may have influenced the outcome of what is happening in the workspace, and also the deadlines that need to be met. But then again, also the holding each other accountable. Let's take your voice notes on 0614 104 107, and our studio line is 086 000 2032.
Hey Aldrin, how's it? I just wanted to comment on that guy who's saying you should have boundaries. Come on, man. Most of us do make friends at work. You know, the people that do not make friends at work are the ones that have got a problem. They've got an issue, they themselves. You can't be, it's just normal. You can't be in a place, because we spend most of our time with our colleagues, even more than our families.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just normal that then you can develop friendship from there. So if there are people that are unable to do that, that means they've got a problem. Then
who's got a problem? The person who doesn't want to make friends.
So we've also got Tabani.
Okay, you want to go to Tabani?
Yeah, from KZN. He says that he has blocked colleagues from viewing his status. Tabani, why is that? What happened? It seems like the story behind that.
No, nothing really in particular happened. It's just that I don't even get to blocking them because I never saved the numbers in the first place. So that way I don't.
No, Tabani, how don't you save your colleagues' numbers? I don't understand.
I don't save them.
No, Tabani, what type of work do you do where you don't save a colleague's number?
I'm avoiding them, particularly my manager. I'm avoiding them having to view my statuses. I can always communicate because you can send messages and communicate with someone even on WhatsApp without them having your number. Because there'll be group WhatsApp, work WhatsApp groups and stuff like that. So you'll have everyone's number, but then I don't save their numbers, and then I set my WhatsApp to the people that are not my contacts, they can never view my status.
Yeah.
But we do communicate, but then I just don't save the number.
So does that mean that you don't make friends at work as well?
Not necessarily, because in my line of work, I generally work with people that I've worked with before.
Okay.
So there are people that I've built relationships with prior. So sometimes I get to work with them again. So those people, it's cool. We can continue our friendships. But now, new people, now it takes time. Maybe it takes really a long time for me to bring into my personal space, like viewing my WhatsApps and things like that.
So Thabani, the old people that you've been working with, do you meet with them outside work now? Or it's still confined?
I don't know if it's just about them viewing my statuses, because we can even hang out outside of work. It's just that, as you said earlier, like, I don't want my work things to be in my personal things again. If we go, like, as colleagues, go out, do whatever, it's fine. But then I also have a life outside of work that maybe sometimes I don't necessarily want my colleagues to be in that.
Okay, thank you. Thabani there from KwaZulu-Natal. Do you agree with him? Do you make friends at all at work? Are you one of those people like Thabani that nobody from work should see your status?
Don't save anyone's numbers.
Don't save anyone's numbers.
So we've also got John from Teflop. He doesn't believe in making friends at work. So John, why is that the case? Is that has it been like that forever, or has it been a new thing that you don't want to make friends at work?
No, it's not like it's a new thing. It has just been my principle, to arrive at work in the morning and do the work, and then after that I go home. Because this thing of creating friendship, I got some problems at work, especially if you are maybe a supervisor or something. It has a lot of problems.
What are the problems?
People will delve much deeper into your personal life and then bring these things back to work. So I think we are not enemies, but we must not be friends and act as if maybe we I don't know. But I don't encourage people to be enemies at work. We are not enemies, but
because there's an in-between. There's an in-between. There's enemy, there's something in between, then there's friends, and you are the in-between. Let's keep it cordial.
But at the end of the day, work remains work. And then, things that we do as friends, my brother, things that we do as friends. But I know that one day they'll have to come and change into the workspace, whatever you've been doing as friends. So I think there should just be a thin line or a bold one.
Yeah. So John, just a quick one. I don't know if you're back at the office. So what do you do at lunchtime?
What I do at lunchtime, I go out and then I buy something that I buy, and then I come back to the office.
One man?
Yeah, one man. No, why should I be eating with other people? No, one man.
Wait, John, wait. So were you this person in school as well? Did you make friends in school?
No, at school. At school you are bound. I mean,
so you did make friends. So during lunch break, you sat down with the other students, eh?
Yeah,
with your classmates.
Somebody bring Archer,
But why don't you bring the same camaraderie to the workspace?
I already told him.
Thank you so much. It's John there from Teflop. 0614-104-107.
Yeah, and I think I wanted just
Introducing a collection of Audi Black and Urban Special Edition models crafted for the bold and curated for the progressive. From the sporty Audi S3 and elegant A4 to the distinctive Q2 and Q3, each vehicle has been created to be an extension of your identity. Style, design, comfort, and technology is yours to own with a guaranteed future value and a competitive monthly installment through Audi Financial Services. Visit audi.co.za to discover more.
Motsepe Foundation Championship side Milford FC wants Stellenbosch FC to suffer the same heartbreak as Amakosi. Yet Stellies are confident that their Stallions have reached a cul-de-sac. This is the Nedbank Cup Last 16. Experience the unmatched passion of Ebola Lasamzansi. Milford FC clashes with Stellenbosch FC this Friday, 15 March, live at 6:30 p.m. on SABC Plus and SABC 3 at 7 p.m. Also available on SABC radio stations and SABCSport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Those who love the beautiful game can never have enough of the incredible moments. Like the fascinating last-minute goals, the unbelievable saves, the top-of-the-range reviews of critical match scenarios by the legendary Mr. Ref, the mummies of the week, and highly knowledgeable analysts. Catch Soccer Zone on Mondays at 8 p.m. live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC 1 at 10 p.m. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Hashtag SAfm BTH.
Good afternoon. You are listening to SAfm. My name is Sam. I'm co-hosting the show with Aldrin. We are speaking about making friends at work and how you need to put boundaries between that. So our WhatsApp voice note number is 0614 104 107. We are going to take a couple of voice notes and listen to what people are saying on the voice notes before we go back to the calls.
A very tricky situation, but you must be professional all the time. Have boundaries, but it's fine. Relax, have friends, but you can't trust anyone, especially at work. Because people, they gossip at work. So you have to be careful all the time. Don't fall on trap.
I find
otherwise
that...
you'll end up in shit.
No, you're not supposed... so sorry for that slip there. So sorry for that slip. But I have to say that I find it interesting that most of the people, the ones who are against their friends at work, it's more around the piritaka. My secrets. I can't have you spilling my secrets at work.
People talk.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very political at work, right? And I think as she said, Dumi said earlier on, right? Like, we get to a point where all the tabas or all the keys, it's over, right? Now I need to think about what I can gossip about, and that thing that you told me earlier on, I can just tell to this person, and you told me in confidence. So I think it's as he says, have those boundaries. Have those boundaries. People, use your name to, climb up the ladder.
0614 104 107.
Afternoon, Aldrin. This topic is so sensitive to me because it changed my mind about how I handle friendships at work because of an experience I had. I recently changed jobs twice, and in both jobs I was competing with a friend who was a colleague that I thought
the point that you were raising earlier.
And it created animosity between us because of that. So I kept getting the promotions and she wasn't. So it's just keep your business to yourself and just have the little friendship here and there, like a hi, hey,
hi,
going on, and keep it short.
Keep it at kind regards.
Keep it short. When we're done, we're done. So we're gonna go to Macronus. Hopefully I pronounce your name right, from Joburg. So you believe in your own space. Maybe tell us more about that.
You know what I think? Sam and Alren, is there are a lot of politics at work. And also a lot of boundaries in the sense of policies.
Okay.
And there are confidential matters at work.
Yeah.
That when you start to take your friendship outside work, you're not going to resist the temptation of speaking about people at work and the issues at work and so on. And the problem with that is that if it leaks and gets back to work or spread through the colleagues at work about the confidentiality of their lives, you're gonna get yourself into trouble.
Yeah.
So I believe in having friends from church and different other spheres, not work.
No. So Marconis, would you say that for HR especially, HR shouldn't have any friends at work?
Yes, in fact, HR should not even have friends. because you're going to know secrets of people, and you're going to be tempted to share with other people.
Yeah.
And that becomes dangerous in the working place.
So what's your thinking around, when you join a new company or you join a new team and the leader says that we are all like family here? What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that is just speak, or would that work for you? If they create a safe environment.
Sam, I still feel it is confined to, when we talk about the family, the description there would be, we care for each other.
Yeah. Okay.
We protect each other,
Mm-hmm.
and that's still actually the ethics of work.
Mm-hmm.
So nothing to do with friends, because friends for me would be, you must even come to my home.
Okay.
I must come to your home. We must go to movies together. We must go to the stadium together.
Go to each
And
other's
that
children's
for me-
birthday parties and take our kids here.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
And I don't believe that should be done.
Thank you. Marconas from Johannesburg.
Thanks very much, Sam. Thanks, Alvin.
So we'll be taking another call. Just to remind you, our WhatsApp voice note number is 0614-104-107. Please continue sending those voice notes. We've got my lord. He doesn't block people, but he doesn't believe in making friends.
How, my lord?
Hello, Eldren.
How are you, my lord?
I'm very well, Eldren. Yourself?
I'm good, my lord.
I'm in a bit of a conundrum there at work, Eldren.
Okay.
I would love to make friends there, but I can't.
Why?
Problem being that I'm also a machonista to my colleagues. So now, if I start laughing with these people,
But I get it when I go ask for a loan at the bank, they ask all kinds of details.
Yeah.
You don't want the details of your customers' lives.
No. We are just greeting. Even if they make funny jokes, Eldren, I keep a serious face. I will laugh with my wife at night as if it's my joke.
So what does it mean that if umashonis, and by the way, my lord, I'm not too sure whether this is legal, but anyway, if umashonis, does it mean go to ushaya umkhacha right through?
Right through, I don't smile. If you can check, sometimes they take safety photos. I'm always not smiling, and I was even called by the GM.
I'd love to see a picture of you now
To say
with
they've
a
seen all
group
of my
picture.
photos.
Yeah.
What kind of my lord are you? You never smile.
All right.
I want to see a group picture, my lord. Please do send one through. We won't share it with other people. It's just for my viewing to see who to win. Okay. I'll look out for it. Thank you so much, my lord. There.
Thank you, my lord.
Bye.
Also, my lord, we're gonna be listening to some of the voice notes that you've been sending.
Children, with me, my colleagues are blocked from seeing my status. They even blocked from seeing my profile pictures. I just block. We are friendly at work. We can chit chat, have lunch, but my personal business is my personal business. We don't even meet outside of work. They meet. They know. I think they've even stopped inviting me because I don't go.
I wonder why.
I was not gonna make a call or up until the first caller. But if he knew, I've learned it a hard way. I will never make friends at work. I was so friendly, not knowing that people are running and they are gunning for my position. I was in depression. I was like, at the end, the very same people that I thought they were my friends, they are now on my position. I'm down there and I don't want anything. I don't. And I told them that I know who to invite on my table. At the moment, and I thank God because now I'm still here. But I've learned from the best. I can't.
That's because you're friends with the person, right? You let your guard down, and you share a lot of stuff. And like Marconas was saying as well, you're gonna share confidential stuff as well, probably relating to the work that you do as well. Kandi, the person is going to use that information to their advantage.
And sometimes it's not that you do it purposefully. You're venting.
Yeah.
Right. When something happens, you want to release it.
And
you vent about the boss and everyone. And as she said, right, there's some people in the workplace, they would want to become your friends, as she said, gunning for your position, right?
Do you think that they would want to become your friend with the purpose of actually
I've seen that happen.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen that happen.
As human beings.
Yeah.
It's 5:30. It's time for the news headlines. We're going to continue to take your calls on 086 0002032 and your voice notes on 0614-107. We're in conversation today, not actually in conversation, but co-hosting the bonding session with Sam Mohau, who is a health, wealth, and wellness influencer. So we are sticking in that wealth influencer right there. It's 5:05. Time for the news headlines.
Thank you. A quick look at those headlines. The presidential spokesperson has echoed the warning of the president that those who attempt to destabilize the upcoming elections will face the full might of the law. The deputy president says more employment opportunity should come from raw materials produced in the northwest. And the DRC government says it's decided to resume executions as a result of the armed conflict in the east of the country. I'll have a full update of news at 6 o'clock.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Joburg Century Highway quite busy today, both ways between Germiston and Bedfordview. Queuing up going south into a crash down at Elands interchange. That queue starts from Galulis and heading northbound. There's a backlog and a half from Heldnace up into Galulis and through onto the N12 East. No traffic lights on William Mandela and Sloane. If you're heading up from Bryanston into Four Ways, that's a mission this afternoon. And the roadworks on the R21 between Clayville and Tembisa have been left in through drive time. If you're coming from Pretoria for flight connections, make sure you've got plenty of time to get through that. Also, collision on the N14 towards Pretoria by Jean Avenue, still causing a backlog after the Bruckfontein interchange. Really busy around Durban. A crash on the M4, the Ruth First Highway, just by the M41. It's on the southbound side, but there's a really big impact on the northbound side up over Blue Lagoon through Virginia Airport and right through to the Umhlanga area. Crash on the N2 South near Inanda Road, so queues coming from Queen Nandi Drive. And that collision on the M13 out of Pinetown towards Paradise Valley, still slowing traffic from St John's Avenue Bridge. If you're on your way to Pietermaritzburg, stationary truck at Ashburton with a queue that starts right back in the Linfield Park area. Cape Town today, all of a sudden the N7 North is busy, heading north from Goodwood. It's a crash by the N1, and that seems to be also just holding you up on the N1 service road as you move past Canal Walk to connect into the N7. Nelson Mandela Boulevard, still quite slow out of town for this time of afternoon. That's unusual. Delays out to Hospital Bend. And the Eastern Cape truck crash recovery underway from this morning's major truck crash scene at Nanaka. It's on the N10, just north of the Nanaka crossing, just north of the N2. If you're driving between the N2 and Patterson on the N10, queues and heavy queues both directions. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Kapele.
In your sports this hour, Orlando Pirates head coach Jose Rivera says that he has a plan to counter Soweto Derby distractions ahead of this weekend's Nedbank Cup last 16 match against Motsepe Foundation Championship side Hungry Lions. Pirates players are still very high on confidence after registering their first double over rivals Kaizer Chiefs in the DStv Premiership in 16 years, beating them 3-2 last week. And as they welcome Hungry Lions at Orlando Stadium tomorrow evening at 6 p.m, Rivera says that his main aim is to refocus his charges. Then Arsenal have been drawn against Bayern Munich in the quarterfinals of the Champions League, while Manchester City will play 14-time winners Real Madrid. The Gunners will host German side Bayern, who have England captain Harry Kane in their squad at Emirates Stadium in the first leg. Meanwhile, this is the third successive season City, who won last year's title, have met Real in the knockout stages. And here's Pep Guardiola's reaction to the draw.
Now we don't have another option. Yeah, it looks like a little bit tradition, no? 3 years in a row. So playing the king of the competition because winning 14 Champions League. But yeah, it's what it is. Hopefully we can arrive in a good moment and still few weeks before the first game in Madrid, and yeah, we'll see.
Of the first leg, it takes place from the 9th to the 12th of April, with second legs on 16th to the 17th of April. And if Arsenal and City win their ties, the two Premier League clubs will face each other in the semi-finals. In the other ties, 5-time winners Barcelona will play French champions Paris Saint-Germain, while Atletico Madrid, who are fourth in La Liga, hosts German opposition Borussia Dortmund. The semi-finals will be held on the 30th of April and the 1st of May, with the second legs a week later on the 7th to the 8th of May. Wembley Stadium is going to host this year's final, and that is on the 1st of June. In cricket, Proteas fast bowler Lungengidi has been released by Delhi Capitals for the season's Indian Premier League as he continues his recovery from a lower back injury. The 27-year-old sustained the injury during the playoffs of the SA20 last month, and Ngidi is currently being monitored by Cricket South Africa's medical team, and he's undergoing rehab with his provisional team, the Titans. He's expected to return to play in the second half of the ongoing CSA T20 Challenge in April. On that note, it is a wrap from my side. For SAfm Sport, ke nna Tumi Nkgapele. Modimo.
Did you know that load shedding only happens when electricity demand exceeds supply? Eskom's team of specialists manages the grid 24 hours a day, 365 days a year to protect the electricity network. You can help reduce load shedding stages by continuing to use less electricity, particularly between 5 and 9 in the morning and evening when demand is high. Government and Eskom working hard to reduce and ultimately end load shedding.
After a convincing 7-3 victory against Bristol City, Brighton ladies now have a massive assignment to burgle maximum points from Man City ladies. The Seagulls can't wait to escape from their unpleasant bottom half position, but second-place Citizens want to dethrone Chelsea ladies from the summit. This is the FA Women's Super League. Brighton and Hove Albion ladies versus Manchester City ladies on Sunday 17 March at 2:30 p.m. live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Hi there, this is Jerry Mofokeng Mageta.
The award-winning SAfm Playwriting Competition is back.
We're going to start calling some people, Tata Jerry. Yeah. Once they're on the line, I want you to tell them why we have called them. Keith, good morning.
Good morning. Hi. Keith, what prompted you to write this particular play, Skeletons?
I think there was something about a kind of emotional reconciliation that interested me.
So for that reason, the judges decided to give it second place at 35,000 rands. So congratulations to you, Keith.
Wow, thank you.
Congratulations, Keith. All the best, eh?
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
And it's time for a MoneyWeb market update with Jimmy Moyaha. Jimmy, good evening. Welcome to the show. So what's been happening on the markets?
Good evening, Aldrin. Good evening to me, and good evening to the listeners. It's been an interesting day on the markets. We thought we would end out the week positively, but as we've learnt with markets, never assume things. We've closed out the markets in the red, this despite having shown some signs of life earlier in the week. But let's wrap up how the week is ending out with today's moves as well. Starting with Asian markets, Sydney was down about 2/3% today. Hong Kong down 1.5% or so, and Tokyo down about 0.25%. In London and European sessions, Germany was up about 1/3%. France up about 0.5% in today's trade, with the FTSE finishing flat, down very, very marginally. US markets are in the red at the moment. Nasdaq down about 0.8%. The S&P 500 down about 0.5%, with the Dow Jones down about 0.25% there. If we look at some commodity moves, platinum and palladium closing out the week strong, with palladium almost at $1,100 an ounce, gaining about 2.5% today. Platinum up at $950 odd there, gaining about 1.7% there. Even silver is in the green, up 2%. Gold price coming down very marginally, but still holding well above 2,100. Sitting at $2,160. Brent crude $85 a barrel, not where we want it to be, but closing out the day closing out the week rather in that range. If we look at some currency moves, Bitcoin and Ethereum, the cryptos have been giving back all of those gains. Bitcoin back below 70,000. At some point this week, we were looking towards 73,000. At the moment, we're sitting at 68,400, and Ethereum was above $4,000 a coin. It's sitting at around 3,700 now. So both of them losing about 3.5% today. But on the other currency side of things, we're seeing that the Rand finishing the week below 19 Rand, which is always a good thing, at 18 Rand 72 against the dollar, at 20 Rand and 38 cents against the euro, about 0.1% stronger there, and about a 0.5% stronger against the pound at 23.85. Nice to see it below 24 Rand there. Our local equities, as I said, didn't finish in the green, but we did see resources having a good day. They were up almost a full percent at 0.9%, but financials were down 1.3%, which cancelled that out, and industrials were down also 0.6%, which means the top 40 closed out 0.4% in the red, as well as the all share down about 0.48%. In terms of some of the companies individually that contributed towards those moves today, Dis-Chem was up about 5%, Implats up about 4.5%, Anglo and Tohosan up about 3% there, even MTN up about 2%. But guys like Kumba not having another good day since that fall from the start of the week. I think they have lost more than 20%, more than 10% this week. But they've also had that dividend payout that they went ex-dividend this week as well. So that is something to take into account there. African Rainbow Minerals not having the best day as well, losing about 9% there as well. Old Mutual also down about 3%. I know they've been in the news quite a bit. So some of the companies having a good day, but some companies not wrapping up the week as they thought they might. And in terms of next week, what we have to look forward to is a couple of data points. There's CPI out of South Africa. There's a very important interest rate guidance or interest rate projections from the US Fed that we're going to get next week, Wednesday, when we get our CPI print here. There's also Chinese data that comes out on Monday and European data that comes out Monday or Tuesday. So we've got a lot to look forward to next week before the public holiday on Thursday. But we'll keep in touch with these and other movements, and we'll be back next week with more news.
Thank you so much. That is Jimmy. Jimmy, but Sam has a question for you.
Jimmy, how are you?
Yes, sir. Good, thanks. Good. How are you, sir?
So we're talking about making friends at work. What's your thoughts on that? Do you have any friends at work, or you kind of have boundaries and no friends at work?
Making friends at work is quite interesting. So I have friends that I've made at work. I've got friends that I've kept from work. In fact, I met my partner at work.
Oh, okay.
Love that. Love that.
Conversation.
Jimmy, I think that you should become next week. Next week or the week after that, you are our bonding session co-host. That is the topic. That is the topic. We are booking you. We are booking Jimmy Moyaha for next week Friday or that other Friday. Yeah, I love that topic. Thank you, Jimmy. Have a lovely weekend.
At least you have a positive of someone making a friend and even
the partner on top of that.
At work. All we've been getting is negative on the negative side.
0614104107. You can also drop me an X at Aldrin Simpier. Our studio line is 086-000-2032. It is the bonding session, and my co-host this afternoon is Sam Mohau, who is a wellness. Well, no. We start with health. Who is a health, wealth, and wellness? Health, wealth, and wellness influencer.
Eskom understands that electricity is an integral part of running a business. However, electricity demand is currently higher than supply, and energy efficiency is critical. Businesses are encouraged to reduce consumption between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. by not leaving electrical equipment on standby mode, as well as turning off unnecessary lighting. We can reduce load shedding by working together. Every kilowatt counts.
Motsepe Foundation Championship side Milford FC wants Stellenbosch FC to suffer the same heartbreak as Amakosi. Yet Stellies are confident that their Stallions have reached a cul-de-sac. This is the Nedbank Cup Last 16. Experience the unmatched passion of Ebola La Mzansi. Milford FC clashes with Stellenbosch FC this Friday, 15 March, live at 6:30 p.m. on SABC Plus and SABC 3 at 7 p.m. Also available on SABC radio stations and SABCSport.com. Hashtag we love it here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Top Sport with Michael Abramson.
SABC sports journalist Charles Baloy. The meet taking place at the NWU MacArthur Stadium in Potchefstroom. Let us know what the atmosphere is like in Potch.
There's a decent crowd that came here to grace the first Grand Prix, first of the three. On Monday we'll have one in Pretoria, and then around 2 days we'll have another one at UJ. So we have some good athletes here. Viewing GP opened her season here. She did well in winning the 200 meters. We've seen Benjamin Richardson coming in there winning also in the 200 meters, doing well. We've seen Carl Blacknott, who's now based in Italy, here in Potch. He just won the shot put.
Top Sport on SAfm. Hashtag SAfmBTH.
Welcome back to the bonding session with myself, Sam, and Eldrian. We are talking about creating boundaries at work or making friends, and we want to hear your opinions. Our number is 086 000 2032. Please do give us a call.
That's the studio number.
Yeah, that's the studio number. Please give us a call and let us tell us about your opinion. And our WhatsApp voice note number is 0614 104 107. We're going to be listening to 2 of your voice notes, and we're going to be taking 2 calls after that immediately.
Okay.
Aldrin, anonymous. I have had 2 girlfriends in 2 companies that I worked for. And it was a very long relationship. So they took about, I think on average, 2 years. Were very good. We never had any squabbles. We took our relationship out of work. We were boyfriend and girlfriend at work, but out of work, we do the things that lovers do. But at work, we were very disciplined. So, and also it also depends. Are these people directly in your department or they're in a separate department? So there are many factors into it. We cannot just say you can or you cannot, but there are many factors to it.
So the 2 girlfriends. Were they the same company?
No, it's 2 different companies.
Oh, it's 2 different companies. Oh, okay. Jeez, I was about to okay, so when an ex-alcohol at work and then you have a new girlfriend, it's going to be...
Maybe when he left the job, he left the girlfriend because he found her there.
Oh, okay. 0614 104 107.
Good afternoon, Aldrin and Sam. Connie Swang here from Bloemfontein. Well, I think I agree with Sam that for me, friends at work are people that I have other things that are relatable outside work. For example, the lady that is actually a very close friend to me at work, she's a lady that we also go to the same church together, we gym together, and we go to the same home cell. From there on, everybody else, they're on my block list. I also do block people. For me, it's just to protect your privacy. Hi.
Boundaries.
I hear you.
So we're going to be speaking to Tammy from Umlazi. So Tammy also believes in blocking many colleagues, and he no longer believes in making friends. So Tammy, what changed your opinion? Well, what happened? Because you no longer believe in making friends at work.
Aldrin, Shiv and Sam, good evening.
Welcome.
Hey.
Good evening.
Yeah, well, Aldrin, I'm no longer anybody's colleague. I'm no longer employed. But it was of the same reason that people become friends at work that I was kicked out.
Wait, what happened?
2 friends were supposed to mentor me to the work environment, plotted to kick me out.
Oh.
Well, this is what happened. When I went there, it was on a leadership basis.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was a disability leadership because I'm disabled. So I had that opportunity. I took it. What I did wrong was that I executed all my tasks perfectly, while everybody was just used to that environment and doing whatever they wanted to do, So the head office, which is in Joburg, they started to trust me with their work. So if they wanted something to come fast or to sort the customer problems faster, they would call me. So it got to them somehow. So the following year, they gave me another idea. They said, okay, we are extending your leadership. When they extended my leadership, these guys, now my mentor and my supervisor, they were friends. My mentor would still things in the office, those things which are certified, like they are delivered to a customer, and that's an error, we should report it, but we never reported it. Okay, that's fine, I didn't say anything about that. Now, one day, it's a busy December. They're calling another learner to help. So they asked me to give the learner my password. So I refused because as a learner there, it was still fresh in my memory that you are not supposed to give your system password to anybody.
Ooh.
Yeah. So now the best person to tell was the manager. So I went to the manager and said, this guy is telling me to do this to this guy, but I can't. And he said, no, man, Simon, what's the matter, man? We are swamped, give him. So I gave the guy the password. Now I don't know who did what with the password, but the parcel went to the wrong customer. The customer received the phone was supposed to receive medication, chronic medication. So now that became a problem. Now it was my password in there. So I was called for hearing, I was kicked out, and the manager told me, no, it's not because I stole something or I swapped the thing. It was because I gave my password.
Yeah.
The phone that is very similar to the one that is on the way bill, that is swapped. It was the same phone that the guy came with 3 days later and said he bought a new phone. Say, Sam, I bought a new phone. I didn't mind it at the time, but 3 months later on the hearing, then that's what happened.
Yo, so sorry, man. Sorry for that experience, Tommy. But don't give up on friendship.
Yeah.
I think don't give up on friendship. It's a terrible experience here. But
don't just give away your
password.
Also, that's the lesson that you need to learn there. Thank you so much. That's Tommy from Umlazi.
Awesome. So next we have Sidwell from Cape Town. He has an experience to share. I hope it's positive. Sidwell, what's your experience about making friends at work?
Man, actually, for me, good afternoon, first of all, actually, to all of you, especially the best, actually, program in SAfm.
Thank you.
Yes, it's for the first time caller and participate in one of actually the greatest actual program.
Welcome. Hey, you're buttering us up, eh? You're buttering us up. There's an explosion coming. Let's see what's explosive here. Yeah.
Listen, man, and it's hard, actually to be a man. Let me put it in that way, because you're having this type of trusted individuals called actually a friend, not necessarily actually a word, a friend, meaning actually that in anything that I can share with the person I call a friend. I don't know, I'm broken, man. But anyway, just to cut the story short, on the 25th of actually last month, and then run about 2107 minutes hours in the evening, I came to the house where I actually stay, and that's me and my wife. Our son just stays in Johannesburg, and just we're based in Cape Town, so he's just actually working for the very first time on that side. And I knock, and obviously my wife wouldn't actually ask who I am because she knows that I'm still outside. And then I just play a kind of actually letting her know that there is someone that about to enter. And then for the second time, I didn't actually get any response. I tried to open the handle of the door, and then I could realize that it is closed inside. All right. Now, as I knock in calling her by name, and she responded to say that I'm coming. Okay. Then you could hear actually some movement of, it's like someone is falling and all of this kind of thing. And, and I was like, what's happening? Then I said, okay, if you don't actually open, I'm going to push the door. I kind of actually joking in saying that. And then she kind of lured and she sees that it was me. And then she went away again because of there's a security type of actually thing that holds the door. So yes, and she took about actually less than a minute, and then to come to attend the door. Then, as actually I was putting my hand, tried actually to remove whatever actually was behind, and she kind of actually closed the door and opened it again. And a man whom I call him a friend, he was just getting up from the bed, where I don't know how to put it. Getting up from the bed, wearing his shoes, busy pulling up his trouser. I just stand still, could not know what to say. Then in a few seconds, I ask the gentleman, "What are you doing in my house, on my bed?"
This is your friend,
my wife. Yes, and then he could not answer. I get closer to him. I ask for the second time, and then his response was to say, I'm the one that broke my marriage. Then I slapped him with my right hand. He fell into the kitchen. He took the knife in the kitchen, came to me. I said, well, in my place. Then the only thing that I could tell him was that you'll be getting out here by being picked up actually by the what do you call it?
Mortuary,
mortuary
actually, van, yeah.
Because of I'll fight to die, and I'll fight to die actually in my house. But actually, I'll make sure that I was just kind of actually. I don't know if I was acting in my conscience or actually I was just saying actually a thing. But since then, and then he able actually to get out, run away actually from me. But funny enough, my wife was standing on his side to say that no, he shouldn't be fighting with me, and then he must just actually leave. And both of them actually they stand actually outside, and then I just actually took my pajama and put it in my bag, and I just actually as I was about to leave the house, I stood by the door and then I asked my wife how long this thing that has been happening, and then she could not actually answer because she was in tears, and then I left the house.
So is this a colleague?
It's a colleague.
So then, what happened? What happened then on the day that you would return to work?
No, actually, we're not actually friends actually at work, but actually we're friends in the same actually apartment where we're staying in, not at work.
Oh, okay. So what is
so
it? Like
he's a resident. Yes, actually, he's a resident in the same actually the apartment that you are staying.
Oh, okay. And do you guys still bump into each other? Do you still live in the same complex or?
For me, yes, we still is actually staying in a complex, but actually for me, sometimes I can't take it. And, after a few days, I think about a week or 2 weeks, and then that's when I was kind of approaching social workers, and they advised me maybe actually to just get a temporary actually space where if I don't want actually return back to home, worried about maybe what could actually take place, then they had actually secure me maybe actually to a space where I can actually temporarily reside there. But I didn't actually want that. I then said I'd rather be actually on the street, but I'll work it out myself how to actually sort of get through to all of that. And within a short space of maybe 2 or 3 days, then I went to family court, and then I obtained a divorce actually court, and I filled up and all of that. And I don't know actually because I'm not thinking okay, say if I can put it that way, I'm not thinking okay. And then before I even actually take it to sheriff, where I have to pay in order actually for sheriff to deliver actually to her, it's when I pause. I said, I'm not alone in a marriage. I have to go back actually to her and approach her. That took place after for a period of 2 weeks that I've been staying on the street.
Oh, so sorry, man. So sorry, Sidwell, to hear that. All the best for you, strength, brother, and hopefully things do work out for you. So sorry to hear that. Well, that's a type of friendship that ends up with somebody sleeping next to your partner. Let's just quickly take one voice note: 0614-104-107.
Good afternoon, Aldrin and SAfm listeners. Aldrin, I will never, if chance happens again, I will never, ever make a best friend at work, because the best friend I trusted orchestrated my dismissal at work. The very best friend who was even known by the boss of the company that this guy and this guy are friends, but orchestrated my dismissal at work. So I learned a lesson. I won't make a friend come rain, come thunder. Thanks. James Johannesburg.
This is Aldrin Sampear on Beyond the Headline.
All right, with that now, we've come to the end of our voyage. Thank you so much for choosing Flight SAfm BTH 326 with me, Aldrin Sampear. We're playing out with Asibe Happy, Ami Falco featuring DJ Maporisa and Kabza De Small featuring Ami Falco. And Sam, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Really
well done. Jeez, did you expect that last call?
No, curveball.
Whoa, yeah. What a curveball. Thank you so much, brother, for making time for us. Really appreciate it. And our parting shot this evening is from Helen Keller, who once said, "Alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much." And our credits this evening are read by Charmaine from Pretoria.
thank you to everyone who took their time and journeyed with us. The plane is about to land. We would like to thank our captain, Adrian St. Pierre. We would like to thank our team, Ukanya, Malisa, Tumi, Mark, Vusi. Thank you for having us. Thank you for this journey. Thank you for this hour. Thank you for the service. It was wonderful being with you. To everyone who listened, let us join again as the plane will take off again on Monday. Have a beautiful weekend. Ciao, ciao. This is Charmaine from Pretoria.
This is Aldrin St. Pierre on Beyond the Headline.
And remember to love each other and lead with compassion. Dotsins, enjoy the rest of your evening and have a beautiful weekend.
Abaphansi bavumile ukuba sifanelene thina sobabini masikunye iyajabula jabula sonwabile siyathandana.
Independent and impartial. This is SAfm News.
Another warning over election violence and a call for communities to benefit from mining. Good evening to you.